kiss. No, it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Vision in motion, vision we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Vision in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, faster, faster,
I get the Lambo car, house in the hills with the stars. Told you I'd raise the bar, told you that I'd go far. Oh, what we could have been if you weren't arrogant. Oh, baby, what we could have been. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. 'Cause now I like the fun things. 20K gold ring. Don't need a man 'cause I'm my own king. I'm dripping icy down and everything. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Private jet up in the sky, baby, that's just how I fly. Yeah, I told you one day I'd be living this way. You could have had it all, but you went and dropped the ball. Oh yeah, you could have had it all. Yeah, 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 yeah. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. 'Cause now I like the fun things. 20K gold ring. Don't need a man 'cause I'm my own king. I'm dripping icy down and everything. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good. And it's all good.
Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort round the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good. And it's all
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, What's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Yesterday, the competition took a heartbreaking turn as we say goodbye to DK Esports and BJK. But the road to glory marches on. As for the EMEA and Turkey teams still remaining, the battle is far from over in the challenge season for SPS MLBB Season 6. After a day of tough eliminations, the remaining teams are hungrier than ever to secure their spot. And who will march victorious? Let's find out. I'm your host Liz, and you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
It's going to be an action-packed day today, so let's dive right in. Welcome everyone to day 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge Season. I'm your host Liz. Join with me today are our incredible casters, Private Dancer and Steph Weezy. How are you guys doing today?
That's right, Private Dancer here, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in North America as the sun begins to rise. But as I'm told and as we've witnessed, things have already been hot and spicy in the EU and MENA regions.
That's right, hot and spicy as we are in Group A and Group B, seeing these teams fight it out. And like you said, rising to the occasion these teams will be doing today. And some will be knocked down to the lower brackets. Some will qualify, and I can't wait to see which way this goes.
Going to be a hell of a run, but as you guys are at it, make sure to follow us on all our socials. That's X, Facebook, and Instagram at ESL Mobile. And make sure to join us on our Discord server at Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, if you can't get enough of those ESL moments of you got your favorite teams, the bios, information on all the players, you can check it out at our socials.
Yes, stay tuned with the latest and greatest for these teams competing by following all the social medias. That way you guys don't miss a beat.
That is right, guys. And make sure to tune in to this season because we are going to end the run with the Mobile Masters. It's going to happen in April 7th to 13th in Jakarta, Indonesia. And 3 teams from EMEA will participate.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge year for Jakarta, Indonesia when it comes to Mobile Legends, and Snapdragon Pro Series there to set the tone.
Yeah, and just a huge step for Snapdragon as well. Like we said, 3 teams to be able to make it out from the challenge season and challenge finals, but we got to take a step back and see where all this started. It started with EU and MENA and open qualifiers, 4 open qualifiers to be exact, separated by 4 quarters, and you got to see teams qualify on forward into the open finals. Same exact format for Turkey, doing everything exactly the same, but for their specific region. And now here we are in a blended challenge season to be able to see EMEA and also Turkey fight it out to see who will be able to represent and go even further into the challenge finals, which will be a double elimination bracket. And yeah, all these teams fighting it out in a best of 5. It's definitely going to be exciting. But the grand finals, that's what I'm looking forward to. That's a best of 7.
Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a run, but regardless, for the challenge season, 4 teams will indeed make it. And today we get to find out who the 2 victors will be heading straight into the challenge finals.
Yeah, action-packed and exciting. We've already seen so many different things happening on here, but what they are going to be fighting for here, the prize pool. First place going to be walking away with $2,200. Second place going to be walking away with $1,650. Third place going to be walking away with $1,100. And fourth place with $550. But we've talked about it. The money is probably the smallest thing that's on a lot of these teams' mind, especially when it comes to pride.
Yeah, regional pride, all these teams holding that banner high as we step forward into the challenge season and go even further for Group A and Group B. We got to see so many teams fight it out. GK and S2G no longer here, or actually GK not here with us. S2G on the lower side for one more shot at glory.
Yeah, and today we get to see Papaya Supermassive versus Birthright, and one of these teams today will be qualified straight into the challenge finals, and that is going to be for the Group A. And also, we get to see the Group B matches. Group B, yesterday, we saw BJK putting on a fight up against Elevate. However, indeed, at the end of the day, Elevate has made it forward in the lower bracket. And today we get to see Insidio Supremacy versus Team Falcons. And one of these teams will be qualified into the challenge finals, and one of them will be dropped down against Elevate to get one last shot at glory.
Yeah, some exciting matches when it comes to both of these teams, especially because they're going to have that little bit of a chance down there at the lower bracket. So every opportunity provided to them to reach that little bit of glory.
And speaking of glory, today, as we take a look at the schedule, Papar Supermassive and Birthright fighting it out for Group A in a best of 5. And right after that, we'll be seeing Insidio Supremacy up against Team Falcons in another best of 5 as well. Whoever wins from these schedules will move on forward as a qualified team for the challenge finals, while the rest, like we mentioned, will be dropped down to the lower bracket for one more chance at success.
Yeah, superstar teams for each bracket, but only one will be heading to the challenge season today. Let's find out who these teams are. Casters, take us into the first series.
Not gonna lie, and I know it's not nice to say as a caster, like when you play favorites, but I am really excited about this first matchup. We watched it. I think we both casted this matchup, and these two were the underdogs in their respective series. Papara Supermassive versus Birthright. You can't go in this as an underdog now. Both of these guys looking to take that big step forward.
That's right, Turkey versus Europe. Both of them spearheading the way, ready to raise that banner high. You know, I actually had the chance to talk to Danny from Birthright, and he feels like there's not really too much competition for their team when it comes to Snapdragon Pro Series. He even said when they go up against Incendio Supremacy that they think they would take the win. So they're going in super confident. Like you said, these are underdogs, right? They have a lot to prove, but little to lose in this situation. Since there's not too much known about them, they have that surprise factor, which could work in their favor.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting matchup for me. As we said before, already kind of a little bit of a heartbreak when we watched their last series, as they were able to take down Titans and Veterans in their series to reign supreme. Here, there's no kind of, I want to say, switched imbalances. Both of these teams came into this looking as underdogs, so there's really nothing else left on the table except for both of these teams to kind of show who has kind of managed it better. I want to say Papara Supermassive, we've heard a little bit about them. Birthright, we've both had the honor of casting for the last year when it came to some European competition. So they're definitely looking to make a mark here today.
Yeah, and speaking of making a mark, they came in swinging heavy, right? Right when we started the challenge season. You mentioned the underdogs taking down some powerhouse names. Papara Supermassive, they took down GK, a team that's been around for a while. They had the addition of Carvey as well from Days Volts to strengthen their arsenal, but it was not enough to stop Papara Supermassive. They were able to close that out with a 3-1. And then Birthright taking down S2G. Right after that, in a 3-2 fashion, S2G, a team we've seen competing in multiple international events, M6 and also MSC as well. And to see Birthright push on forward, I'm right there with you. When it comes to some favorites, I always like to root for the underdogs, and I think today we're going to have a good story.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and I know we've been kind of glazing both of these teams, but we've seen some overarching tendencies that come here when it comes to MENA, when it comes to Europe. Sometimes these games can get extended. One thing I've kind of noticed is as we start reaching that end, as we start getting to the core, those high ground towers, things get a little dicey for some of these teams. And where do you think these teams need to focus if they want to shut down that late game and bring these games to a nice and decisive close?
Yeah, if we're looking for those 12-minute finishes, it definitely boils down to getting those objectives, right? If you're not going to get the objectives, find the trade-offs in the early phase. Don't let one team snowball over you. Should be the main priority, and hopefully we see that today between these two amazing teams as we are now jumping into the draft. So far, a couple of interesting things on the board. First is the EVE ban. Pryode on the blue side from Papara Supermassive. Usually when we see this, I wonder what their strategy is. Is it a comfort ban? Are they trying to stop Birthright from pulling that out? I feel like the further we go in the challenge season, the more we're starting to see this EVE on the blue side.
Yeah, and then there's that little love triangle that's been happening into the gold lane where it's Granger, who was countered by Harith, who was countered by the Irithel out there. So with the Harith taken off the board, they want to take off. The obvious answer is to take Granger off the board, which leaves open Suyu for the side of Papara Supermassive. It does, and it's been a kind of a choice. And even when it comes to casters, who has the priority? Who really has the advantage when it comes to first pick or second pick? Sure, you get that first priority pick, but your enemy right now gets to counter with two of their own, and even with what I like to call a little bit of an EU Turkish special here with that prio of the Bedang picks.
Yeah, the Bedang has been rising to the occasion. I'm still trying to get on the board with it, but we'll have to see. I think it's more successful when it's in the XP lane. I have yet to really see a profitable roam Bedang, at least so far in the challenge season. We are seeing the Hayabusa, though, something that has been very profitable, right? You have the Ouija Shadow Kill, you have the high mobility, you have a better chance of getting those retribution plays as well, and I think it's a wise decision, but there's still a Hilda on the table, and I wonder if Papara Supermassive will go in for that as they opt in for the Phoveus.
Yeah, that was actually what I was going to be quite curious with, I guess so. And then when it comes to Hilda possibly being up against the Bedang, maybe it's not really the best suited there. I still kind of prefer the Hilda. It's just that I want to say Hilda's biggest weakness comes with CC and slows and stuff, which Bedang has plenty of that he can kind of dish out. So he could possibly punish her. Phoveus has been a decent call. It's just we need something to be able to shut down the Hayabusa in the early game, because once he starts getting rolling, and I want to say he's one of probably the fastest scaling assassins other than like those ones who specialize in it, like a Nolan or something like that. He can come out pretty strong, even level 3 with the quad shadows and the damage that he can dish out there. We were talking about this offline. Papara Supermassive does favor that Sicilian. They really like the damage, especially that it brings into the late game.
Yeah, the Sicilian is interesting. It's something they love to prio, but it does take a little bit of time to pick up, and it got a little bit of a nerf as well with the damage, so it takes even longer for that mid to late game to really pop off. So you have to be very passive. You cannot be overly aggressive in the early phase, or it's going to take a while for that train to get started. When we look at Birthright, though, they're going to match a mage for a mage. They're going to go ahead and pick up this Vexana. I think it's a wise decision, right? You have a good front line when you drop down an Eternal Guard, especially when you have a hero like Phoveus who's going to be rushing in with that Infernal Pursuit. Speaking of Phoveus, while he does scale very well, he's going to be lacking the mobility, right? So it's going to be very crucial for Papara Supermassive to make sure if he's engaging, they're right behind him, because once he goes in, he's not getting back out.
Yeah, and especially with a Matilda band, you don't really have that reassurance of the guiding winds to be able to pull your team back out of a situation. Interesting here with 2 gold laners banned out. We completely ignored that lane for both of these teams. I was wondering if we were going to maybe hone in on some more bans on that. Oh, there is a Wan ban out there. Tigreal taken off of the side of Birthright, and that was going to be one of those big things too, is you need, from bringing on to your point, is you need something that can accompany the Phoveus into that back line. Once he starts that demonic force, he's in the back line. You need something there to couple with him to kind of get that CC to maybe tank some of that damage so that the rest of your team can do their job, with the Sicilian raining down his damage from the back line, with the Suyu being able to kind of put in a lot of those melee attacks. Taking Tigreal off the board is a good call here, too. I'm expecting possibly maybe a Beleric being the next best option. Maybe even a Lolita could possibly come out there. Something that has a setting potential for the entire team.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to be slotted in the roam position as well. Hylos could be a good pickup from Papara Supermassive, especially because they are lacking the mobility. You have the Glorious Pathway. That's going to help the Sicilian. That's going to help the Phoveus, especially in these engagements. Even the Suyo. Now, Marksman still being dabbled down on the bans. You're going to see the Bruno taken off the board. There's only really so many options left, right? You have the Beatrix and the Irithel, possibly the Moskov, which may come out here soon. It's a good read on the 1-1. It's a target ban, especially for Birthright, who likes to go ahead and keep teams on their toes with it. So right now, definitely both sides doing a little bit of homework. When you're looking at Papara Supermassive, though, they have the damage checked off, right? We just need to wrap it up with a little bit more crowd control and something that can get those initial setups.
Yeah, and I was going to kind of point out the carry, but it's not really going to be a great option with how late it scales, especially with the Hayabusa on the team, who's really going to be able to negate a lot of the damage you're going to have with that shadow kill that he can throw out there and pretty much just negate everything out there. Bruno's taken off the board, so we're kind of looking, it is going to be a Beatrix, so we're kind of sticking to these old and familiar, and of course, answered up there with a Beleric on the Papara Supermassive side.
And there goes the Moskov as well. Running out of options in the gold lane. There's only really so much they could take right there. The Beleric, though, will be the roamer. Now we're looking at Birthright for what they match up against it, right? Are we going to be putting this Bedang in the roam position? Are we going to be putting it in the XP lane? We know it's flexible. It's been more successful in the XP lane so far, but I don't know. Maybe this match will be the one to turn that around. But when I'm looking at what they have so far, they have set up with the Fist Crack. They have the Eternal Guard for a little bit of knockup as well, but I feel like they need a little bit more. Something else that can kind of stop the side of Papara Supermassive when they do decide to engage.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of that's left out there right now, we haven't seen Kufra too often anymore, so it is going to be the Bedang, I'm assuming, because it's going to be the Bedang in the roam position. We were kind of talking about this. I personally do not like it as a flex pick. It's not. It has its uses that EU and MENA have been very good at utilizing in that XP lane. As a roam, you don't really have the thick and chunkiness that you want from a roam position when it comes to something like this. He does have one little amount of CC when it comes out to being able to separate walls, but I mean, if you want a wall, Grok's out there too, which can kind of do the same thing, if not maybe a little bit better, to be able to run through an entire team and get some CC. We'll see how this works out for them. I don't hate the draft out there. It's just the Yuzong, you've got a little bit of squishiness, and Bedang isn't exactly, he's not meant as a tank. It doesn't mean he can't be played as a tank, so we'll see how successful that Birthright can be.
As ladies and gentlemen, we are now jumping into the land of Dawn for the challenge season of Snapdragon Pro Series, Series number 1 for the winners match Group A. Papara Supermassive up against Birthright in a best of 5.
I'm not gonna lie, this is what I like to see when both teams, especially with their roams, getting some help to make sure that they can take down these buffs extra quickly. Even for junglers like a Hayabusa, like a Suyu, who actually clear the jungle very quickly, it's nice to have that little bit of edge so that you can be the first one to try to rotate for that extra pick.
Yeah, definitely going to be keeping a close eye on that. You know, the Sicilian and Mohi over there on the Suyo focused on that damage. You're going to have to see how this kind of plays out. The Yuzong, I do like the pickup on that because they needed a way to get to the back line, specifically for After Dark on this Sicilian, right? Somebody that can just drop on top and pretty much get that petrify and get the quick kill. So that's going to be his main focus. Not to mention you have a lot of backline dive with the Hayabusa as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for the mid laner. Speaking of challenge though, Mohi gonna shut down my lobby on the Yuzong for first blood.
This is one of those like really expert plays when it comes to a Yuzong who really comes into his own when he gets that level 3, when he gets that level 4. But right before that, he is so susceptible to being ganked. I feel like a lot of people don't understand that sometimes when they play him because they're just playing off of like that mid game that he's going to have and that he's got a lot of regen here. I mean, he doesn't even have an escape here. Level 1 gets popped up and boom, Mohi comes in to clean up the job. quick, easy, and I want to say like without any fault there, able to get out very quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, Papar Supermassive going in for the damage, a double Impure Rage from Mohi in After Dark. You don't want to take that lightly.
They're going to go ahead, start up on this turtle. 2 to 3. Oh, actually, now we do have the 3. Do have a little bit. Badang goes in, looking for, doesn't have the fist crack just yet. We do come in with the demonic force. The rest of Birthright is going to have to go out. Black Dragon is out, looking for the Petrify. Mohi still gets the turtle. My lobby chasing, but unable to make them pay for it. Ooh, we did see a Spear of Vengeance come out there, but not able to capitalize. 3 down for the side of Birthright, and a turtle taken under their nose.
Yeah, Papar Supermassive off to a great start. My lobby, he went in and tried to focus on the Mohi, right? He didn't really go in for the mage for the backlines. He just tried to focus on stopping the retribution on the turtle. Not really sure that was the wisest decision, especially when his jungler wasn't in retry distance for that 50-50 trade. He would have been better off just going in for the backline kill to at least find something from that engagement. But now Papar Supermassive leading the way with a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, then I'm kind of wondering if it was just a miscommunication on the side of Birthright, or maybe just a plus for Papara Supermassive, as you had Blotzfet there in the back holding the back line, making sure that they were separated. So even if the Black Dragon came in, it wasn't going to be a successful burst or a successful gank from Birthright, because technically they forced my lobby well into the back line where the rest of Birthright weren't going to be able to follow. So, I mean, it's a good plan to be able to kind of counter what your enemy is trying to do there, especially when we were talking about how integral a pick like the Yuzong can be for a composition like this.
Yeah, Yuzong running the Warcry as well, so he's going to have that sustained damage for those basic attacks.
Whoa. And with that, we had, I want to say the ultimate came out from Blotzfet, followed by a Spear of Vengeance. Zhao came in, was able to clean up as well. 5-1 for Birthright. And I've talked about it before. Birthright has been known to be a little bit of a slow starter, and it's one of those, I want to say, one of their prime weaknesses that I feel like still they're able to come in at the end, they're able to hold it together. But I mean, if a team is going to be able to take advantage of you to this degree, there might be some problems with you trying to get that advantage back from them, as we're moving on to the next turtle.
Yeah, moving on to the next turtle, and a little bit of damage in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and easily clean up the second turtle. Birthright is able to get their purple buff. Blotzfed and After Dark looking for some information. Ooh, Quad Shadow comes out, is not going to catch anybody, but they're going to be here to try to put some damage and clear out these minions from the bottom tower. Right now, Birthright just having some trouble trying to catch up or even gain control of these rotations.
Yeah, just a really good setup. The taunt.
Yeah, with the pop-up, Blotzfet with a great positioning, catches the Wrath of Dryad on to an unsuspecting Levi, and the entire team has to spurt into action, and you have, I want to say, 2 ultimates down for the side of Birthright, just because of, I want to say, some positioning there, and that's going to come down to some of the vision. They're starting to fall a little bit behind. We're at the 5-minute and already 3K gold behind as they're looking to blitz onto this bottom tower.
Yeah, they're looking to go ahead and proxy this lane now. Mark and Wicked needing to be careful, but look at Zhao's positioning. He's going to go ahead and take this turret with little to no problem. Blotzfet and After Dark, the mage tank synergy right now, the rotations from them, they're outdoing Birthright. We're not really getting to see Danny rotate around with Mark to be as effective. And we talked about this Badang in the roam position and how it just struggles a little bit to more traditional tanks, and you're getting to see that firsthand here as we are now at the 6-minute mark, and it's a 3,000 gold lead for Papar Supermassive. Glowing Wand picked up by After Dark as well. It's going to have that Life Bane passive on it as well to work up against this Yuzong, especially when he has that Shot Essence and Residue to be able to get that life steal, not to mention the Spell Vamp. But there goes another proxy lane, this time on the top side. Just pure surgical rotations from Papar Supermassive.
Yeah, and doing a great job of it. as well here. That's 2 towers unanswered. They're going to be looking to mount that huge pressure onto mid, which is where things start to fall apart for a team. Mark in a little bit of trouble. Sanguine Claws are out as well. Demonic Force putting on the damage as Zhao starts on to this turtle. Birthright not in a great position. You even have your jungler on the other side of the map, so they're not going to be able to do too much as well. 50% left on it. Mohi comes in very slowly, and this kind of leads to a question for me. When it comes to communication, you knew your jungler was on the other side of the map. Was the call to sit there and watch them take the turtle? Or maybe we should have put some resources into maybe pushing another lane or something else that's at least possibly got some value out of the enemy getting that turtle. Huh.
Speaking of value. Ooh.
Yeah, speaking of value, another Wrath of Dryad. I want to say, I don't think I've seen a Belleric with such a high percentage of hitting those Wrath of Dryads, especially on something as mobile as a Hayabusa. And maybe that's just kind of showing the frustration from Birthright right now as they are behind 6-1 and almost a 5K gold deficit.
Yeah, doing a great job of positioning, and now my lobby may be in some trouble.
Yeah, and Wessa going to go ahead and put on some damage. Ooh, big pop-up comes in with a Demonic Force and forcing a touch there as Marco might be in a little bit of trouble coming in. Mohi finds a kill onto Mark. Just wide is a Spear of Vengeance, and that is lucky for Birthright, as you might have been looking at another death. Not that a 7-1 kill lead for Papara Supermassive isn't a huge deal right now.
And a 5,000 gold lead in climbing. The economy is definitely on the rise for Papara Supermassive, and Birthright need to be careful. And this is a little alarming considering there's a Moskov and a Sicilian on Papara Supermassive's side. The scales, the stacks from Sicilian for After Dark, it's going to hit like a truck the later this game goes. And then Zhao just doing really good. He already had the Golden Staff. He already had the Corrosion Sights, and I'm assuming he's going to be going in for a Demon Hunter Sword as well to hit even harder.
Yeah, Mark actually goes in there. Wicked finds a kill onto Wassa. This might be the opportunity that they're looking for. Zhao finds a kill onto My Lobby to answer right back. And just when Birthright seem to have a small opportunity, Papara Supermassive are there to snuff out the flame quickly and efficiently as the first Lord pops onto your screen.
And that's going to be a little bit of a struggle for Wassa, Evan Starr, on this Phoveus, right? I mean, once he engages, he has no way to get out, so you can pretty much expect him to fall. But his main goal is to deal as much damage as possible while Papara Supermassive rushes from the side to go ahead and clean shop. And now we're going to go ahead and see this Lord spawned in. Still a major lead from Papara Supermassive so far, yet to lose a single turret, and have claimed 2 turrets on the bot side, 1 on the top side as well, and now looking for this Lord.
The problem is that you go in as Wassa with that Demonic Force, and they spent like around 3 or 4 ultimates to try to take you down. Yes, they took you down, but was it a mistake? Because it allows Papara Supermassive to find a kill of their own and a little bit of an advantage. And a kill, if a kill is answered with a death on your team as well, it's not really bringing you to an advantage. It's just kind of keeping you at a stalemate. It's the Black Dragon is getting chunked down here, searching through the air to find itself something here. My Lobby in trouble as Wassa finds the killing blow. Oh, and Eternal Guardian comes out as well. The rest of Birthright gonna have to turn, heal, and run. Levi gets found out at the bush, and this is gonna be the opportunity the Papara Supermassive we're looking for in this first Lord.
Yeah, Birthright tried to find an opportunity for the contest, but with that 5,000, now 6,000 gold lead from Papara Supermassive, you see how much of a difference it makes. They're zoning them out of these objectives, not even able to step into the Lord Pit for the contest play, as we are seeing just the gold difference between the marksmen. 1,000 gold lead in Zhao's favor, well ahead of Wicked. He already picked up that Demon Hunter Sword we were looking for, so he already has the Holy Core Trinity for this Moskov, and that's all he needs to pretty much shred anybody in front of him. And now we'll be shifting focus toward this mid lane as they have a Lord marching on the bottom side.
Yeah, for me, the interesting thing here is as a Bedang, when it comes to your utility as a roam, you really only have as a peeling ability Fist Break. And that's what sets down the wall. That's what pushes the enemy into that wall. But it kind of signals to your team, hey, we've got an opportunity here. And you can see Birthright kind of like lunging on that opportunity. However, most of the time, that's a roam that they're hitting. That's a Wassail that they're hitting. And they're not actually able to actively find some of these squishiers from the back line, even though they have a Yuzong on their team, which is just, I want to say, a massive handoff for how Papar Supermassive are handling this composition and making it look like they have the advantage when it comes to diving into those back lines.
You know, and you asked the question before we jumped into this game, how do these teams delay this from going to the late game? How do they make it so where they can win fast and efficiently? And that's what we're seeing today from Papar Supermassive.
Oh, my lobby gets gunned down, tries to dive in for a jump, misses, and the rest of Papar Supermassive punishes him for it. And another thing here, too, is the clear speed that we have on the side of Birthright. A little bit of security there that we do have the Benedetta. We do have that ultimate. We do have the ability to clear out waves very quickly, along with Danny on the Vexana, who's going to have a huge amount of CC, the Cursed Blast that she can lay down, which is just a huge AoE that she can lay down to kind of defend those lanes. So they have a little security when it comes to defending the base. It's just how long before Papar Supermassive is going to be able to just turn the tide on you, especially with a 9K about to reach a 10K gold lead.
And this is Birthright, right? They're a team that were very confident and believe they can pretty much take down anybody in the Snapdragon Pro Series. But you're starting to see, as we rise higher in the challenge season, these teams are evolving. And Birthright looks like they're falling a little bit behind against the Papar Supermassive for game number 1. It's an 8,000, almost 9,000 gold lead now. Look at the gold leaderboard. Xiao sitting at 10K, right behind him, Mohi, both on the side of Papar Supermassive. And then right behind him is Wicked. But then everybody else is trailing far behind, and that just showcases, by stacking up these objectives, how big that snowball can form if you're not careful. But now, a possible counterplay the right way. Look at Birthright stacking up in that bush, waiting for an opportunity.
Ooh, they do catch a Petrify and a pop-up, but that's going to be a Phobius. Black Dragon is out looking for an angle. Bloodside in a little bit of trouble there, taking a heap of damage. Mark is going to have to flicker himself out. Mohi finds a kill onto Mark. My lobby next, and Wicked falls next to his teammates. A triple kill for Mohi for the side of Papar Supermassive as they also grab themselves a Lord. Levi in trouble, uses the quad shadows to escape. Mohi hot on his trail. Levi comes back on that quad shadows. Looks like he might survive another day. Have I spoken too quickly?
No.
Mohi with a little bit of a taunt there. An emote, but Zhao looking for the finish. No minions here for him as they take a heap of damage from the core. And man, Birthright on the edge of a loss here.
Wow, what a play. He almost was able to end that game. Definitely eyes on the prize, but you got to give credit over there to Levi. Even though he was very low, even though he had the hot pursuit on his tail, he was able to quad shadow in and clear out those minions last second, leaving the base crystal at about 5% HP, buying his team enough time to be able to spawn in for a second chance. But now, what do they make of this opportunity?
I mean, you're still down about 10K right now, so there's not much you can do. You go back to the base, you turtle up, and you have to wait for another Lord to come through. And you can't even contest this next Lord. You have to hope that there is some type of a mistake that Papar Supermassive make at your base when they try to push in, especially with the amount of clear that you have. But that's if you even make it that far, because you do have a Luminous Lord coming down at the bottom lane. Look at how they're syncing up the lanes. All lanes are going to crash at the same time. So Birthright is going to have to deal with all 3 lanes, split up their defenses. Spear of Vengeance is out as Wassail on the bottom end, dealing with My Lobby. Down goes My Lobby. Mohi with the kill there. Core at 45%. Wrath of Dryad is out. Zhao finds a kill onto Mark and one onto Levi. This might be it. Last and finishing touches onto the core. Oh, he tried to drag them away. And they're following. I think Danny's the only one who's like, oh, wait a minute, guys. I think we might have ourselves a little bit of an advantage here. So let's not chase after them. And a Birthright might be going down here. Minions starting to come out. I'm not even sure what the death timers are looking like here, as Danny actually able to, I mean, they were able to defend. They took down 4, and this is what we were talking about when it comes to the defenses that these guys can put on and kind of closing up at the end of some of these games.
Yeah, to be able to turn that back around and make it work in their favor. A very close call. You don't get to see that too often. A base crystal going down to about 5% HP twice and still being able to hold on. Just sheer will at its finest from the side of Birthright. And now another window of opportunity. I feel like if this happens for a third time, Papar Supermassive will be the one on the back end. As you mentioned, the respawn timers are climbing, now passing that 17-minute threshold. And the lead is still pretty heavily on the side of Papar Supermassive. But both teams now getting close to that 50K mark threshold. Everybody's going to be full build. So you're not really going to have to worry too much about that deficit that we've seen in the beginning. And this is where you're going to see Birthright catch up on items and start being able to put on a better fight.
Yeah, and I want to say Papar Supermassive have to be just a little bit smarter when they're trying to close up these this end game on a team that has such a huge amount of clear. You have to call out those targets, get that target down, and then disengage from the core, because no matter who your target is, you've still got Wicked on a Beatrix, you've got Danny on the Vexana, you've got an amazing amount of clear from just those two characters alone to be able to clear out all of the minions that you're going to have. And then before you know it, you're underneath their core, taking core shots from them. And that's basically what wiped out the most of Papar Supermassive.
In double window nature from both sides, you're going to be looking at Wicked and Zhao having that. So it's going to really be on who uses it first. It'll work in Zhao's favor, though, especially when you have Levi rushing in or my lobby with the Petrified play. Pop that window nature just in time, and you may be able to save yourself some trouble and get back to safety. If the ADCs fall here, it could be the difference in who takes this next neutral objective. I mean, look at Levi, look at lobby, just holding on to these bushes, waiting for a misstep from Papar.
Yeah, they're trying to get an angle. They want to know where the squishies are. And I want to say Papar Supermassive doing such a great job of keeping themselves at an angle. Their squishier heroes are at the most distance that they can be. Levi looking for an opportunity. He doesn't yet see where Zhao is, where After Dark is just yet. And it does look like they're actually going to have to disengage now. And that's going to be an opportunity that Papara needs. Oh, Spear of Vengeance at the top. They do have a Winter Crown. Is that going to be enough? Fist Crack is out, followed by an Eternal Guardian, putting the damage onto Zhao. And just like that, Birthright able to turn it around. 3 down for the side of Papar Supermassive. Shadow Kill takes down After Dark, and Birthright might have the momentum that they need. Are they confused? Where are they going? Are they going for the push? Are they going for the Lord right now? You can see right there. Ooh, in a little bit of trouble. Mark gonna go ahead, land onto Wasau. Just trying to keep that CC on to the XP laner of Papara Supermassive. It does look like Birthright is going to go ahead, start on this Luminous Lord. You've got the Marksman there. You've got the Hayabusa there, so you're going to have more than enough damage. This could be what they are looking for to turn this around and have narrowed down the deficit to a 1K gold lead now.
What a turnaround from Birthright, and the big mistake from Papar Supermassive. Zhao, he saw the low HP of my lobby in the top side and decided to fully engage on it. And not only just him, Mohi joined the party right there. And without the rest of their team to be able to help them because how far they were overextended, the numbers from Birthright is what made the difference. And losing your ADC and also losing your jungler while there's a Luminous Lord in play is not the move you want to make, especially just for the XP laner. And now with Birthright having this advantage of Luminous Lord on their side, this is going to be the first time in this game that they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, you can see on Zhao going ahead and switching out one of his items, looking to build up a little bit of defense there. Wicked carrying the side of Birthright right now, 6-1-2, and just hungry for more. It was just an enormously great fight for the side of Birthright, especially because of the angles that Papara Supermassive had. Levi goes in, quad shadows, not able to find the angle he wants. Wasau is right there to protect. Black Dragon is out, trying to zone out the rest of the members to try to pick up this tower on the backside. Blotsfet with a Wrath of Dryad. Is that going to be enough? He gets popped up. Damage is down. Immortality has been proc, but Wicked is right there to claim another for his pocket. Now sitting at 7-1-2. The rest of Birthright turn their attention to the rest of these towers, but they're going to back up as they don't see an opportunity just yet. But why even risk it? You're up by 3K. They're rebounding into the jungle to reset.
A noble sacrifice from Blotchfet, though, right? He understood the assignment. He purposely went out there to distract the team of Birthright from not allowing them to enter not only the base, but not allowing 2 lanes of minions to enter as well, which bought Papara Massive some time. And Blotchfet should be back before this next siege on the bot side. They don't even have the lane synced in the top and mid. So if they go for this push,
oh, you do have Levi finds a kill onto After Dark, the rest of the team. You do have that Winter Crown. Mo, he finds a kill on the My Lobby. Mark finds one on the Wasau. And just like that, Birthright turned this around into a first victory.
what a game for our first series of the day. Group A is full of excitement, and Birthright able to rise to the occasion. Yet again, just an amazing time to be able to see these teams fight it out. And man, Private, who would have thought it would have ended this way for game number 1, right? I mean, they were in the back seat the entire time, but just the resilience, their defense, and a couple of mistakes for Papara Supermassive turned it around.
I have been hawking on this detail. When it comes to a team like Birthright, they get stronger and stronger and stronger as the game goes on. The biggest mistake that you can make as an opponent is hit them at their core and think that these are a group of people whose spirits are broken. If anything, you're going to be facing a different team at minute 1 than you face at minute 15 when you're at their core, because you're going to be facing an angrier, a hungrier, a more skilled, and more synergized team. As we take a look at the stats here, Wicked with the well-earned MVP, 7 kills under his belt. I believe only 1 death the entire game.
Yeah, just able to stay in the back line and get the job done. And I mean, they didn't really have too many heroes that could get back to them. The most of it really would be Zhao with the Spear of Destruction to be able to go back and possibly go for it. Blotchfet, most he could do is run in with the Wrath of the Dryad for those setups, but he's just not the most mobile backline dive roamer. So just some great positioning to be able to close this game out from the side of Birthright, but not the easiest match they've had so far. Definitely a challenge. A lot of mistakes, I would say, from Birthright in the beginning of the game, but toward the later end, that's where they found their synergy, that's where they found their composure, and that's where they found victory.
Yeah, and it's amazing here as we're going to take a look. I want to say this, the first half of this, there's probably going to be no clips of anything successful from Birthright, as they were just having a heck of a time trying to deal with their opponents here. Just so much. I mean, when it comes to getting those Wrath of the Dryads, catching their opponents, there's another one there where they just take so much damage to the point that they get picked off and put behind so well. But the one outstanding figure there was Wicked. He took a death there, but when it comes to the rest of the game, just did such a huge job. Oh my God. And this, I'll bet they're punching themselves in the head right now for that, as they just didn't have the minions to be able to take those last few hits onto the core. And this is where it all turned around for the side of Birthright. An unsuccessful push onto there, and Wicked on the side. Look at the damage. He's dishing out, finds 3 more. And this was the start of the end for the side of Papara Supermassive, as Wicked just taking names for his team.
Yeah, and this is where you get to see them close it out. The turnaround, the counterplay, the resilience, it all paid off in the end, and Birthright was able to reign supreme. Now, I was taking a look at both of those pushes, right, toward Papara Papar Supermassive's favor before it was turned around. And there's Wicked, the MVP, 7-1-4, only one death that entire game, which is very impressive considering they're in the back end of the game, majority of that match. And yeah, back to what we were saying about the push, right, from Papar Supermassive onto the base crystal. It kind of seemed like they were more focused on the enemy and not the base crystal. And they had a Lord in proximity to be able to deal damage to the base crystal. When it's only 5% left, it would have took just a basic attack, even from your XP laner, to be able to scratch that surface and knock it down. So I would say maybe even just a little bit more objective prio is where they need to kind of focus in on for game number 2, because that one was pretty much in the bag. You don't see that too often, where you have 4 members on a team, a Lord in proximity of a base, and you don't take it down at 5% HP.
Well, and that kind of comes down to how you prioritize it, because I've heard 2 schools of thought when it comes to it. I mean, when you have something like that happen, of course, we're going to harp on, why didn't you just aim for the core? If they were all aiming for the core and they immediately got wiped out by Wicked, have been like, why weren't you aiming for the opponents? It's just, it comes to just kind of understanding, especially because I mean, one thing that I've always been told is that win or lose, games are decided at the core. Might be your core, might be the enemy's core, where they start getting where you guys start getting a little bit lax, and they end up pushing back. But you need to be on your P's and Q's, and that's when the communication needs to be the crispest. That's when everybody needs to be on the same page. Are we going for the core? Are we trying to get some of these guys down? What's the game plan here? And I'm wondering if the call was to take down the enemy, then maybe we need to get even more specific and be like, this guy specifically needs to go down, so that we can go, boom, this one's down, boom, this one's down. So you have something that's very quick. There, they were kind of spreading the damage all over. Wrath of Dryad was out there, but they started losing minions very quickly, and nobody was really going down for the side of Birthright, and they were able to flip it over. Maybe some of that frustration too from actually having to deal where they had a wide open base, and unfortunately Hayabusa able to back end and clear out those minions to save the game for him. Whatever it is, one thing is for sure, Birthright has shown time and time again, they just have the sustain. Like I've said before, this could be one of their faults too, where they have these not pristine openings to game, especially their first game. Last week, didn't they lose like 0-11 to S2G to open up that series? And then were able to come back. And I was getting ready for a speech like that for this game. You're like, well, they lost the first game last week, but they didn't even lose that one now. They were able to find the comeback during the game here, which at the very least shows that they're starting to kind of close that gap during the same game. It's not where they're getting completely outshined the game and they don't know what to do. No, now they're showing we're able to find out what we need to do during the game and come back faster.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where when it comes to Papar Supermassive, as we are now jumping into draft number 2, I think that game was lost because of them. I don't think the game was lost because of Birthright. Birthright, they lost the entire early game. They lost every single neutral objective. And then you started seeing a lot of mistakes that we didn't see during the early phase, right? We saw Zhao rushing with the Spear of Destruction, trying to take down my lobby. You saw Mohi right beside him. The rest of their team is halfway across the map, and they're rushing toward the enemy base for a kill on an XP laner. And what happens when you do that? The whole team from the enemy team rushes in for backup, and you take down your ADC, you take down your gold laner, and you don't have that push potential for Luminous Lord, who's already spawned in. I think it starts with those mistakes, and then again, just harping on the objective focus when it comes to the in-game push on the core, right? I love how you mentioned they're spreading the damage, but also not paying attention to how many minions are left. If you know the minions are about to fall, if you know this Lord only has so much HP and it's about to be bursted out, once those are gone, if you're still fighting this team, they're gonna overpower you because you're in their base and you're taking shots as well, while they're able to go regen and come right back. So jumping into game number 2, I would say first things first for Papar Supermassive, not too much has to change. It's just don't be overly aggressive when you already have the advantage. Just keep the advantage and close it out.
I mean, not much has to change, and which kind of tells me that on the side of Birthright, there are some decent changes that can be made. Maybe some mistakes that we noticed immediately that came out from the draft. I mean, as soon as we went into the game, we were kind of like, oh, this is gonna be kind of rough for Birthright to kind of make it happen. One being the Bedang there on the roam, the Yuzong, which had a little bit of trouble in the XP lane right from the get-go. First minute, level 1, Yuzong took a death, and that's to be expected. And that's something that honestly, I want to say, like, if you're playing a Yuzong, it's one of those things that you have to expect in pro play is the level 1 rush, just because that is when a Yuzong is most susceptible to getting ganked before he gets any type of movement or abilities that he can use to dodge. So it's just very interesting picks from them. Honestly, I would love to say we need to get to a point where we just throw Bedang away and kind of have another composition to go for. But we like Bedang here in Europe and MENA for some reason. So we have to have some assurance for our early game.
And speaking of early game, Papara Supermassive going to bite the bullet. They're going to go ahead and pick up this Joy. The Suyo was banned out from Birthright to not allow that to walk. Looks like they have a plan for the Joy. There's still some options on the table. I mean, the Belleric is a wise decision. It can use the Wrath of the Dryad. It can slow down this Joy when you rush in with the electrifying beats. Another thing, I love how you kind of harped in on Europe and MENA and their playstyle and kind of like the Bedang aspect. But there's another aspect when it comes to the Joy that I tend to see more, for the MENA region and the Europe region. Is they like to flex pick it. Not specifically Papara Supermassive maybe, but just what we've seen so far in the challenge season. It's not only traditionally in the jungle. A lot of teams like to kind of run it in that mid lane as well. And there goes this Bedang you talked about alongside the Gatot.
Yeah, Gatot's going to be a great pick for the Joy to be able to kind of get a lot of that, hopefully aggro. I kind of prefer Belleric over a Gatakacha when it comes to a Joy, just specifically because Gatakacha, you still have to hit the ability on a Joy who's basically dashing all around the map for you. With that, it does look like the side of Supermassive going to go ahead and lock in Lucas and Valentina to be able to kind of get some of those ultimates on their side as well. And I'm actually kind of confused. I'm assuming Gatakacha is going to be the roam. I'm assuming Bedang is going to be in the XP lane. Which is hopeful, because I want to say, we've said before, Bedang has worked a lot better in the XP lane than he has in the roam position, despite the fact that Birthright was actually able to get a win in the last game with him as a roam.
Now the Bruno's still on the table. We know it took a little bit of hits. We know it took a nerf on the range alongside the Malefic Gun, which extended that nerf a little bit further personally for him. But in this situation, it might not be the worst hero to pull out, right? You have these heroes that like to rush in up close and personal. You already know the Granger's taken off the table, but they're going to go in for the Hayabusa play instead. Now, it's okay. I don't really mind this that bad because I feel like the Hayabusa is really good here, considering if you wanted to ban a Hilda, you still could. Do they pull out the Hilda when they already have the Lucas? Maybe not, but the Hayabusa definitely can work here. Now, the Bedang. With the Gatot on its side, now you raise the question, are we going to see this Bedang in the XP lane now, and the Gatot is the roamer, or vice versa?
I'm assuming Bedang's going to be in the XP lane. I'm assuming we're probably going to go the same way we did last time with a Tigreal ban to set the tone for the second banning phase from the side of Birthright. And then probably, I guess, we're honing back in on some of those marksman picks. But, I mean, with all the bans that we saw last time, Wicked was still able to just have such a huge value of that Beatrix. Yep, but we're going to go ahead go back to Old Faithful. I kind of want to say I kind of agree, especially because we don't want to make too many changes to what we did with last game, because there were some playstyle differences. There were some mistakes that you could actually clean up that would have made it very successful game for Papara Supermassive. It was just when it came to those certain closes. Are we going to have some answer like that on the side of Birthright here in these second picks here? When we're still looking for a mage, we're still looking for a marksman out there, and I'm kind of wondering if we're going to get some type of clear from them, some heroes that specialize in that type of clear.
Do we also see the Birthright special of the Sicilian getting picked up here again. I mean, it's not banned out from Papara Supermassive. I wonder if that's still going to go over to their side as their mid laner, as we are going to see that Tig banned out as well. Maybe they were expecting this Lucas to be slotted in the XP lane instead of that roam position. Lucas, who is a little bit interesting as well. I kind of feel like he falls into the same category as this Bedang, at least for me personally, as teams are still trying to figure out, is it better as an XP? Is it better in that roam position? Time will tell. And there goes the Bruno we were looking for. It does get picked up for Birthright, and I still think it's a good decision considering how much of these heroes are up close and personal for Papara.
Yeah, my only thing is we still don't have any good clears, so we're going to need that answer in the early game for Birthright, because we're not going to be able to put on that solid defense that we were from the last game. I'm sure we're going to be looking at Sicilian here. He's still not banned out. Carry is a very interesting pick, and I like the change here for Papara Supermassive because of how much they struggled in the late game. So it's nice to have some type of assurance in the late game that can kind of still keep you propped up. It's just like are we going to be able to reach that comfortably? And they're trying to make it successful. You're going to have the Hylos, you're going to have the Joy in the early game to hopefully be able to keep this carry safe for it to reach that late.
Now, do we see the Sicilian to wrap this up from Birthright? Could be a possibility. There it goes, Sicilian being picked up to finalize the draft. Now, you mentioned the carry, and I kind of have the same reaction with it. The carry is a little interesting. Maybe something like an Irithel, maybe something a little bit more mobile could have been a wiser decision. And the only reason I'm saying that is there's a lot of backline potential, right? You have this Hayabusa, you have this Gatot who can rush in on you, and you also have the Sicilian who's going to be shooting from afar, who has a lot of range. A carry, the most you're going to really be able to do is pull out that flicker to expand that distance. I guess you have the Hylos for a little bit of mobility, but is it enough? Traditionally, we see it paired more with the Mathilda. That's where I'm more of a fan of it, but I feel like the Hylos could be a close second, but we'll be able to see this. Papara Supermassive up against Birthright, jumping into game number 2. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, for me, the Hylos and Joy is going to be a winning combination, especially in the early game that Birthright's going to have some type of plan for if they have hopes of reaching this mid and late game. But Weezy, we're about to start up on game 2.
That's right, game number 2, Papara Supermassive up against Birthright. Now a 1-0 lead in Birthright's favor for the winner's match of Group A.
Yeah, and actually, I want to say nobody helping the junglers here, so Levi's going to take a little bit of a head start getting to his red buff, or his orange buff, just a little bit faster than Mohi did on the Joy. But I'm expecting to see probably a few more even fights. We're absolutely wrong. Mark is going to be on that Bedang in the roam position again. So it looks like they're not really sold on the XP lane Bedang just yet.
Yeah, not sold on it just yet, but we'll see how well this kind of plays out for them. Yeah, I was wondering, was it going to be the Katat inside of the XP lane? And it's going up against the Lucas, so that's not a matchup you see every day. But, you know, something we have seen, at least for match 1, and it trickled into match 2. Birthright still on the red side. Papara Supermassive on the blue. Now, when it came to both of these matchups, Papara Supermassive did a great job with After Dark and Blotchvet finding the opportunity first.
Ooh, big stun there. Lands on the My Lobby, who actually might be in trouble. Is going to have to proc himself some healing to get away, and is able to get away. He's going to have a 3v1 potentially in that lane in a few moments, but you can see Birthright lining up, looking for an angle that if they can find one.
Yeah, trying to find an angle. And we were just talking about that. Blotchvet and After Dark, they're able to be a little bit faster with the tank mage synergy up against Birthright's tank and mage. And that's what kind of helped them, especially toward that early game. And we may be seeing the same thing for game number 2. Birthright definitely need to be a little bit tighter on these objectives jumping into this match to have a better chance.
Ooh, Blotsvet and Mark still at level 3 here. Mohi going into the back lines, looking for that electrifying beats. Finds himself a turtle. Now looking to put the ends meet onto Levi with a shadow kill. Is out. Levi disappears like a ghost in the night, but costs his teammate a death. Mark the roam position. Oh, but Blotsvet coming in with the glorious pathway. And Wausau going to find a kill as After Dark finds another one. That is 3-0. For Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, but now you're looking at my lobby and Mark wrapping around, trying to get a possible counterplay.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to find one. It is a 2v3 right now. Birthright hurting for that fight, just was not it for them. They did find themselves a little bit of an escape. It looked like they were only going to take one death for that and lose the turtle. However, I want to say some proper management, skill management from Papara Supermassive. Blotsfet got his level 4 as they were up there in the tower, threw down the glorious pathway, and was able to lead his team to get 2 more kills.
And that's the thing about Papara Supermassive. Like you said, not much has to change from them. When it came to the objectives, they nailed everything down, right? They were able to get every single thing in game number 1 and didn't have a problem doing so. And I mean, you just got to see a flawless play onto the turtle as well. It's Birthright that really we got to keep a close eye on, right? They got to play a little bit tighter. It seems like when they don't have to be objective focused and they can only worry about the team fights, that's where they shine. But when it comes to trying to take these turtles, trying to take these lords, that's when you see Papara Supermassive just a little bit more of a higher IQ. So in order to beat them at that, they just got to play a little bit smarter, right? Wait, or try and find the back line, or try and disrupt the synergy from Papara Supermassive, especially After Dark and Blotsfet, the opportunity creators.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Birthright when they're drafting, when they're creating these compositions in their head, all they're thinking about is like max level and how strong is max level, and we don't actually consider when some of these compositions actually come online. Blotsfet with the glorious pathway now going to be looking for an escape, allowing Mohi the time he needs to scoop up the second objective of the game at the 4:30 mark. Another turtle for them, and they're going to go ahead and invade to try to take away that orange buff from Birthright.
And no trade back from Birthright as well. They have not gained anything since this match has started. Now getting to that 5-minute mark and a 2,600 gold lead from Papara Supermassive. We know they have this carry. We know it's going to start scaling as we get later in the game. Already picking up the corrosion side. The Bruno going for the sustainability play on the Haas class.
Yeah, and as I was saying, I feel like Birthright, they need to start, these compositions, they do well in the late game. I don't like how Birthright, I mean, it's kind of weird to say, like, because this style of play for them is winning. They put all of their cards into that mid and late game, and they just tough. They grit their teeth and they just rough it through those first 16 minutes of the game. And once they get just the littlest bit of an advantage, they're able to flip it around and keep that that momentum on their side. It's just, I don't feel like that is something you can always depend on. I mean, they've got a great composition here. Once they all get going, once they all have all the items that they need to actually really be successful, these team fights are going to be great for them. It's just here at the 6-minute mark, when you're 3-0, when you're losing 2 objectives, that's just a rough place to be.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard thing to kind of catch up on. Glorious Pathway going down.
Yeah, catches 2 members of Birthright. They're able to kind of coordinate around very quickly, find the synergy to group up, but they're going to lose that bottom tower. You see Wicked goes down there to check on it, loses it immediately. 6 seconds left on the next turtle. Looks like Birthright is actually in a decent position to actually be able to get up there, as Mohi's kind of cleaning up buffs just again. They're going to go ahead and start on it. Papara Supermassive. You see Waso taking the turtle to his side. 3 members of Birthright at mid, looking for an angle to go in. My Lobby gets some information for his team. Mark and Danny on the side, looking to see if they can kind of come in. My Lobby's out. Sanguine Claws come up there. Wasau diving onto Danny, and look at the Bat's Feast is out for him on that Sicilian, but unable to pierce the front line of Papara Supermassive. That's going to be the 3rd turtle for their team.
And just a checkmate play from them as well. Now 4,700 gold above Birthright in climbing, and that's what happens when you take these objectives one by one and don't find a trade. That is 3 objectives and not a single trade in Birthright's favor. If I even count the turrets, technically that's 5 objectives, as they took the top and bottom turret as well, and not to find a trade. That's a little scary.
Yeah, but I mean, I hate to sound like the dead horse here, but like we were in this position before. It's like if you're on the side of Birthright, you're basically just sitting there, hold the line. This isn't as bad as it was in the first game, because I want to say they were down by like 9 or 11 here. They're going to go ahead and dodge. Ooh, we do have a shadow kill. Levi in trouble, takes a heap of damage. Zao with the kill onto the back line. You see Danny's going to have to let loose with the bats. A feast. Blotsvet able to tank all the damage. My Lobby in trouble as Wasau creates that distance. The rest of the team going to go ahead, group up at the mid. They don't want to lose these towers just yet, as that opens up the entirety of the map, and Birthright still want to maintain just that little bit of control here at the 8 minute. They're going to go on. Mohi does clean up that orange buff and gets away.
He cleans it up on a 2v1 as well. Very impressive. But I mean, they are up in the economy. It's almost a 6,000 gold lead. Malefic Roar picked up from the high boosted for some initial pin, and there was the glorious pathway in the mid lane.
Oh, Danny goes to the security of his teammate with that Bats Feast. They are still able to maintain control of this mid tower, but they are spread across the map. 7 seconds left on this first Lord about to pop up.
Yeah, and man, like you said, similar to game number 1. I mean, yes, this technique did overall win for Birthright, but I don't know if it was a fluke, right? I feel like it was just a couple of mistakes from Papar Supermassive, which really put Birthright on the map for game number 1, and I don't expect the same thing to happen twice, but we'll see, as we are seeing the Luminous Lord play.
Ooh, they do see a lot of damage coming out there. Mohi able to get it. The rest of the team trying to disengage. Avatar the Guardian catches My Lobby. Azal finds a kill onto Wicked. Fistcrack is out. Danny finds a kill onto Mohi, but they immediately return the favor. 2 down for the side of Birthright, but at the bottom lane, it does look like Levi able to find a tower for his team, but that's 1 tower of the 3 that is down for the side of Papara Supermassive. 6-1 lead for them, 5k gold lead.
Yeah, definitely having a lead, but now the stun on the mark, forced to disengage from that orange buff. Needs to be careful while the Lord marching on the bottom side. This is going to create an opportunity for Papar Supermassive to claim even more turrets, but Birthright looks like they're going to be putting on a little bit of a fight with the 5-man stack toward that orange buff.
Yeah, they're going to be able to clean up this orange buff. I'm kind of wondering where Wicked is right now when it comes to the damage, when it comes to the items that he's going to need to actually be able to take down this front line, because Blotsvet has been a huge problem for him, especially a Bruno that he does a huge amount of damage, but Blotsvet, he's just made to tank a ton of that. Glorious Pathway is out, slows down the rest of Birthright. In comes Mohi looking for some damage. Electrifying Beats is out. Zal finds a kill, or does find a tower take down, as both AoEs proc on Birthright's high ground towers. Mohi finds another kill. We are just left to the base defense for Birthright at the 11-minute mark, and we're looking at about a 5k gold lead for Papara Supermassive.
That's right, stripped down to their inhibitor turrets, and Papara Supermassive in full control of this game. Literally a snapshot from game number 1, but something that happened in game number 1 is right when they got to this moment, right when it came down to taking a Luminous Lord and pushing through the base, that's where the mistakes started to happen, right? Having the advantage, having the confidence led to the arrogant plays that was turned around and countered by Birthright to put them in a position to close it out and claim that victory. So game number 2, being here again, do we see that aggressive nature come out from Papara Supermassive? You're already seeing the winner crown picked up from Mohi, so it is going to have a little bit of that insurance when it comes to these team fights to be able to become invulnerable. You see the DHS picked up with the corrosion sight from Carry as well, Zhao, and he's going to go ahead and have a lot of damage and some insurance from that Wind of Nature.
Yeah, and I mean, it all kind of comes down to how some of these final pushes go for the side of Papara Supermassive. Unfortunately, for the side of Birthright, they don't have the same type of clear that they had in the first game. They still sure have Sicilian there, but without the AoE ultimates that you have from a Beatrix, Wicked isn't going to be able to do the same amount of damage. I mean, he's got the worldy, I guess. I'm not sure how if you want to call that like an AoE clear for your team when they're trying to defend, but I mean, it's something, I guess, at least. So we'll see how well it comes when it comes to some of these defense. Ooh, we're going to go ahead, dive back on the Danny, and the rest of the team getting zoned out by Wausau. So doing a great job there. That's going to be another Lord picked up for Papara Supermassive. 6-1 on the board and a 6K gold lead for Supermassive.
Yeah, just doing a really great job on staying ahead and beating Birthright to these objectives. Zhao with the highest amount of gold as well. He's over about 1,500 above Wicked on this Bruno. Both of them have the damage though. Bruno has the crit and Carry does as well. But with Carry being ahead, it could be a problem.
Ooh, they're going to go in. Glorious Pathway. Lance out there trying to lock on to Wicked to take him down. He's trying to create some distance here on the back, putting some damage on the Blotsfet in the back line. Ooh, Levi able to find the kill with the assistance of Wicked. That's going to be one down for the side of Papara Supermassive as they try to defend against this Lord. I'm not sure they're going to be able to save this high ground tower. They do lose one. Levi comes in, doesn't get the shadow kill out there. Wicked finds himself another kill. That's 2 down for the side of Papara Supermassive. And I know they wanted to put pressure on here. They got themselves a Lord, but I'm going to go ahead and have to put that as a successful defense for Birthright.
Yeah, and the Windtalker picked up as well from Wicked. Now going to have that splash damage and attack speed, not to mention the crit to work in his favor. He's got those last 2 kills and you're starting to see that damage stack up. A lot of people underlook the Bruno nowadays, right? But I mean, the only thing that was nerfed was the range. He's still as that same heavy hitter. He just has to be a little bit closer.
Well, yeah, and then plus you've got some CC. You've got the Gatakacha. You've got Mark on the Badang there. So when they come running at you from the front, Badang's going to be able to create some of that distance. Look at how much he's chunking down those towers. Like 1, 2, 3 down, 1, 2, 3 down. And now Mohi's going to try to dive into the back line. He's going to be able to find it there. Wicked finds a kill onto the enemy jungler, and Papara Supermassive watching as this game quickly begins to fall apart for them. Now trying to disengage from their Wausau, looking for an escape. Blitzfeld gets trapped behind a Badang wall. Danny with the kill. Wausau looking for the escape, has to flicker out. Zhao with some damage out of his own. My Lobby on the back end. Gonna go ahead, zone out Papara Supermassive as Birthright finds another tower. Not again. Not like this. On the back end, we have a shadow kill. Zoning out the rest of Supermassive. Another tower taken down for the side of Birthright. 6-5. All we were waiting for was a 15-minute mark of that game.
What a turnaround. The European comeback kings, Birthright, finding the needle in the haystack, not once, but twice today in this series. We definitely, when it comes to Papara Supermassive, I guess we can check them off the board as an early game team. And we're going to have to give the late game team title to Birthright. As soon as you get around the 16-minute mark, then they don't have to worry about these turtles and these objectives, but they mainly just have to focus on the team fights and having the late game damage from being around that 50K threshold of gold. That's when they come alive.
Oh man, we do have a Glorious Pathway out. Big bait coming from the side of Papara Supermassive. Wicked finds a kill as well. Mohi finds one on to My Lobby. Wicked goes down. Zhao now unleashing the Fury. 4 down for the side of Papara Supermassive. Mohi evens the odds. It is just 2 junglers out there. Does Levi see him? Doesn't see him in the bush. Mohi wants to get back so that he can take down this core. Levi is going to decide against it. Ooh, gets caught with the electrifying beats. Mohi trying to catch up to him. Oh, coming in there, does miss the Shurikens, but there are enemies at the gate. Comes in with a shadow kill. Winter Crown is out. He's going to be able to find it. Levi gets taken down by Mohi, and that is a wipeout. Birthright alone there, but Mohi's not going to be able to. I was wondering, I'm like, is he going to try to take this by himself with 10% health, and he decides against it.
Yeah, but was that the right choice from Birthright? Why waste your jungler just to prove you can win a 1v1 when you know your team spawning in and the Luminous Lord is what's on the table. And this time it'll go to Papara Supermassive, and a major mistake from Birthright.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, if you're going to be safe, safety would have been the call there, just to make sure that you have somebody there for that first Lord. However, I mean, they were both very low. Why not, just for the excitement of the arena, just kind of throw down, point to the ground and be like, all right, let's go. Best man wins, and they both threw it out there. Unfortunately for Birthright, it does seem like Levi did get taken down by the better Mohi.
Hey, to be fair, it was a jungler versus a jungler, so somebody was losing that retribution play for the Lord, but it wasn't Papara Supermassive, and now the push to Birthright's base.
Yeah, and with that said, we do have a big glorious pathway laid out up at the top. Ooh, going in with a shadow kill. They're looking for an advantage. Ooh, comes in with a fist crack. Mark finds a MyLobby finds a kill onto After Dark. Waso with that shockwave blast to the rest of Birthright, as the rest of Papara going to have to disengage from this after losing After Dark right now. So another successful defense for the side of Birthright. Though I want to say that that bottom tower there is just kind of being held up there by chopsticks.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely fall soon. Birthright, some great defense, and this is similar to game number one. When the later the game goes, it's like the stronger they get. They're just scaling, and now the glorious pathway for some slow, trying to delay Birthright from pushing into the base.
Yeah, and look at Wicked. Look at the amount of damage he's able to do on that tower for those few seconds that they had a tiny little advantage at the high grounds now. Levi's going to start cleaning up this orange buff, and they no longer, Papara Supermassive needs to be careful, because one of the big, like, crazy things when it comes to this, when you're leading the entire game by like 6 or 7K, it can be hard for your team to adjust to the fact that now you're dealing with a team that's on exactly the same level as you are. You don't have those same advantages. You can't just run into bushes. You can't just rush in with a glorious pathway. You have to be very careful and pick your fights, because if you don't catch Wicked, if you're not able to get the CC on him immediately, he's going to be in the back of the line, absolutely chunking your whole team.
The only other problem is the Danny on the Sicilian, right? If Wicked can't get to them, Danny definitely has those stacks, as we are now past the 20-minute mark.
Ooh.
Whereas After Dark on the Valentina, he's not going to hit as hard as the Sicilian in the late game. So it puts a lot of pressure over to Zhao. But Levi maybe caught out of position.
He might be a little bit out of position. Mark very quickly onto the flank there. They saw him coming up. They decide to disengage from that. Levi lives to fight another day. Still has the immortality too. So he's still got some life left in him. He's going to go ahead, try for this attack again. The rest of the team looking to get some angles on to this Lord Glorious pathway. Catches two members. Danny is going to go ahead and back up. Mark's there, right? Oh, nice little fist crack there. Does find itself a target. Wasau is down. Mark finds himself a flicker. Mohi, immortality. Wicked laying down the damage for his teammates again. Mohi and Wasau are down. Birthright trying to put on the damage. Danny's going to find the immortality procced for Blotsfet, who's just trying his hardest, but he gets taken down. This looks like another game for Birthright, able to turn things around at the 16-minute mark. 11-15. Don't call it a comeback. It's just a strategy for Birthright. Game 2.
All right, look, I've seen a get out of jail free card before, but not twice in a row. Able to find victory again in the winners match for Group A. Birthright playing for the late game and keeping everybody on edge.
This is just amazing to me to see how It's got to be tough to be a Birthright fan, just because like the entire beginning of the game, you're just like, oh my God, pull it together, guys. We're just waiting for Wicked to come online, and it's just such a huge surprise to the opponents once he starts getting that damage on, to how well he can do a chunk. I mean, it's both games here as we take a look at some of these stats here. 6-2 and 6 for Wicked, and I mean, not a bad job done by the Bedang. The glorious pathway comes out. Bedang comes in with the fist break to separate his team from the front line that's charging for him and gives them enough room to unleash that damage. I mean, you can point at Wicked. He's going to have that MVP here. But Mark, we've been hounding on that Bedang pick. But when it comes to something, especially like a Hylos, that's going to run straight at you, that fist crack is so important to create that distance from his back line.
Yeah, it's interesting with the Bedang aspect, because I feel when it came to the objectives, when it came to fighting for these turtles, fighting for these lords, and just the overall turret plays, we didn't really see the Bedang shine. But once it got to that 15-minute mark, that's when they didn't really have to worry about these things. They just could go all out for a brutal battle between both sides, and I feel like that's when the Bedang starts to be a little bit overwhelming. When you have a Gatot with Avatar the Guardian dropping down into Bedang with a fist crack, I mean, I don't know about you, Private, but that's a combination I would not like to be a part of if I'm the enemy side, and overall just working really well. And then Wicked doing great on his positioning, staying separated from all the damage and scaling, getting the items necessary to be able to hit like a truck. You had the Hawes Claws, you have the Berserker's Fury, you have the, well, he probably did go for the Malefic gun as well, just for a little bit more range. And he was able to make the difference toward the end.
Yeah, I mean, most of this, I mean, Blotsfeld, this is where Wicked was actually doing such a great job coming back when he has provided the time he needs on that front line to be able to kind of dish out the damage. Another glorious pathway comes out here, but Wicked is able to dash away. Look at how low he is, but the great angles he's able to find back and forth. And this was that 1v1 I think we saw, both junglers alone on there. Mohi comes in, finds himself a kill onto Mark because he teleported outside of the bush. That's gotta be that's gonna be one of those things where you're like, ah, man, just these little mistakes. And this is where it all fell apart for them. Wicked on the back end just putting on the damage. Fist crack is out. Wicked able to take down Wasau, and then the rest of the dominoes kept on falling for the side of Supermassive.
Yeah, and then Danny, on the Sicilian, it's comfort pick. Playing from afar, he's also a major piece to this puzzle. When put together, has helped their team push on forward through the base crystal for victory. And this is not once, this is twice now that we got to see Birthright win with the late game finesse when the early game did not look in their favor.
Man, I kind of like wondering what you do here. Maybe we take Danny off of Sicilian. Like, I know that Wicked is the problem, but you're not going to be able to ban him out. He's shown already, he's got a deeper hero pool than a lot of people on, well, not than a lot of marksmen. It's just he's got a deep hero pool. There's not enough bans on this game to get to him something that he's going to be uncomfortable on. So maybe the next best option is to go and try to focus on Danny. Get him off of that comfort pick that he likes so much. Sicilian, once you get him off, especially because Sicilian provides so much for the team when it comes to trying to defend. You've got the what is it? The Bat's impact that can clear out the lane so quickly when you're trying to defend. Take out those minions that provide you the extra damage on the core and stuff like that. And then you've got something that isn't as effective and is potentially feeding your team. I don't know where you go from here, but I mean, we've talked. Are we still trying to say that Supermassive needs to make no changes?
It's hard because, again, they're not losing on objectives. They're winning everything. They're losing toward the late game when it's a 5v5 skirmish. And it's hard to really say because I feel like at that point it's just a 50-50. Yeah, sometimes it's like having a quarter and you flip it and you do heads or tails, right? Sometimes it lands on heads twice. Doesn't mean it's always going to land on heads. Eventually it'll land on tails, but it's not a true 50-50, but it just starts to work in the favor for Birthright at least 2 times in a row. So honestly, it's a very hard situation because it's not the draft, it's not the objectives, it's just the 50-50 late game when both teams have equal footing, and just slight challenges or mistakes makes the difference in what helps Birthright push on forward with the victory.
So my question is, how many times does that coin have to land on heads for you to say which before before we could keep it on to that luck phase? Because I mean, I'm starting to become a believer. I know that first game I was like, it was pretty rough, and they were able to take advantage of some things, but man, the second game, the same thing happened there, and with the same story, we're waiting for Wicked to come online. As soon as he does, he's just dishing out damage to the level that Papara Supermassive is not able to compete with. And it's almost to the point where I almost feel like Birthright has a point in the game where they're like, this is when we know that he can deal out the damage. And I almost feel like if Birthright moves that slider over a bit to be like, instead of 15 minutes, let's make it 12 minutes where we come back. I feel like they could still be able to be successful with it, because I feel like it's almost like a different team. You're always, at the beginning of the game, you're dealing with a team on their back foot. They're always trying to disengage. They're looking for these sloppy ganks that they don't get. But once you get to that 15-minute mark, every single time you engage on them, you get CC'd down. You're separated from the back line. Wicked is gunning you down. I don't even know how to explain it when it comes to just how well the strategy has been working for Birthright.
Yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow. You know what's actually interesting? I was kind of looking through, and I thought the Sicilian actually is not just a Birthright special. The Sicilian initially came out from Papara Supermassive, and this time around it's been taken from Birthright this entire series to not allow them to use it. So maybe just taking the Sicilian out entirely, because it seems like it's a secret weapon for both sides, could be a difference. Maybe trying to go in for more of a specific role and make them uncomfortable could make a drastic difference inside the game by focusing on more of a stronger targeted ban toward a specific hero. But then you got to look at, what hero do we focus on? Do we focus on the mid lane? Do we focus on the gold laner? Or do we focus on the jungler?
Well, then I'm trying to figure out what have we had in the mid lane on the side of Papara Supermassive that we have had instead of the Sicilian here that doesn't seem to be working as well for them. We've had Valentina out there, which, I mean, it's a great pickup. I don't remember it being too bad for them. I believe she's been taking the Avatar of the Guardian, but I mean, it's interesting if that's kind of the problem, because they've taken away the Sicilian from the side of Papara Supermassive. It's kind of put them on the back foot because they're not as comfortable with some of these compositions. Maybe even having Vexana, or not a Vexana, having a Farza on your team to provide that air support, to provide that suppressive fire when you're trying to take the towers, when you're trying to push on the core. You've got something on the back raining down damage that is pushing the enemy away. To the point where you're going to be able to close it on the 12-minute mark, close it on the 15-minute mark. And then especially because something like a Farza does a very good job of suppressing a lot of marksmans. It doesn't matter how fast you're going to be able to kind of take them down if you can't get close. Even with the Bruno, I mean, it's going to be very interesting. I don't know, just because Farza herself can be super susceptible because she has to stand still for that ultimate, that feathered airstrike to go off. So you leave her as a target. So I mean, I don't know where you go from here.
Well, you mentioned the Farza, and I'm right there with you. With her being a little bit more stationary with those feathered airstrikes, we know Birthright likes to go in for these backline dive heroes, right? The Hayabusa, the Gatot. So then there goes another challenge alongside the benefit that the Farza could provide. As we are now jumping into the drafting phase, though, we have a lot of questions, and we're definitely going to be getting a lot of answers here momentarily. So Yeah, if you take out the Sicilian entirely, that could be a start toward the right direction. And you know why I'm starting to think that it could be that is because Papara Supermassive was forced to run on this Valentino, right? The Valentino is great when you're going for these objectives, when you're going for these turtles, you're going for these lords. You have this Avatar of the Guardian that you're taking away. But once it gets to the late game, the Sicilian is there for the damage aspect, right? He's able to just rain from afar with the Bat's Impact, the Sanguine Claws, the Bat's Feast, and there's not really much you can do about it, especially even the beefiest heroes are going to struggle against that. And then not to mention you pair it up with Wicked, or, you know, with a Bruno, who later the game goes is going to hit hard as well. That combination damage alone is going to burst down anybody in their crosshairs. So that's where the Valentino starts to fall off. And I think we're dialing in on more of exactly what's costing them the late game. Maybe going in for a mage that has late game damage purely could be the focus for Papara Supermassive if they want a chance to stay in this series.
Well, it just depends to me. There's that school of thought, and then if I'm trying to play a devil's advocate here, maybe go for something that's more early game so that you really steamroll. Because I mean, I almost feel like trying to set something up for a late game is setting something up for our weakest, our where we are the weakest, which might not be as effective than building more strength where we're the strongest, which is in that early game that we've been seeing from the side of Papara. Something that shuts them down early, that really ensures security. Because, I mean, ideally, you kind of want to shut these games down very quickly. I mean, and we've seen that, especially when it comes to, like, C regions, it's very low kill games, immediate objectives, and then core, and it's done. Game is over, usually very decisively. Even when it comes to two, like, I want to say, like, first and second place teams, it just comes down to whoever has that advantage. They're just so precise with it. And maybe that's what the side of Papara might need to work on. Like I said, if I'm playing devil's advocate, because I do agree something in the back end needs to be there needs to be something done when it comes to that 15 and 16 minute mark that Papara is having just loads of trouble with here. Matilda available right now for Birthright.
Ooh, good read. I would definitely first pick it. I'm a fan of the Matilda, but they're going to go the Bedang instead. Wait a second. So do we get the Matilda and the Matilda and the carry here? The Matilda and the Phoveus here for first pick of Papara Supermassive? I mean, both could be wise decisions, or they can go the Hayabusa and the Matilda. I feel like no matter which way this plays out, Papara Supermassive will win from this initial trade-off. The only thing I will say, though, this is the first game of this series where Birthright is on the blue side and Papara Supermassive is on the red.
Yes. No matter what's open, what's out there, I was just like, of course it's going to be Bedang. I don't know why I thought any different there. But they don't go with the Matilda. They go with Hayabusa and Gadakacha. So taking away one of the picks that has been mildly successful for Birthright. Though I want to say the Hayabusa hasn't really been the game changer for Birthright. So now you potentially have the Matilda out there open. Or maybe they just don't want it. You're absolutely right when you were calling out some of those picks out there. The Carry in Matilda, the Phoveus in Matilda. Heck, even Ixia in Matilda is a super strong because you add mobility to a lot of those immobile heroes. But does look like they're kind of going another route here. They've got the Hylos picked up. So I'm assuming, are we going to be... Okay, so that's going to be... I was about to say, is that another fighter? No, that's going to be the jungler. Hylos is potentially going to be the XP laner if Birthright sticks with what they've been doing, which is keeping Bedang in that roam possession. They seem to be very comfortable with it. They like it. And we're basically flipping some of these compositions with who had it.
Yeah, now Sicilian will be on Papara Supermassive, and this is a comfort pick that we saw the debut from them as we open the doors for the challenge season day 1. This time, Birthright will not have the Sicilian. Papara Supermassive, though, let's just kind of keep in mind, late game, they struggled. Is the Sicilian the difference, though? When they have the Sicilian, they have the damage. So it looks like, we raised the question, how you kind of mentioned for Papara Supermassive, maybe focusing on what they're good at and sharpening that a little bit more to win in the early game is definitely a style. But I think they're going to go in and try and sharpen the late game instead with the Sicilians. So they're going to be looking to hold out on this match possibly. I mean, yes, they have an early jungler like the Hayabusa who can definitely get the job done. But with the Sicilian there, it's just going to take a lot of time for After Dark to be as effective compared to that Valentina that we've seen him use before. The Alpha being pulled out here too. This is a little different. I'm not against it though. I feel like against the Hayabusa, against an aggressive composition, you're able to have a little bit of an easier time in that early game because he's pretty much a jack of all trades. He has sustainability, he has the range, and he also has some crowd control and mobility at his side.
Yeah, and I want to say Birthright, this is going to be a much more successful early game for them, I feel like, just because you have the Alpha and the Hylos, and especially if the Hylos is in the XP lane, that means he's going to have his ultimate for the first objective, which just comes in huge handy from zoning out the rest of the enemy team from that objective for an Alpha that can hold the objective rather than a Hayabusa who has to bide his time, have the vision from his teammates, come in with that quad shadow, get the retribution, get out safety. There's just so much stuff that has to go right for him in the early game for him to be able to get that turtle successfully here, whereas Birthright can just kind of hang out, tank the damage, grab it, and then be on their way. I am expecting maybe one more early game pick from them to really kind of ride this one home, especially because, like you said, they've given away the Sicilian. They've given away some of these picks that made them so successful in the late game. Hopefully they're realizing that and they want to close this up early.
Which is interesting when you really dig into it, because Birthright is a team that they do great when it comes to the late game, but we have yet to see them thrive in the early phase. So to go for an early game composition, this is a different play style than what we're traditionally used to seeing with them. So I'm wondering how this plays out. Like if they, let's say they take advantage of the early game and they get the first turtle, are they going to be able to hold that momentum? Because we haven't really seen them hold the momentum toward the early phase. When they get to the late game, they're able to hold it. But now with this early game composition, Papara Supermassive needs to be very careful.
Yeah, and that's something that's like, is it something that's kind of like region-wide when it comes to EU, when it comes to Turkey? Like, I feel like it's something that we've kind of discussed a lot, not just on screen, but even in the back, that EU, MENA, Turkey, they tend to lean towards those late games, and whoever sets up better for the late game usually is more successful, just because it takes them a little bit of time to get rolling, even to the point where what we've just watched, even when you have that successful early game, it's hard for them to maintain that hold on the game when your opponents just get stronger. They start hitting those power spikes. They've got all their items. They're starting to get kills, and they turn around the momentum. So this could be the biggest test for Birthright, just because it's a different style from them when it comes to, I want to say, being able to take advantage of that early game. Interesting thing here is they give away a lot of picks that they were kind of gunning for in the first two drafts. Tigreal's out there, Sicilian's on the enemy team. They no longer have Hayabusa. And I've said this, the last two things too. Birthright's gonna have to be careful. I'm gonna say it again. This composition kind of reads like they're trying to counter, and they're really hoping that Tigreal doesn't land these great implosions. But we've seen it time and time again that they're able to kind of turn things around. This time they're gonna be first pick, and they're on the blue side. Let's see if Papara Supermassive finally have a reply.
That's right. Is the third time the charm for Papara Supermassive, a team that has been dominating in the early phase but struggling in the late game. Keep in mind, if they don't win this one, they lose their spot into being qualified and will have to fight it out in the lower bracket for another shot at successes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now jumping into game number 3 of Winners Match Group A, Birthright against Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, Birthright is on the eve, the edge of making it to the challenge finals here, and looking to close this game up with a sweep. Their last series that they had against S2G Esports went the entire distance, 5 games. Here, they've cleaned things up a bit in the late game to be very successful. Ooh, nice little freeze there on Tawasa. Was having a little bit of trouble. Mark on the back end, now confronted by 4 members of Papara. MLBB with the revitalize there is going to keep Mark topped up. So a nice tanky front line from the side of Birthright is going to get them out of harm's way. And speaking of which, Danny actually in trouble, gets pushed. Pop up there after dark, looking for it. Matt, they do have the passive proc for Danny, and unfortunate for After Dark, not able to get those sanguine claws out early enough. And even coming in with the shadow kill, Mohi not able to find the target he wanted.
See, a lot of things different from game 1 and game 2. First of all, Danny almost was picked off there. He's not running the Sicilian no more. He has to play a little bit closer with a hero like the Aurora, and you're already seeing how that aggressive style is not really in his favor, right? He has to be careful. If he was any bit closer than that, he would have fell before the first minute of this game. Turtle now spawning in, both sides ready to go for this objective, and Blotchvet, he's going to be the one we keep our eyes on this TIG, right? When he gets his level 4, those implosion plays, he's going to be the one to get those setups to stop this early game composition from Birthright.
Ooh, Mark comes in with himself a little bit of a fist break there. Going to push away the rest of the enemy, coming in with a quad shadow. I'm not sure that Mohi, he does have the shadow kill on his side there as well, but Birthright going to have a very furrowed first turtle for themselves. Not much contention coming from Supermassive, and definitely a flip from what we've seen from the first 2 games of this series.
That's right. This is the first objective. This is the first turtle they've got in 3 games. This is a major difference from game number 1 and 2, and maybe this is what they needed to do. Just shake up the entire scene to be able to keep this game working on their side. Because, I mean, they won the first 2 games, and now Papara Supermassive, they're forcing them to try and play for a late game comp instead.
Yeah, the one thing, though, is I want to start seeing, especially when it comes to this next turtle, I want to start seeing more objectives seized here, some ganks coming on there, so because we really want to get to that core. I want to say by about the 13, 14-minute mark to start actually putting on the real pressure that we need. No kills just yet for any of these teams, and honestly, at this level, I don't really care too much for the kills. I want to see those objectives starting taking that gold plating starting to go down for some of these towers and stuff like that. Ooh, actually to come in there, they're going to block out Blotsfed, taking a heap of damage there, and he gets the first blood. Levi putting that in his pocket for Birthright.
See, this is the problem. We have yet to see Papara Supermassive play from behind. They've always played from ahead with the early game, and when they did get the turnaround from Birthright, they were not able to turn it back around, and this is a little bit of something we're going to be watching for when it comes to the early phase. It's now a 1,400 gold lead for Birthright. They're now not just winning in the late game matchups, but gaining the objectives and winning in the economy.
Ooh, I did see a little bit of a push go there on to the Badang. Wicked, or not Wicked, I believe that was Mark over there, got pushed there. They're setting up for this next. MLBB does put some damage onto Blotsfed, checks that push there, takes a heap. 3 members from Papara Supermassive, Sanguine Claws, land on to MLBB, while Danny is going to go ahead and push away the rest of Papara Supermassive. And they're looking for some kind of, I want to say they're looking for an advantage on this turtle. Birthright definitely wants the fight here if they can. So Papara Supermassive need to be very careful. Are you going to be able to get this turtle, or they're going to go ahead and disengage from it. You can already see the quad shadows. Papara is going to go ahead and looking for that bottom lane very quickly.
Yeah, it's just not much Papara Supermassive is going to be able to do there. And I mean, we kind of hinted this in the draft, right? With the alpha, with the high-lows, you have an Aurora as well. And a Badang, all these heroes provide a good synergy when it comes to focusing on these neutral objective plays.
Oh, and another kill onto Blotsfet. Having a rough time, even on Tigreal, which is something that Birthright were, dare I say, kind of afraid of in those first 2 matches, but really kind of showing how much that they can punish some of these perhaps lackadaisical rotations. And I mean, this is a completely different team that we see from the first two. This is basically exactly what Papara Supermassive was doing to Birthright in the first two games in the early games. The only thing we're waiting for to see if Papara Supermassive can match up and turn this around at the 15-minute mark, because so far it has been 100% Birthright.
And I thought it was a fluke in game number one with just how well Papara Supermassive won in the early game and almost closed it out. I thought it was a fluke on how Birthright was able to win that. But then you see it in game number two and you start scratching your head. Was this a fluke? Was this planned the entire time? And now in game number three, to see a totally different team taking advantage of the early game, I'm starting to think this was all calculated in a master plan.
Ooh, now look at a great, glorious pathway to separate out the rest of Papara from Wasau. They're going to get themselves a tower, possibly a kill here as a, well, dang, they had to waste a lot of abilities there. And Papara could do nothing but watch as they were separated. A great plan there from Birthright. I love glorious pathways like that just separate the entire team. Tower goes down, a kill goes down, and that is unfortunate for Wasau. They're starting to look, they're starting to see that tunnel vision, looking for that mid lane.
Yeah, trying to find a opportunity, but yet to get one. Birthright is going to be able to take this turtle. That's all the turtles gone into Birthright's favor. They've only gotten 3 turtles in 3 matches, and all of them have been in this game alone. And now with a 4,000 gold lead on their side, when it comes to these engagements, they're going to be the ones that kind of topple over. Even though the damage is more in favor for Papara Supermassive, the items are going to be the difference on them trailing behind. Taking the turret on the top side, taking the turret on the bot side, and taking a pause for a brief intermission. Yeah, I heard that breath. I got to take one too. Man, what is going on? This is a totally different game from match number 1 and 2.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like that Birthright went with this instead of continually going for these late game compositions, because it's showing some flexibility, some fluidity in their strategies. They're showing, no, we don't have to let you absolutely demolish us in the first game. We can come up with something that can do well in the early game too. But like I said, the big thing for me when it comes to Europe, when it comes to MENA, when it comes to Turkey, is can we close out these games with the decisiveness that we show in the early game? And that's what we're really kind of waiting to see from a team like Birthright, and to see if maybe Papara is going to be able to give them a taste of their own medicine, because we're still waiting for a few items. Bruno has yet to come online, and that's where things really shook up when it came to game 2 of Papara Supermassive and Birthright. And that's where, like, they were able to create that distance. They were able to hold them down with that amount of CC. You've got a Tigreal on your team as well. A huge amount of CC with that implosion, the pop-ups, the push there. So you have the tools. It's just, can we get them working precisely that we need, like the way we need them in that late game?
Yeah, this is going to be a big challenge for Papara Supermassive, because, I mean, not only are they not losing or winning in the early game, which is their specialty, but the late game, I mean, when you're looking at Birthright, they're a late game team, right? They know how to play when they don't have to worry about these neutral objectives and turrets. So that's another element that we have to watch out for as we progress through this match. Not to mention the draft for the side of Birthright is way different than what we've traditionally seen. They didn't optimize the Sicilian. They allowed it to go to the side of Papara Supermassive. It's kind of like a mental game, right? Hey, I'm gonna give you your best pick and still get the victory over you. I mean, it's just, it gets really high in that power check as you get through the challenge season. But what is standing out to me is the composition at its finest, right? You have this Aurora, you have this Bedang, you have this Hylos, and this Alpha. 4 of these heroes, when they stick together, that's pretty much a guaranteed turtle or lord, because they have so much crowd control. It's overwhelming. You have to be able to find a hero who can dive in and stop that from happening. Even a Tig, who that's one of his main specialties, he has to watch out. If he gets caught with just one of those crowd control effects, the damage is gonna follow through, especially with Wicked, and we know how Wicked gets down when it comes to the gold lane. It's gonna be a major threat.
The thing for me too is Aurora, they don't even have Purify on the Aurora. They just have a Flicker. And that kind of, I'm like looking at that and I'm like, man, this should be easy money for Tigreal to kind of get in there in an implosion. Once we get out of the laning phase, that has been the difference when it comes. Once we get out of the laning phase, how well are our compositions doing? Blotsvet actually getting caught up there. The damage coming out from Levi is going to be enough. We have the Avatar, the Guardian out there. Mohi comes in. They are turning this around. Shadow Kill on the back end, and the disengage coming out from the side of Birthright. One down, but answered with one of their own as well. 4-1. So the lead still firmly in place for Blotsvet. For the side of Birthright.
Yeah, good placement of the Avatar Guardian from Wasa as well to be able to stop the initial push from Birthright for the siege of that turret in the mid lane to buy them some time. That's also their first kill on the board, and that's Mohi to be able to take that one. But the turtle, that did go over to Birthright, so they do have 3 turtles on their side for a major advantage. And now, speaking of advantage...
Again, they're doing such a great job with some of these catches. I mean, it's the usefulness of having a Badang. We do have themselves a little bit of an implosion coming out. Avatar the Guardian is down as well, but the whole of Birthright answer back quickly. Danny with the kill onto After Dark, and the rest of Papara having to back up as Birthright come bursting through the mid lane. Wicked with another dash and that attack speed that he needs to take down another tower. We're looking at 7-1 lead for Birthright and a 6K gold lead.
Yeah, a major advantage, and a Lord now spawned in, which should be their next focus, to be able to take that down and then go in for the inhibitor push. Birthright now rides with that 8,000 gold lead, is well ahead of Papara Supermassive, and we have not seen this entire series. This is the biggest gold lead Birthright has had so far today. And just looking at the ADCs, Bruno just now getting to 5,000, while on the other side, Wicked is almost at 8,000. Has the Demon Hunter Sword, has the Golden Staff, has the Corrosion Sight, the Core Trinity, while Bruno really only has the crit of the Berserker's Fury. Yeah, he has the Hawes Claws, but that's just for the sustainability.
The one thing that has always been something that I can look forward to on the side of Birthright is no matter how bad they've been doing in the early game, Wicked has found the ability to continually farm and keep pace with the enemy marksman, if not outright start passing him up in the late game, which has just been one of those things that really helped them into that late game. Here, we're not seeing that so much from the side of Papara Supermassive. Zhao just having some real trouble. He's not taking deaths. He's being safe, but he's also not farming the way you would like to have. This is your assurance in this game, he's going to have a rough time as they start kind of cracking themselves into these high ground towers.
All right, so they take the tier 2 turrets, but they still have to go through the inhibitors, and the Lord has been bursted down. Papara Supermassive now at the back end, forced to play defense and down in the economy by 10,000 gold. They have yet to be this far behind this entire series, and now we have to see, are they a team that can do the same thing Birthright accomplished? Can they play from behind? Can they turn it around? They do have a late game composition, especially with the Bruno, especially with the Sicilian.
Danny putting on the damage on the Mo. Ooh, a little bit of the lackadaisical Frigid Glacier there, but the rest of Birthright comes in, and Wicked gonna pick up a clean kill onto Mohi, expanding their kill lead to 8-1.
Prolific gun picked up by Wicked as well, so now he has a little bit of that extension on range.
Yeah, we do have a glorious pathway. Wassaw, separated from his team, is going to dash across. They're doing such a great job of keeping this zoning out there to push away. Ooh, look at him. I know Blotsvet's looking for an... can he get in there with a flicker? He has the flicker, but he doesn't find the angle that he wants, and that's going to be the mid-high ground tower down.
Pure surgical procedures from Birthright right now in game number 3, looking for a clean sweep against Papara Supermassive. At the 11-minute mark, they have opened up their base as well through the mid lane, and now needing to wait for this Lord. Now, Birthright, when it comes to the team fights, we don't really see too many mistakes from them. It's really just the initial early objectives from game number 1 and 2, where they just weren't as aggressive and they just let Papara Supermassive take it. But Birthright, they're not a team that just overextends for the kills when not necessary. And I mean, look at that gold lead, and I feel like those recall spams is part of the reason why we got to 11K. But hey, we'll have to pull the stats behind the scenes on that one. But speaking of stats, look at Wicked. He is full build right now, and we're still looking at Zhao. He has yet to pick up his third item. He's still holding on to the Berserker's Fury and the Hawk's Claws.
Yeah, and one of the big differences too, when Birthright gets the advantage, when they pull away from the base, you saw how they froze all the lanes. That forces Papara Supermassive to try to come out here, try to see if there's anything in the jungle for them to pick up. They can't clean up minions because the minions are frozen in the middle of these lanes. Supermassive is not able to get any gold. None of the minions are coming to their base for them to hit, so they're just locked down there, turtled, without any way to get that farm up. And that's exactly why Zhao now, at this point in the game, is not able to get any farm and is still about almost 3K gold behind Wicked. So, I mean, they're doing everything by the book. You see lanes on here. Now they're going to start pushing in these lanes, so all lanes come crashing in at the same time. This is going to split up Papara Supermassive, so they have to defend. Oh, they actually missed the bottom lane. I spoke too quickly. So it's going to be crashing in a little bit later, but still with enough time for them to kind of split up their priority. Now, Glorious Pathway is out. We're zoning out the rest of the team while we take on this tower.
Yeah, both sides still fighting it out. After Dark getting a kill.
Ooh, Levi finds a kill on the Wassaw. Blotzvet is taken down on the other side. Mohi, Wicked with the kill. This could be in. What a difference maker. Oh, 2v2 right now. Levi comes in with the alpha charge, takes down After Dark. It is just Danny against the marksman, and is this shades of what we saw from Birthright? They are still, I want to say, 1-1. So both teams took equal damage there when it came to the kills. 4 down for Birthright, 4 down for Papara Supermassive. But you see Papara going to try their best. They're looking to put some pressure onto this mid tower.
They got a lot of things to clean up, though. We're not even past the 15-minute threshold. We're not even at that 16-minute power spike where Birthright really starts to come alive, at least from game number 1 and 2. But the difference with this one is they don't have as many late-game damage hitters, right? Specifically because they let Danny run on this Aurora instead of having that Sicilian, which puts a lot of the damage into Wicked's hands, whereas the rest of the team's main focus is to create that setup with the crowd control. Now, Papara Supermassive, they had a little bit of a second chance right there to be able to burst them down and not allow them to finish. They can possibly contest this lore, but they are down by almost 7,000 gold. And last time we checked the items, you got to see Zhao. He only had the Berserker's Fury and the Hawk's Claws. Now he's starting to catch up. He has the Malefic gun, and he has the Windtalker. So he has the splash damage with Typhoon. He has additional crit. He has additional attack speed. And then he also has the range to work in his favor, not to mention the sustainability from the Hawk's Claws. This is a way better kit than just a Berserker's Fury and a Hawk's Claws. So this could be the difference.
Ooh, Danny almost gets caught, still has that passive there. They're looking, they had that shadow kill that kind of locked on it. That's kind of amazing from Zhao too. Went from being 3 items down to his opponent to now only being 1 item away from a full build. Just with that, the advantage that they took in that defense alone. Ooh, a little bit of a conceal play. They're looking for the Alpha. Levi in trouble here. 4 members. He gets packed up. Still has the immortality procced out there. Takes down the marksman. Zhao is down. Levi, a 1-man army. They had a 4v1 on that man, and still he didn't even proc his immortality.
And this is where the Alpha shines. He's better against more numbers because he gets more regen. And I don't think they had the anti-heal to cut it down by 50%.
Woo! Down goes Mo. He got caught trying to latch onto Danny. In comes the Alpha charge. Levi trying to back up After Dark. On the backside, Wassaw getting caught by Mark with that fist pump there. Levi finds a kill on the After Dark, and down goes the rest of Papara. Supermassive Birthright are going to the challenge finals.
Control, Alt, Delete. A download and an installation is what we've seen today from Birthright. Rising to the occasion time and time again, even when the odds did not look in their favor, taking down Papara Supermassive and earning a spot as the first team to be qualified to the Challenge Finals.
What a clean game by them. A few little hiccups when it came to the defense, but definitely not in the same way that we saw from their opponents. They were able to clean it up very quickly. And then I don't know if you can call it a bad decision to try to conceal play and go for the alpha, but man, Levi stood his ground with the help of that glorious pathway to keep him with a little bit more of the healing that he needed. And then My Lobby came in with the aid, with the revitalize to help him out, and able to turn that around on the team. Here, MVP going to Danny.
Yeah, able to get that MVP. Well deserved on Danny, switching things up. I mean, it was this whole Aurora that really shook the scene and switched the way even Papar Supermassive played, as they fell in for the bait with the Sicilian pickup and forced them to not be a dominating early game team like we've seen in match number 1 and 2. And with that being said, that's a one-sided story, a clean sweep for Birthright, and a well-deserved victory at that.
I'm just so shocked, and I'm almost kind of sad, because when you're going to look back over this tape, it's going to be like, all right, you see that Levi is open. What do? Conceal play, go for him with almost your whole team, but they failed. So something happened there in that micro that stopped them from being able to burst him down. It's just a crazy, and really kind of stands as a testament for the skill that Levi has on that alpha.
And it's interesting because, you know, if we didn't see game number 3 and not only watched game number 1 and 2 of Birthright, I would have said this team's not really good early game. They're just a late game comp team. But now to be able to see in game number 3 that they can dominate in the early phase, the mid phase, and claim a fancy finish at the end with little to no problem means they have an overall package and a team to watch out for, especially inside of the Challenge Finals. They're full of surprises.
Man, I just amazing, and a very, like you said, whether it comes from the early game, whether it comes from the late game, they showed that they just have the complete package when it comes to this, especially for the drafting that kind of comes out here. If they had first pick, they're kind of going for that early game there. Here's that pick off there. You see the glorious pathway out there, keeping him topped up. The rest of the team, it's just like, bro, first goes down the marksman. Maybe that was a little something to talk about, the marksman getting a little too close on that, and he had the malefic gun too, right? So he had the distance he could go, but maybe it's something that Supermassive needs to understand, is that overconfidence. Whether it's those first 2 games where they get super overconfident with the pushing into the core and they get things turned around on them, or it's a fight like that where as a Moskov, as a marksman, you want to still maintain that distance, especially from something like an alpha. But the marksman was the first to go down, and that really upset the tempo for that gank.
And speaking of confidence, the MVP does go over to Danny on this Aurora. And like I said, we had the pleasure of interviewing Danny. And confidence is a word to describe him down to the T, right? He said not too many teams are worried about. We know the objective, we know the focus, and we're going to get the job done. And that's what we've seen today from Birthright, the first team to be able to qualify for the Challenge Finals from Group A, and well-deserved with a 3-0 clean sweep.
Yeah, absolutely great game, but we're here to see what the prettier version of our casters here has to say about that game.
Wow, definitely the more talented has said enough. Congratulations for Birthright in being the first team in the challenge season this time to qualify for the challenge finals. So right now they can take a break a little bit, but definitely their performance shows their confidence and a well-deserved victory. Now for Birthright, now for Papaya Supermassive, on the other hand, they still have one more chance to go up against S2G in the lower bracket to determine one team to qualify for the challenge finals. But just now we saw Birthright smash Papaya Supermassive with a 3-game decisive victory, and now they are in for the good for challenge finals.
If I'm correct, is that the first non-disqualifying sweep that we've seen in this series, or was there another one that we've seen here on the weekend? Because that was that's probably one of the more decisive games, at least in bracket A. That's been one of the more decisive games that I've seen, especially coming from Birthright, who in the first series took all 5 games to really start getting that engine rolling and that engine revving on themselves.
Yeah, it's not the first one. We got to see Besiktas Esports and Falcons fight it out. Falcons took down Besiktas to knock them down to the elimination bracket, and then Besiktas fell to elevate. So, yeah, definitely a time for the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season and a 3-0 sweep to reclaim that spot into the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, but coming up next, we are going to see Incendio Supremacy versus Team Falcon. So both are huge names in their region and a lot to look forward to. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be back in 5 minutes.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good.
Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good.
Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Welcome to So. Tiso is the gold laner of Elevate. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. I'm very good.
So, we will play a game with you. You will hear some voices. Those might be, the heroes' recall effect or, a line, a sentence. So, you will guess the hero. We can start. Let's go.
Okay, sure.
Sacrifice everything for victory? Gladly.
That sounds Chinese, so maybe it's Kagura?
No, it's Gustion.
Okay,
Now we
Gustion.
can go
Okay.
next. Yeah. Let's go next.
Okay. Sure.
Watch out, Leo. Mother Universe needs you.
You must be familiar with this.
Sounds like some robotic kind of hero. Maybe Alpha. That sounds like a woman. Like, actually, I have no idea.
Is your
Maybe
answer
Irito.
Alpha?
Is it Irito? No, I think it's Irito. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah,
Grats.
Okay.
Okay.
It was some,
Good one.
It was some skin, okay? Okay.
Yeah, good one. I told you were familiar with this one since you play gold lane. Let's go on the next one.
Okay, interesting. That was just a slash. Maybe some type of fighter hero. Is it Alucard or Alpha?
You really love Alpha. Your answer for all questions is Alpha.
Yeah, I'll just guess Alpha.
Alpha, okay.
Yeah.
You know, it's the new hero, so you must not
new
be
hero.
familiar with. Yeah, Lucas.
So it's for Lucas, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
really-
good try.
that's why I
Good try.
didn't know.
At least you figured out it was a fighter. That was a good one. Let's
Yeah.
go next.
Kind of sounds like an assassin. Is it maybe Amon?
Okay, that was Lunox.
Oh, it was Lunox.
Yeah.
It sounded like a male. That's why I thought it was like an assassin. Kind of cheeky.
Yeah, that was different. So, Tiso, thank you. That was a good one. You at least got Rital right. We wish you luck and success in the upcoming tournament. See you tomorrow then.
Thank you guys. See you tomorrow.
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. 'Cause I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I keep to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much now, I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light, the green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. I keep to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much now, but I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light, the green light. I will stand and fight. 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 I will stand and give me the green light.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
And everyone, we are back. Today is day 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season. Today, we just had an exhilarating matchup, and now we're gonna see Incendio Supremacy versus Team Falcons. Some of the household names, one of the most excited series that we're all looking for.
Yeah, I am hyped for it, but not more hyped than joining me here, the analyst extraordinaire, Yui, at my side.
Yeah, Thank you, guys. I'm glad to be here, right? These are two heavy hitters from two different regions, and they have come to clash in one of the international events that these two regions actually get to participate. So I'm excited to see what they bring to the table today.
Yeah, and just as we were mentioning it, UA kind of predicted a sweep coming from one side, so we'll see which side it comes from. But nonetheless, guys, we will drop a free code throughout the stream, so make sure you pay attention to the stream very carefully.
Yeah, we'll see how well that goes out there. So keep your eyes peeled, because I know I'm going to keep my eyes peeled so I can get those fast hands onto that little code. Maybe get me a skin, maybe get me some magic dust. We'll see as it happens. But man, onto these matches we talked about, especially when it came to the last one, we saw a lot of upsets to get those people where they are. But here, Incendio Supremacy taking on Falcons, this is going to be a mashup.
Yeah, I mean, strong performance coming out from both of these teams. Incendio Supremacy, aka known as Fire Flux, right? They have done well in a lot of the international tournaments leading up to here, and constantly place first and second place in pretty much any event that they're going to. And Team Falcons, right? A team from the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, specifically, has also done well in their region perspective, right? And you know, I don't want to get into it too quickly, but this is going to be one of the most bloodthirsty matches, I think, coming out from both these teams.
I mean, absolutely. You are right. Both teams do have international experience, and both teams are super house teams from their respective region, MENA and Turkey. But Incendio Supremacy do have an advantage. They have been there for the M6 and for the MSC, so they have definitely proved themselves to be very worthy opponents. And now, guys, take us into the series and see who will be on the row as UA takes us his way.
Yeah, we've been talking about this. I'm excited about this matchup, especially because we're whittling it down to some of the top 4 teams. One of these 2 teams here is going to be moving on to the finals as we take a look at the verse and matchup between Incendio Supremacy and Team Falcons. You talked about it a little bit earlier. Incendio Supremacy might be a new name, but a lot of history behind this team.
Yeah, I know there's a huge fan base coming out from both of these sides. Incendio Supremacy, especially since they've done so well in a lot of the M series, right? Alien, TNZ, Rosa, Apex, 47, Sunshine. This is a stacked roster. And coming out from Team Falcons, Alpha, Kenji, Smile, Super, and Koba, also households name coming out from their regions. This is pretty much the matchup that I think everyone is out to watch for, especially in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, definitely one of the larger fan bases when it comes to these regions. I want to say prospectively, I want to say some of the top teams of their region, and consistently the top teams. That's why we were talking about history. Both of these teams bringing in a lot of history from their region, whether Falcons from Saudi, and then Incendio Supremacy, who's had just a huge following from theirs. And I'm looking out for a war here. The biggest thing, I think we talked about it, has been the difference when it comes to the Europe, the MENA, when it comes to Turkey, has been the prioritization of the Bedang, which I know you have not been a huge fan of, but we have to give some light to it, especially with the effect that it had in some of the last series that we've seen.
Oh no, definitely a lot of respect towards the Bedang pick. He has good matchups, right? You saw kind of like the high lows getting stuck, and you can see the peel coming out from it, you know, especially with protecting a lot of the ADCs, giving them that distance in between. However, this pick is still not widely used everywhere, right? It's a little bit of a niche pick, and I think the MENA EU region is very special when it comes down to identifying some of these specific picks. Back then, they had the Khalid roaming around and literally dominating, and that led to M series wins for multiple regions. This time around, they're going with the Bedang. You know, I want to trust them. It has great matchup. It also does have counters, but both of these teams are very, very smart with it. They don't really want to deal with it early on. I think it's just something that hasn't really been tested well enough. And Incendio Supremacy, they're totally fine with taking it off the board, right? It leaves open a lot of great heroes that they could pick themselves, and it's just one small headache that they don't have to deal with.
Ooh, with Joy, that leaves open the Granger and the Harith on the side here. And I'm wondering if we leave both of them open, which I kind of feel like is the smart option here, because then you kind of wait to see which one the other team picks, try to counter that out. Or if you take one of them off the board and just try to deal with it as best as you can. Some big prime ones that we've been seeing kind of, I want to say, prioritize. Suyu still on the board as well. Hayabusa's taken off of their Eve, which I'm not sure if Team Falcons and City of Supremacy liked to prioritize. I know in the last series, it was one of those high-end ones that they liked to take off the board very quickly.
Well, I think this is pretty smart coming out from Team Falcons, right? Team Falcons is a team that has a very diverse draft. If you take a look at some of their last results, they pretty much played a different hero from every single rule. And from the side of Incendio, they kind of tend to gravitate towards a lot of the assassins in the jungle, and they always have like a frontline roam from Apex 47, something that can tank in the front. Like we commonly see Hylos being picked up, so I'm not going to be surprised if Incendio picks that up themselves, but Team Falcon has a great opening. They did not go for the Granger since there is that trade matchup between the Granger and the Harith and the Rithel, but they go with Zushin instead, and Zushin is great here. Oh, whew.
Yeah, but in reply to that, you're going to pick up the Fanny, you're going to pick up the Cho, two heroes that are going to be able to close the distance on a Zuxin. Not just that, but then be able to disable and disarm and then maybe find those quick kills. You're going to be able to jump in with a Jikundo, you're going to find that way of the dragon onto her, and then you're going to have the Fanny to come in and finish the job. But it's all well on paper, like when you say like that's how easy it is, but it does depend on the rest of these pickups and how well you can kind of compartmentalize these picks.
I do think it's a little bit of a mistake coming out from Team Falcons, right? Fanny is not something that we really want to give away for free. And there is still the ability to lock down that hero. They're really hard to deal with. Now, this Chao pick, this is one of the picks that I'm actually more surprised that in the MENA and EU region, we don't see it as often as it really should be, because in the M series, it was getting picked over and over between the wild cards into kind of the elimination match. It was always getting prioed. But Incendio Supremacy picks it up themselves. This is a team of, international experience. I'm expecting a very, very strong performance on this Chao. Now, Team Falcons, we have this Alpha pick. This is something that they have picked up previously, and we saw in the previous match, right? Alpha is something that you can't really kill by yourself. He could 1v5 going into the offlane, has the immortality, has a lot of defense. So this is something that's going to be quite tanky, and I think it just really fits well with the team, with what Team Falcons are really trying to draft up here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I do like that Incendio Supremacy. They're going to use that last pick on the Granger and then immediately ban out the Harith, taking away one of his larger counters. Only thing left up on the board would probably be the Irithel. Or the interesting thing is I feel like Clint is still kind of viable. If you're talking about lane matchups against the Granger, Clint has a very strong opening against the Granger with the burst that he can kind of dish out there and kind of keep him at odds ends. You talked a little bit about how dominating Cho can be when it comes to some of these international games, when people are kind of in the same location. And I wonder if maybe just that little bit of lag that, and I say this with a Fanny on the team right now, is that maybe if that can sometimes be the difference maker that leaves picks like the Cho, the Fanny, the Ling left up to only the most confident players on those heroes where they don't want to take any chances. Oh, the Farja pickup is something that we didn't see in the last series. It's something I was kind of gunning for just because of its ability to kind of help put down that suppressive fire while you're trying to take these towers, how great it is against marksman and some of the squishier heroes that you have out there.
I know you mentioned a little bit about like the ping issue, the lags, right? And yeah, a lot of these heroes, they do require perfect ping. However, their kit itself is just good enough, right? They can get across the map. If they can get a flicker kick, as long as it's fast enough, he should be able to do it with enough experience, right? And now we see the complete draft coming out from Team Falcon. They go with this Hylos. It really protects them from the early game damage that the Fanny has. However, it's not the best matchup against the Cho. The Cho can really just kick the Hylos around like a sandbag, and he should, you know, he's not going to be able to move that much. Now, this Moskov, we've seen it done work, but is it going to be good enough against Sunshine's Granger? That's going to be a question that we really have to dig in, because it's going to be quite hard to deal with the range that Granger has, but it does have a little bit of the late game. You do see the Gato Kacha being slotted in for that last pick, going up against the Phobius. It's, you know, it's going to do okay in terms of the laning phase, and it has that AOG to be able to zone out opponents. But in terms of that level 4, especially in the first objective, that Phobius is going to be so hard to deal with for the side of Incendio.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, if we can withstand the early, I want to say just damage and onslaught of damage that Granger can bring out, I do see the Moskov kind of being more useful in different facets of the team, whether it's split pushing, being able to close the distance in objective fights because of that Spear of Vengeance very early. There's just little things that he can succeed at that aren't just raw damage, but I mean, the raw damage is a huge thing. As we move into, ladies and gentlemen, Game 1, Team Falcons taking on Incendio Supremacy. Winner of this match will be moving on to the challenge finals.
Yeah, you know, Private, I'll be honest here. Incendio Supremacy, with the draft that they have, they get a first blood already from the very first wave, already asserting dominance. But from the draft that Incendio Supremacy have picked up, I think it's going to be a mistake coming out from Team Falcons. I feel like the Fanny is hard to deal with, especially if it's on somebody that just understands how to rotate and have seen so much experience from international games. Look at it, invade already happening here.
Ooh, already you see that the Hylos trying to make his way to it. Can't even rotate quick enough to even catch TNZ on the Fanny right now. So it's going to be a hard-fought game. You brought it up. It's going to be hard, especially if they understand the rotations, understand how much damage they can do when they need to disengage before they can even get answered by Team Falcons.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very tough matchup. However, Team Falcons, one thing that they do have is this utility jungle where he can get these 50-50 retreats off. However, the team fight comes in.
Yeah, we do have a lot of damage coming in there. TNC looking for the damage there. Alien does find a kill. Apex finds one onto Kenji. 2 down for the side of Team Falcons. Detective Super looking for an escape. Alpha right there to help with the disengage, but already 3-0 for the side of Incendio Supremacy as they look for some progress on this turtle. Ooh, Avatar the Guardian comes down. A flicker has been expended for Alpha, who is looking to close the distance, and the retribution gonna go to TNZ, who picks up the turtle. Feathered Airstrike is laying down the damage onto Team Falcons, who is forced to disengage. No answer just yet for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, this is not good from the side of Team Falcons, right? They go for kind of a utility jungle, going for the objective style, right? A fighter like Alpha himself. And you're really trying to not get picked off early on. And you can see TNZ here dancing and swerving around with the Fanny. Shows the mastery here. Little bit of a flex, not really doing too much damage, but it just shows how confident he is on the Fanny. Again, in terms of the draft, I feel like it's a mistake. You don't give Fanny, you don't give Granger. Those are two heroes that are quite unanswered. You pair it up with the Cho that has a winning matchup against the Hylos. And then look at this. Rosa, range versus range. He is dominating at the mid lane.
Ooh, Apex goes in, but underneath the tower to get that little set onto Kenji might not be enough. And Tienzi doing a good job. You were talking about this. It's not just a Fanny, but it's a Fanny who understands what they can do to get some damage out, how long they can stay there before they have to disengage. Alpha Charge goes out there. Tienzi finds a clean kill. Alpha with the demonic force. Is it going to be enough? Big pop-up lands onto it, trying to put on the damage. Tienzi is out. Rosa on the side with the feathered airstrike, raining down damage onto the side of Team Falcons, but Apex 47 right there to provide a clean escape for his teammates.
Yeah, I think, you know, Team Falcons, they're okay with that, right? They didn't really lose out any members, but Apex here coming out with the kick.
Yeah, gets the kick on there, is not able to finish the job as he has two members of Team Falcons, but in comes Tienzi sweeping through the lanes, looking for an objective, looking for an angle, not able to find one just yet, and still a 0-4 game for Incendio Supremacy. One kill on Tienzi, so it's not as dominant on a Fanny, but still creating that threat to the side of Team Falcons as Alien dives in with an Avatar, the Guardian.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates being used, traded around before this objective. TNZ here getting a completely clean objective once again. You know, this is really hard to watch. Oh, Rosa before that though gets the flicker, but he's gonna get taken off the board. The Fanny does come back in, trying to get a little bit of more reinforcements here. The damage is not enough. The sustain is coming through. Team Falcons here with a breath of fresh air. They have a little bit of hope, right? When they group up with this alpha, that's really using what the alpha is there for. A little bit of tankiness, has the frontline CC, and it's like a very traditional front to back with some damage. Team Falcon here able to grab up their first kill.
Ooh, yeah, you do have Cobra coming in there trying to put on the damage. Ooh, taking on the half health. He might be over. And Alien gonna smash the ground underneath and finds another kill there. 2-5 as we look up at the top lane. Demonic Force is out, Feather Airstrike, but leaves him open. Another kill. Kenji finds onto Rosa. Apex 47 alone at the lane trying to find some defense as Alien comes for backup, but they might not be able to do much. Avatar the Guardian out there, catches two members, 3 now against him underneath the tower, which is down. Apex 47 looking for an angle. In comes Tienzi, gets popped up. Demonic Fury finds a kill onto Apex. Tienzi finds one onto Kenji. Smile from the back end, looking for some CC, finds a kill onto Sunshine. Tienzi juking and jobbing, does find an escape, but man, the massacre there. Look at all the bodies in that top lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 3-for-3 coming out from both of these teams. It's, you know, a 3-for-3 on the losing side is great, right? Team Falcons, they not only secure some kills to be able to match the gold, they actually get an objective, but midside here, Rosa in a bad position again.
Rosa, I dare I say, might have a little bit of a problem with some of that positioning, really leaning on the ability of those wings by wings. Tienzi takes a little bit of hits, able to find an escape. Rosa finds a kill onto Smile. Down goes the Zuxin, and a little bit of pressure now as they do. This sets up this next turtle there. You see the suppressive fire coming out from Sunshine on that Granger. Glorious Pathway is out. Detective kind of dashing in through the middle. Apex right there, warding them off with a little bit of Jute Kondo. Alien tuning up the band. He was going to look for a little bit of a taunt, does not find the angle he wants. Meanwhile, Incendio Supremacy starting to work onto this turtle, and a big feathered airstrike, a flicker used by Rosa to get away. Oh, we do have a way of the dragon. Kenji finds the kill. Rosa is down again, and just like that, Team Falcons do narrowly get it in their advantage, but I believe they lost the turtle for that.
Yeah, Private, you can't catch a break here. It's just action after action, bloodthirsty after bloodthirsty. And you know, this is kind of the composition that Incendio has set themselves up with. They're very fast, they're very mobile, and they have very far range. Each and every one of their character has the potential to kill and also set up for a great team fight. However, Team Falcons, they kind of have this, you know, 4-man strategy death ball where if they group up, it's going to be quite hard. Falcom is trying to get as close as possible in every single one of these team fights, while Incendio is really trying to have their front lines tank damage and their, you know, far ranges cast abilities from far away.
Yeah, the big thing is how ready that a lot of the Team Falcons players are for that feathered airstrike to come out. As soon as it lays down, you see the demonic force come out, the alpha charge comes out. They're ready to pretty much have Rosa's number, so she has to be, or he has to be very careful, or at the very least Apex needs to be ready to get some peel for them, because I mean right now you're looking at 3 deaths on Rosa, so you're not being as effective as you want when it comes to a lot of these team fights with that feathered airstrike.
Yeah, and you know, here's the strategy coming out from Incendio, right? They want to make sure that they can bait out those dive skills. You talked about it, right? The Glorious Pathway, the Alpha Charge, even the Phobius. You want to be able to bait these skills out, but the Granger, he's taking a little bit of damage. They're looking for a little bit of punish, but the thing is, Incendio, they're looking for, oh, backside?
Oh, Tienzo, he smelled blood in the water, goes in, gets CC down. Alien in trouble, is going to try to charge himself out. 5 members locking onto him. Not much that he can do, and that might be a little bit of a miscall from Tienzi. He smelled blood in the water. Somebody was very low, dove against 5 members of Team Falcons, got CC down, and Alien had to come in to try to get the save. Now we're locking on to this Lord. Things might have turned around a little bit. You have Rosa zoning out the rest of the team with that feathered airstrike, but a big tanky front line. Kenji and a detective there on the front. Oh, Sunshine in trouble. Demonic Force is out and Sunshine is down. Rosa catches a little bit of a pop-up from Alpha, and 1 down for decided Incendio Supremacy. All 5 members still left up for Team Falcons, looking for an answer. TNZ has some cables out there, looking for an ankle. Avatar the Guardian is down, and the Retribution goes out. TNZ finds a kill on the Koba. Rosa finds the Lord, and TNZ marking down Detective. That is a complete team wipe. Incendio Supremacy dominating that Lord fight.
You know, Team Falcons, they were able to kind of use their strategy, right? They get some all-ins on one character, and it was a 4 versus 5 Lord. They had the objective, except for the fact that they just didn't have the health available. And the pokes coming out from Rosa, and also the Granger was just too much. And the cleanup on aisle 6, the Fanny came through, swept the whole entire Team Falcons. Now with the Lord marching down, Incendio Supremacies, they are showing their dominance, right? This Fanny, hard to deal with. 8, 0, and 5, a blind pick paired up with Apex 47 on this Chow. They're gonna get the picks that they're looking for pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, not just that, but this cooldown on the feathered airstrike is kind of crazy. Rosa starts things off with the feathered airstrike. They jump on them wings by wings away and still had another feathered airstrike for that fight, which allows TNZ to come in there and really be that threat, because now you've got the enemy at about half health, maybe down to 10%, so you're allowing TNZ to come in there, get some of the sweeps, and there finds a cutthroat. Koboe is down. TNZ finds themselves a tower. We are down to the high ground. Ooh, Apex 47 might be in a little bit of trouble here. Is going to go ahead. Ooh, gets dragged back over the wall. Alpha charge. Apex 47 is down. The Hylos from Team Falcons does find the kill there. We do have the Glorious Pathway. Rosa shuffling his heart away to find an escape. Alien gets damaged down, and you do see Sunshine finding a kill. Smile finds one onto Alien. In comes TNZ looking for a cutthroat onto the Detective. Smile in trouble, being chased down by TNZ. Cables all over the place as a Smile scoots his way back to the core.
You know, I really feel like Team Falcons, they've been playing their draft correctly, right? They have these ultimates that they're spamming to make sure they could get some of these all-in moments. The Glorious Pathway, Alpha Charge, again, it's heavy dive. If they can close the gap on Incendio Supremacy, especially on their range damage dealers, the Farsa, the Granger, those are high impactful targets. If they can get their hands on them, it's almost guaranteed that they can get these kills. However, the problem is the Granger, he is so fast, right? He has so much mobility, he dashes around, and you know, he also has a lot of kite, so it's hard for them to get it, but
a way of the dragon on a Koboe who just did not see it coming. Feathered airstrike makes mincemeat out of Detective, as that is 2 down for Team Falcons. You can see a Maniac for TNZ there, 12 to 19. So we take a look at some of these item builds at the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna hit that legendary mark. He already has all the damage that he's looking for here. The side of Falcons desperately looking to defend onto the bot side. Incendio is gonna play it smart, right? Discipline is the key here. They're gonna go up for this Lord. And, you know, we could take a moment and kind of see how Incendio Supremacy is, you know, setting up these team fights. They're going for these long-range bursts, and they're making sure the team fight happens and dies before it even starts.
Ooh, we did see the Feather Airstrike come out there. Alpha in a little bit of trouble. Does go in with the Demonic Force. Is going to have to use his Flicker to get out of harm's way. He does have the Immortality out there. But, I mean, the only job that Feathered Airstrike was doing was just to zone out and give Team Falcons another target that they needed to go for. TNZ right now 9-0-7 for Incendio Supremacy and doing an amazing job on this Fanny, and I definitely don't see this Fanny making it to the second game without a ban.
Yeah, I mean, the Fanny is going to be gone, but if you just take a look at some of the range that Incendio has set themselves up with Rosa, not the best score, but in order for them to even reach Rosa, they have to burn a Flicker, they have to burn a Glorious Pathway, and that's so much utilities used.
Ooh, nice little pop-ups there coming out. You do see the Demonic Force latching on to Rosa. Alpha's going to have to disengage there for a second. Glorious Pathway is out. A big madness happening in that mid lane. Kenji trying to put the damage onto Alien. In comes Apex. 47 lands a kick on to Koba. Is not going to be enough. Down goes Apex. Koba does find the kill there. Alien might be in trouble. Gets picked off by Kenji. Feathered Airstrike is out. Finds a kill onto Detective. You do see Sunshine finds a kill of his own, and TNZ suffering his first death of the game. 2 down for the side of Team Falcons and 3 down for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, 3 for 2 trade advantage for the side of Team Falcons. They do defend most of their inner inhibitor towers. If not, they might lose them in here. And Kenji going out with a small team fight should be able to get away, no problem.
Ooh, Rosa is going to have to use those wings by wings. Comes out with the Feathered Airstrike, but on the side, Smile dives in with the Crimson Beacon to put on the damage. And Rosa, oh man, they are just all over. I want to say, like, I mean, there's not a ton of kills, not a ton of assists for Rosa, but once those Feathered Airstrikes comes down, it's the fact that it needs to be answered because of the positioning. And I mean, they're doing a good job, Team Falcons, of answering it. It's just how Incendio Supremacy is coming back there. Another Feathered Airstrike is out there. Kenji juking and jiving left and right, trying to avoid some of those shots. In comes TNZ. Oh, and they get the pop-up. Avatar the Guardian comes down, slams on the 2 members. Tienzi finds a kill onto Kenji. Koboe finds a kill onto Tienzi, and now being caught down. Apex 47 looking for the Dragon Kick, gets pushed away from his team. Is it going to be enough? They do have the damage, and Sunshine comes in from the flank. Alpha finds a kill onto Rosa, and Sunshine looking to put some more damage on, but decides to disengage all of his team members very low on the map, and just such a high kill game. So much action coming from just a small amount of time and some small opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, both teams really showing their micro mechanics, right? A lot of dashing around, using their ultimates at the right exact time, and making sure that they could get those kites, right? Incendio Supremacy, again, they just have the range advantage so far. The Granger is just a little bit hard to deal with. Paired up with the Chow, it's something that is just very, very tough to deal with. However, Team Falcons, they've been able to pull it out so far. Their style of just grouping up and making sure these big ultimates can close those gaps is really working out in their favor here.
Oh, Kenji is able to get the Lord. Glorious Pathway is out. You do see the Feathered Airstrike raining down damage. Kenji looking to close the distance. Alien on the side is going to get picked off, even with the health raining down. The rest of Incendio Supremacy looking to get out of here from the side. Alpha with the flank, but Sunshine able to fend him off on that Granger. It's all well and enough, but Team Falcons were able to pick up the Lord, which puts the pressure onto Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, I mean, the chances of having this Phobius over the Gato Kacha is really paying off an XP. Oh!
Feathered airstrike, unfortunately, able to catch. An alien is down. Apex 47 does find a kill onto enemy jungler there. That is one down for both teams here right now as the Luminous Lord begins barreling down at the bottom. You can see Koba over on the side of Team Falcons does pick up that Malefic gun, so he's going to have a little bit more range that he's going to be able to be effective with. Feathered airstrike is down, but he's a little too close to the action. He has to use that feathered, or has to use that wings by wings to disengage, get a little bit of distance, still allowing Sunshine to find the kill onto the enemy team. Team Falcon's gonna have to disengage as Incendio Supremacy take down the Lord with a semi-productive defense of their base.
It's good that Incendio did not lose any more than just one inhibitor. It's bad that they did lose one inhibitor, and it's the far inhibitor that Team Falcons, is the most valuable target here, but they're down the Hylos.
Oh, and we do have a Winter Crown out there as well. Immortality has been procced. Moskov running for the hills, but Tienzi hot on the pursuit, does find a kill. 4 members latching on to Kenzie, who gets eventually taken down by Sunshine. Alpha is down, 3 down for the side of Team Falcons, and only 2 left to defend this base. You do see that Tienzi has to go back to base, gonna have to answer some of these lane minions. Feathered airstrike is out. Smile, they aren't able to close the distance. Smile is alone against the entirety of the team, looking for an angle. Sunshine proxy immortality. Look at Sunshine back and forth, left and right, able to dodge a bunch of those shots, and alone able to defend the base.
I thought that was going to be trouble for Team Falcon here, but Incendio actually was unable to close out that game. Smiles with a great defense. 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4 on this Zhu Shin. So, Team Falcons, they did lose their mid inhibitor, but Incendio, they lost their top side with the Lord on the bottom side of the map. Falcons is going to definitely have the advantage here. It just depends on how Incendio Supremacy plays it. They do have this Fanny, which means they are going to have the ability to split push and, dash around, except for the fact that, the Alpha is going to have a much better time 50-50. So, the game plan for Incendio is to try and split the members of Team Falcon apart. Try to get these long-range pokes that Rosa and also Bella has done a great job throughout this game. And then for the side of Team Falcons, try to get the Alpha in a good position, a good 50-50, and making sure that they can close the gap on heroes like the Farsa and the Granger is going to help them out the most here.
Yeah, we did already expend the Feathered Airstrike. Oh, a little bit of trouble there as Detective does take a little bit of a pop-up. Tienzi down to half health. Now looking for the angle. Glorious Pathway is out. They do find a kill onto Detective. Is that going to be enough? The rest of the team has to disengage. Tienzi looking for a ride home, but decides against it. Kenji going with the Alpha Strike against Alien. Now all 4 members charging into Kenji. Tienzi looking for the cutthroat. Can he find it? Not able to, but Alien able to pick up the kill. Very low on the side of Incendio Supremacy. Ooh, Alpha? Apex 47 is going to find him out, finds the pop-up there, still has his immortality, so he's just trying to create this distance for his team. That doesn't look like anybody really wants to go for this Lord just yet, as some of the lanes need to be answered by TNZ.
That's not a bad fight coming out from Team Falcon. Yes, they did lose 2 members. The Hylos had to kind of all in early, and without the Revitalize, he just gets completely melted by a lot of the damage dealers by Incendio. However, right, that team fight, it looked really good for Incendio. Team Falcons only lost Kenji after that. As long as Koba, Smiles, and Alpha are alive, these are like the core units that Team Falcons has to be able to deal with the majority of these team fights. And, the later the game goes, the Moskov gets a little bit scary. He has the ability to go for some of these split push. Look at top side here. He's just standing there, and there's not many members that Incendio can send up to deal with the Moskov by himself. The Fanny, it's not going to be that great, and they have to constantly defend that far lane.
Yeah, speaking of which, we do have a glorious pathway down. Moskov comes in for the finish, puts the kill onto Sunshine, and that might be it for Aliens. Gonna have to use the Avatar of the Guardian. TNZ comes in, puts some damage on, but it's not gonna be enough. Too much CC, too much of a group from Team Falcons who find themselves an advantage, and you see Koba right now putting on the damage with the attack speed onto this Lord. Is it gonna be enough? Is TNZ gonna be able to find an angle to get in? Do they want to? Comes in from the side, looking, he does have the vision, he's got the information. Is he gonna be able to get in?
Away.
All over the place. He gets retribution onto the Lord. He says, you may be able to kill me, but mission has been accomplished. What a play by TNZ, but this might be more than they bargained for. Minions coming down through mid, 4 members of Team Falcons looking to put an end to this game. 3 and 4 seconds left on the marksman, and the feathered airstrike coming in now. Now looking to put some damage out there as well. Glorious pathway is out, takes down Rosa immediately. Smile finds a kill onto Apex 47. Lord getting chunked down by Team Falcons. Alien trying to go in, trying to provide another target for the team, and down goes the Lord. The rest of Team Falcons swarming around Incendio supremacy. A pop-up lands onto Sunshine, immortality proc, and Team Falcons reign supreme in game 1.
Private, I'm shocked. Game 1, Team Falcons able to take the victory here, and this is gonna be huge, right? You could see like Incendio kind of bullying Team Falcon throughout the whole entire early to mid game, and Falcon being able to come back using their bread and butter. This Hylos is so absolutely impactful. The glorious pathway that has set up, that has picked up Rosa over and over and over, not giving the Farsa a chance to breathe, just goes straight onto the backside here. TNZ had played a great game here too, but again, Kenji with the alpha is just a little bit too tanky. The strategy that Falcon has set up worked out perfectly. They gave Incendio the assassin that they were looking for, but the Fanny just could not close the game. Falcon was way too tanky, and also Koba just scaled so extremely well into the late game.
Yeah, it was just such an interesting matchup. It was like, there were counters on both sides for a lot of this, but eventually it was just too much for the side. You had the team of Falcons grouping up to deal with the Fanny, which should have been handled by Rosa, putting down the feathered airstrike. But every single time that feathered airstrike came out, a glorious pathway came out, Alpha was closing the distance, Kenji on the Alpha was closing the distance. So it was just an answer to an answer to an answer, and in the end Falcons just had I want to say they just thought more steps ahead than Incendio did at this point, and a great game played, even though, man, that last Lord steal coming from TNZ, not for lack of trying from TNZ on this Fanny.
Yeah, I mean, the Lord Steal was amazing. Incendio almost was able to defend there. But again, I really have to emphasize how well the side of Team Falcons was able to group up and defend this, right? The momentum was most definitely on the side of Incendio, but Team Falcon was able to prevail, right? You could take a look. Some of these fights, it really was convincing that the side of Incendio had it. They had the range, they had the damage, and they were getting pickoffs over and over. TNZ played a near perfect game all the way to that mid and late. Even look at this. This was a 5-man clear from the side of Incendio. They dominated the mid, and even the early late game. However, it was just a little bit too late. The side of Team Falcon was able to find some momentum, find some trades, and they were able to get those winning team fights.
Yeah, I mean, even with the damage coming from Rosa, who was having a rough time. I mean, still figuring out a huge impact on this game, but in the end, man, like I said, the grouping up should have been a problem because Rosa can just put on so much damage to those grouped opponents, but they were just waiting for that feathered airstrike to come down, and they swarmed onto it. It was such a great job. Here's that last pickoff, just looking for an angle while doing the cables, finds the retribution, gets taken out. Unfortunately, it's not enough. You you lost your jungler, you lost a huge path of what was going to be the front line for your team, and eventually Team Falcons able to overwhelm at the core and get that game won.
And you know, Private, in the beginning of this match, I really thought this series was gonna be extremely bloodthirsty. In game one, we're already looking at what, like a total of 50 something kills. Like, this is more kills than a lot of the games that we had, a lot of series that we had in total. But Smiles coming out with the MVP, completely well deserved. 71% kill participation, a pretty good KDA. And you know, the thing that we have to emphasize is that he was able to defend a 1 versus 4 with the full entire team Incendio's roster marching down onto the mid side. He was able to defend that for themselves. An absolute masterpiece here.
Yeah, and that's a great point there too. Smile did such a great job. Like I thought it was over there too. I'm like, there's no way Smile is going to be written, but I mean, did such a great job. Absolutely, I definitely think it absolutely surprised Incendio there. They had to turn around. They're like, okay, I guess we'll try to get it on the next one. There just was not a next time, and I want to say just an amazing pace set. It wasn't a quick game, but it was an action-packed game at every corner when it came to a lot of these skirmishes. There weren't any fights that it didn't feel like both teams were ready for. Like even though if it was TNZ running in there and to get what we thought was a surprise, it seemed like there was always an answer at the very least. Sure, Falcons would take some deaths, but it felt like their synergy and the shot calling was like, it was very impactful for them to be able to kind of find some of the answers that they did. A great job by both teams here. Unfortunately, for the side of Incendio Supremacy, Team Falcons just had, I want to say, just the better plan, especially that you talked about the Hylos being able to go in there, that big front line, and it just felt like he was using that glorious pathway on cooldown, and it was just surprising to the team. Especially there were a lot of times that Rosa used the wings by wings to get away, but not far enough away to where it wasn't getting hit by the glorious pathway. And I was kind of questioning that a bit, because there seemed like a few times where Rosa used the wings by wings, and it was like, was second guessing how far they wanted to disengage, and then eventually still put themselves in range for a lot of these engagements.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to leave open a lot of these solid first pickable heroes. For example, the Zushin, right? Yes, he got the MVP, but not many games the Zushin is open. At the same time, the Fanny and the Granger both being picked up and no Herald response. I'm extremely impressed on how Incendio has drafted this game. They got everything that they wanted, right? The Farsa Zushin matchup is a setup for the Farsa. The range was so good. The Fanny, something that is, you know, a little bit hard to use, but did so well early game. And they also had the Granger. They had the Chow versus the Hylos matchup, a traditional counter. But the impressive thing is that Falcom was able to turn this draft almost in their favor, right? It didn't come until the very last 3 to 5 minutes. They weren't able to get this group death ball and find these winning team fights, but they really were able to use a lot of the dives, the glorious pathway onto Rosa every single time. If it wasn't the glorious pathway, it was the Phoveus that's really being set up against them. So this sets Falcom up in a very crazy situation. They decided to ban out something like the Joy and just take away some of the assassin picks, the Joy and the Hayabusa, right? And they let open all these great picks. I feel like this really just shows the high level between both of these teams. They're not scared of just letting go these overpowered, these 100% pick or ban rate picks and just kind of trade with each other. They know how to defend. They know how to go against and counters things like the Granger, the Zushin, the Fanny. And this really shows the difference, the level difference between these two teams. And I would honestly say a lot of majority of the rest of these teams here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here, especially where we prioritize after that last game. Do we ban the Fanny, even though we seem to have found ourselves, like the grouping up was a huge thing, especially when you try to go in as a Fanny against like that death ball where there's just every single time you went in there was a small coma that hit Fanny for a little bit that the rest of the team And that was part of the plan too. Fanny would go in, they were anticipating all of the CC. That's why the Avatar of the Guardian was always right after Fanny went in and engaged. Avatar of the Guardian was the next thing in there to try to disengage some of that CC so Fanny, TNZ could be able to find an escape there. Yep, and Fanny's going to be taken out of there along with Phoveus on the side of Incendio Supremacy, who now have the first pick.
Yeah, for Incendio Supremacy's bans, I feel like those are kind of like these soft bans. Not heroes that are extremely prioritized in any of the matchups. We're just trying to open the draft because we have a deep hero pool. Same thing with Team Falcons. They take away some of the very high impact picks and they leave open some things that a lot of the other opponents may not allow it to pass through. Hayabusa being first picked as the first priority shows that they like this assassin matchups, but I feel like it's a little bit too early to show it. There's the Joy, there's the Hayabusa, there's so many other junglers that they could go for.
Well, I was gonna say, Hilda and Agatakacha might have been like a huge counter for the Hayabusa, but they're gonna pick up the Granger, which is gonna signal. Yeah, that's kind of like I was when I saw the Granger at first. I'm kind of like you're leaving open. You just kind of countered yourself now. The Lucas, it does have decent effects on the game, especially in the XP lane. He's with the Phoveus taken out of there. I'm not sure what else. He hasn't been out too long, so I'm not sure what else really counters him in the XP lane. Potentially for that, I mean, he has a great mid and late game when he's not playing a jungler. So we'll see what else we kind of have out here from both of these teams.
What's interesting is that this really shows the priority coming out from both these teams, right? The Badong, the Phoveus gets taken out, so the Lucas gets picked up next to the Hylos. The only other solid XP, you brought it up earlier, it's the Hilda, right? And the Hilda does well against some of these assassins. It could still be the potential to be put into the roam position, but the Lucas is a solid blind pick. Marksman, they took the Granger and the Harith from both of these teams, solid from both of them, except for the fact that Incendio now has mixed damage. And that plays a very important role when you have a mixed damage carries versus the side of Team Falcons. They both have skilled damage. So things like the Antique are going to be very useful to counter all three of the physical damage that Team Falcon has set themselves up with. Incendio, they still have the ability to pick up the Chow. It didn't work as well as they wanted to in the very first match. But I think both teams, they're very happy with the picks that they have so far in this draft.
It's going to be interesting here what kind of bans we go. We're going to take out the Eve there. And I was actually kind of thinking the Cho would be a good pickup for Team Falcons just to be able to kind of shut down the Harith once he starts trying to dive all over the place after that Zaman Force gets laid onto the ground. They do very wisely take out the Gatakacha as well. More aggro, and that seems to be like the running thing for a lot of these teams when it comes to some of these like super mobile heroes that can kind of zoom all over the map, whether it's a Harith, a Joy, or something like that. Gatakacha is a big one. Cho is another one. And I believe, was Sicilian banned the first game too? I believe that.
No.
I almost feel like that may have been a better option other than the Farja. Because, I mean, Farja still has a huge pick rate, even in C right now, where I feel like there's just some glaring problems with that ultimate that just leaves you as a sitting duck there. Like, everybody knows a feathered airstrike is out. It's pretty easy to understand where it's coming from and to dive onto there, which is what we saw from the last game. Here, very interestingly enough, we're going to have the Valentina. So we're going to have a glorious pathway of our own from the side of Team Falcons, just looking for that next pickups for the side of Incendio.
This is spicy for me because Farsa is the counter for the Valentina, and Falcons is almost saying that, hey, you picked it up last game, didn't work out, we want you to pick it once again. They decided to take out a lot of the mage hero pool. Side Incendio could go for something like an Aurora, but the Farsa is going to be the ranged damage dealer. Now, Incendio, I do want to bring this up that one of their strongest pick is the Hylos. they've won majority of their matches with this frontline dealer. The side of Team Falcon was able to deny that pick in game number 1. This is game number 2. Incendio picks it up in the very first phase and also takes a very underrated overpowered picks. This Hilda, you talked about it earlier, it doesn't have the best win rates. However, he is so extremely annoying and a lot of teams still take it out for a good reason.
My only question is what is it? Where is Hilda's priority? Like for the enemy team, there's a lot of like Hilda usually shines when you've got like us against assassins because it's a squishy target that you can really harass. That means that your or that the enemy team, if you have a Hilda, the enemy team has to respond to it. So you're gonna have to take a roam or an XP lane away from what they're trying to do to support the jungler there. Here, I feel like Suyu can kind of handle his own against a Hilda for a little bit, especially because he's pretty tanky as a fighter when it comes to it. So I don't know. Maybe they thought that it was going to be picked up. I don't know. As we go in, we're going to be starting moving into the second game.
Yeah. Hilda is going to be the element of surprise, right? Being picked up as the last slot of Incendio is something that they've really saved in this draft so far. They could have flexed the Hylos into that XP and taken the Chow, but we'll have to see how it works out as we are just about to start game number 2 in a best of 5 in the Snapdragon Pro Series for Incendio Supremacy, down 0-1 against Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how these picks kind of work out for these teams. Chip has been one of those that kind of fell out off their after a slight little nerf to his kit. So we haven't seen him very much or a lot, but I mean, the last times I saw him, the map pressure he's able to cause, especially catching anybody with that slow rotation around there, boom, you get stunned by him and you've got the entire team on your butt ready to take you down. So I feel like he shines in 5-mans more than I see him in other games, but that's going to remain to be seen here in this matchup.
Yeah, and you know, Team Falcons also with a draft that, you know, they don't have the same heroes as the last game, and this is kind of Team Falcons' strength. Apex 47 getting chunked quite low here, has to pop the Revitalize, but should be able to get away no problem. Kenji did push out some damage, and you know, in terms of that early game rotation, you can already see Incendio trying to use that Hilda, denying a few camps away from Kenji, and they're doing it quite good, right? Kenji's still below level 4 here.
Both XP laners cutting each other's lanes on opposite sides of the map. Ooh, Quad Shadow comes in, puts some damage on the detective, and the Shadow. And a very nicely timed stun, able to take down Tienzi before he can Quad Shadow away after that Shadow kill. That, man, that has to hurt right from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, Kenji does know that Incendio Supremacy is the powerhouse international team in their region. And Kenji here is like, you know, I don't care. You're on the Hayabusa. I can hit a frame perfect stun onto you. Hits that stun and, you know, is able to get that trade. And this is big. Team Falcons, they didn't have the best early game in game number 1. And this time around, they're able to take the turn of it. Instead of getting first blood, they're the ones that are getting it themselves.
Ooh, nice feathered airstrike actually takes down a Smiling there. Rosa gonna come in there. Kenji still able to get the turtle. Fight has struck out. Alien very low, is gonna take some healing to try to get away. Apex 47 in trouble, launches the glorious pathway to get away. On the opposite side. Alien taken down by the combination of Kenji and a detective.
Yeah, a great retribution coming out from Kenji. Just allows the Chip to be able to get his ultimate. He places down the portals. The Granger comes in for a supporting cast, and they're able to pick off the Hilda that, you know, you said yourself, it just didn't seem like it had the impact. But Bid.
Yeah, big feather airstrike comes down, is able to lay down the Chip. Evil Queller there from Kenji, just to say hello to both of them, trying to get a little bit of a reply, not able to. Also, I want to say Rosa, with the feathered airstrike, was able to take down Smiling as a singular target at mid before that turtle fight, so you didn't exactly have that feathered airstrike for the team fight, which maybe could have turned things around for Incendio Supremacy. Team Falcons just doing a good job of managing it here for the, both of these teams. Trying to claim the other's jungle. I think they've taken more of the enemy's jungle than they've taken of their own.
And, you know, Rosa, especially since game 1, has always been on the top of the damage leaderboards, and he continues to do it once again here. You said, yes, he did take that 1 versus 1, allowing, you know, Team Falcons to be able to secure the objective themselves, but the portal on the backside here picks off the Hayabusa.
TNZ gets picked off again. Alien still able to find a kill onto Smile, and a war happening at the purple buff for Insidious Supremacy. Detective on the back end, a little bit of damage. Alpha looking for an escape as Detective gets taken down. Kenji second on the list, and that might have been a little more than Team Falcons can chew. Put on a heck of an onslaught trying to get into the enemy purple buff, but ended up paying for it, and that's kind of the double-edged sword of trying to dive into enemy territory.
Yeah, they do the smart play by, you know, focusing on the jungler with the portals. They get the pick off 100% right away, but the reinforcements coming out from Incendio was a little bit too much to handle, right? You can already see the impact that Alien had in that team fight. Koba was, you know, just full sending it onto him, unable to get him chunked down. And that's just due to the fact that, you know, there's so much skill damage, physical skill damage from the team side of Team Falcon. They're just going to be building up Antique. They're going to be building up the Dreadnought that just defends so well against it. And it's going to be hard to do a lot of damage really quickly. Now, Incendio, they do get the objectives. At the same time, with that team fight on the blue buff, the Harith gets full wave. He's still down 300 in gold, but you know, the side of Incendio was able to catch up after that team fight.
Oh, I mean, Harith only really, I mean, I feel like Harith needs he needs a very less items to really start popping off, whereas Granger, you're going to need some of those stacks out there. You need a couple of items. Harith just needs 1 item, and he's going to be able to kind of freestyle around you with that. It's just being able to kind of find those angles for Harith to take off, where he's not running into like a CC front line of Team Falcon. So you have to be very careful about some of those fights that you take. And still looking here at mid, both teams kind of poking around there. Apex 47 wanting to get some information on that bush. Rosa dangerously close up there as Alpha going to dive himself out of the way.
Yeah, so in theory, right, Incendio has a much better mid game. They have the Farsa, they have the they have the Hilda, but before that, Lucas coming in on Rosa.
Yeah, Lighten trying to put on some damage, and that's just oh man, Lucas is just one of those heroes that I am so annoyed with. As you see some of the damage coming out there with the flash combo, and he's able to still get out of harm's way. Just that the damage that he can do with that transformation he has, not just the damage, but the tankiness that he provides, to where he can dive in to the entire team, still be able to use that flash step to get out of there. Zaman Force is on the ground. TNZ able to find the Lord. Alien in trouble, but on the back line doing the job that he needed. And he does put on the dancing shoes, sidesteps Kenji, and Kenji gets taken down. What a move coming out from Alien. Broke some ankles on that one, and unfortunate for Team Falcons, they take 3 deaths on that next fight.
And you know, it's just like you said, Private. The Harith just scales so much earlier. Koba in a pretty bad position here, does flicker out, but the tower is gonna go down for the side of Incendio. They be able to pick that one up pretty much with no problem at all. The scaling, this mid-game powerhouse that Incendio has set themselves up, it happened in game 1, and it's happening again in game 2. I think the Farsa is very, very hard to deal with. They also have this Hilda to block out a lot of the damage, get some of the zone coverage, and this time around they have the Horseman himself on the side of Incendio. This is kind of like a signature pick coming out from Apex. Team Falcon's having a bit of an issue dealing with it. You can see some of the gold difference. Rosa 1.5k above the Valentina here.
As we talk about that, we take it out on the portal. Apex 47 trying to take down, lock it on the Koba. They are chasing Koba down.
Oh my. And I mean, look at the dominance coming out from Incendio, right? They were able to rush with the opportunity that they have. Again, I keep going back to the same point. It's this mid-game power spike. They have the Harith, they have the highest damage dealer Farsa, they have Hylos, which is a dominant early game, right? And they also have, you know, a Hayabusa that's able to get onto the backside. Look at the damage leaderboard. Hilda is the second highest, and this is a full tank Hilda with a Thunderbelt. Paired up with all the damage dealers that they have the Granger being poking out from the backside like crazy. And they also have the Farsa coming in with the range. I feel like this is what Incendio was trying to set up for in game number 1, right? They're trying to get the range onto the range. They're able to get this team fight down. They get the pick into the mid-side tower, and another kill comes out from the side of Incendio. They're able to take out the jungler here. Lord marching down. Incendio with a great lead. 6k, 10 minutes in, right? And Incendio here, quite happy. The draft worked out. Rosa is on the Farsa once again. It didn't work out game 1, but still has that range. Falcom, once again, they did well in game number 1 to be able to come back from kind of a far lead. But, you know, this time around, it might be a different story. Yeah, and you know, this is pretty much Incendio showing its supremacy. Though on top side, they do get a portal, and they're able to pick up Rosa from the very backside. But the trade here, it is 2 inhibitor towers for the side of Incendio supremacy, and it's actually the towers that are worth the most, right? The Lord is going to be opened up onto the bot side here, and this is going to be some trouble for Team Falcons. They have a pretty physical dominant comp. The Hayabusa comes in with Quad Shadows looking for a kill, does pick up the Suyo, completely uncontested here, and that's a free kill from the side of Incendio. They're opting to go for more. Heron dealing tons of damage, gets the flicker on Smiles, but Alpha is going to be stuck in the back. This is a pick-off after a pick-off, a 2-for-0 for the supremacy, and they're looking to march down to mid even more. The Glorious Pathway gets put on to the mid side. They find the clear that they are looking for with no minions. I feel like this is just you know, a very aggressive pick, and they actually pick off 2. The Incendio coming out alive in this game number 2. 19-5 is the overall score, and it's gonna be a extremely hard defense coming out from Team Falcom here. And yeah, they're, you know, looking to opt to go for a little bit more here. They get a complete wipeout. Team Falcons crumble in game number 2 as Incendio is able to come out alive here. It was a clean game, similar to game number 1. The only difference was that Incendio was able to prevail some of the defense that Team Falcom had. In terms of the draft, I feel like, again, Incendio is extremely happy with how they've drafted in this match. They're able to close out the game. Some of the weaknesses that they had in game number 1, and they were able to get it this time around. The Hayabusa first pick worked out, right? You know, they were able to have this pick go into the deeps, and they didn't really have any throws at all. 22-6 is the overall scoreboard. 12 minutes, 10k lead. First pick priority. Again, the Hayabusa played well. The Fanny also played well too, but they just didn't have the close that they were looking for. However, take a look at the Hylos. I keep saying this, Apex 27, his signature pick is on this Hylos. MVP, well deserved. Look at the team damage spread throughout every single one of those members. Rosa 56k, TNZ 55k, Alien, Apex, and Sunshine all played a great part. Apex just did so much on this Hylos. Expect this horseman to be taken off. It is an 86% teamfight participation. One of the higher, damage dealing roamers. And as a roam myself, I know how devastating the Hylos is. However, he still has some counter matchups. And I'm hoping Team Falcon is able to pick themselves up some of those. For example, a Khalid is going to do well against the Hylos. Even a Cho is going to do well. Okay, but going back to some of the matches, we were taking a look at some of the replays here. Team Falcon had a much better beginning all the way up to this point. They do get the pick off TNZ, however, they do end up losing this team fight. Look at Apex, look at Alien here. They are so tanky. The Revitalize, the shields coming out from this bush. Alien just not dying here. Set themselves up with a small lead leading up to the very first few objective. Private said it best themselves. Aerith is one of those heroes that only takes 1-2 items and he's able to just start going bananas here. Gets a little cha-cha in, has the damage early on. They find a pick here and they're going extremely aggressive and they're not really scared to fight Team Falcon as much as possible. I think the side of Incendio, they're just playing at a very, very aggressive level, coming back from a lot of the M series experience. However, Team Falcon putting up a very well done fight as well, and I think it's due to just watching some of the Middle Eastern teams compete in the M series as well. They've gotten a very good guidance. They're putting up a super fight up against Incendio, which actually has the experience backed up behind them. Over here, a very interesting way of fighting. Apex just tossed the Glorious Pathway without minions, and they were able to get the lead that they're looking for. Take a look at some of the items right there. Antique building up first was the counter against the Granger, the Suyo, and also the XP. This is just a very great build. 86% kill participation. Apex 47, completely well deserved. And this is a great game from Hylos. In terms of the drafting, right? It was a first pick priority. If you look at a lot of Incendio Supremacy, if you look at Fireflux, all their previous matches, you can see a very high prioritization on this Hylos. In game number 1, Team Falcon was able to deny this pick away. I think this is going to be extremely important for the side of Team Falcons to be able to identify this. Either they take it away or they find a way to counter it. And if they're able to counter this Hylos pick it away, whatever, that's going to be the best case scenario for the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, what a game there. Unfortunately, a little bit of audio issues for me there, but great to see that Team Falcons able to answer right back, especially because I kind of figured that to see that Insidio Supremacy able to answer back there. I felt like the answer that Team Falcons had in the first game was that they were able to throw that initial punch at Rosa once the feathered airstrike went down, and Rosa got a little too greedy with some of those wings by wings, and then they were able to answer again with the Glorious Pathway. This time, they didn't have that secondary offense to kind of launch at Rosa, which I felt like was the biggest problem when it came to some of those feathered airstrikes and raining down a lot of that damage onto it, which I want to say, when it comes, you've talked before, Insidio Supremacy has some great drafting. And when it comes to figuring out these answers, especially from the last game, they kind of went with basically the same type of composition, the same type of goals, but with some twists on it because of the last game. So I'm very excited to see that how well that they can adjust and get these great answers.
Yeah, and so far Incendio with the great draft leading them up to a great early to mid game, right? We often see them dominate, you know, first objective, second objective, and it just kind of leads to that snowball into that very first lord, into that very siege into the inhibitors. I think Team Falcons have the ability to, you know, disrupt that tempo that I think Incendio is desperately trying to set up, right? Find some early game picks, look for some of the high priority heroes. For example, are they going to take away the Hylos? I think that is a very important thing. And giving the Harith away in trade of the Granger, both are solid options. However, it might be a little bit too much damage early on, allowing the side of Incendio to really prevail in some of these team fights. But the score is 1-on-1, right? This is a best of 5 series, Private. We're going in the long run here. Again, I said it was going to be a bloodthirsty match coming out from both of these powerhouses, and so far we see exactly what it is.
It's interesting to me the small little nuances that kind of come out, especially with the little changes like the prioritization of the Bedang, which leaves open, I feel like always kind of leaves open some 2 or 3 good picks for the side of both of these guys. Now we have the prioritization of the Fanny kind of getting out there, big respect going over to Incendio Supremacy and the jungler and the skill in which he can use a lot of these junglers as well. I'm wondering if we're going to continue to lean on to this Farja for the side of Incendio Supremacy, especially because it kind of felt like we had lost the answer that we needed. Which is really interesting because we left open the Zuxin again. So we're going to answer that probably with the Farja immediately on the side of Incendio.
I actually think they're going to go for the Assassin and the Hylos. I think they want to protect their frontline MVP from the last match. So they go for the Assassin, the Joy, right? The Joy was banned out in game number 1, and they took the Fanny. And the Joy and the Hayabusa left open on game number 2, and they took the Hayabusa. And now with 2 of the Assassins being banned out, they take the other option. Now, they can take the Farsa early to protect their other picks. I just think Incendio loves this Hylos. They played it nearly almost every single game that they either ban or pick up themselves. I'm actually more interested to see what Team Falcom decide to go against, right? These Assassin pickups, do they have enough stuns to go against? They don't pick up the Hylos, they go for the Granger. This is pretty interesting because the Harith is still available. But what is Team Falcom's going to do to go against this?
Yeah, I'm assuming you pick up the Harith here. I mean, there's no excuse why not to, especially with the Granger out on the field, because if you don't pick it up, it's going to be banned out the next round. And it's just such a strong laning presence against the Granger who can just steamroll through that early game. And then on the second note, I'm wondering if they pick up the Hylos because they were successful with it in the first game, and it was just that nice security to have in that first game that if you weren't able to close the distance onto the mage or onto the marksman, there goes the Hylos. So they don't pick up the Harith. So I'm assuming Harith is going to get banned out after this next pickup here. But the Hylos, like we were talking about, it was a great assurance for the game, for game 1, especially when they weren't able to close the distance immediately on some of those squishier targets. As they were disengaging and they thought the fight was over, Glorious Pathway comes down and is able to chew them up decently there. And the Gatakacha being picked up. I saw a curious look from you.
You know, I always want the Chow to be played in the professional scene. I tried to play it and not as successful as a lot of these great teams. Doesn't have the win rates that even in any of the SPS that have Chow. I don't get that like 60-something% win rate. And I think Chow would have been a pretty good option here. Has the iframes to deal with the CC coming out from the Zushin, has the ability to kick the Hylos far away from the team, and also has the CC ability to stop Kenji from dishing out damage. However, Gato Kasha, also extremely high win rates, did well in a lot of the roam side of things. However, it could be an XP Gato Kasha, so the flex is still available there. You talked about it, the Harith being taken off the board. I'm not going to be surprised if the Rithel also gets taken off, but this does still leave quite a bit of marksmans that I think Team Falcom's not scared to use. In game number 1, they gave away the Granger. They said, here is the gift for you guys. We will take a late game marksman. So I'm actually not going to be surprised if Incendio decides to ban out the Moskov and says, take the Rithel. We want you on something different this time.
Well, this time they go ahead, they take down the Farja as well.
Farsa.
And I'm wondering what you're going to go with here. Do we go with maybe a Sicilian, which is another long range one, but has to be significantly closer than the
I think
Farsa
Aurora.
to, or maybe even, I would say, even like an Xavier who's got a decent amount of distance he can put in between, even to nail down a Zuxin with that combination and allow the rest of the team to kind of come in there and be able to burst the Zuxin character down.
You know, you talked about the Xavier, and it reminds me of one of those like M6 matches where they picked the Xavier and the Granger, and the team fight ended before it started. The Xavier just had so much poke on the backside. None of the opponents could even do anything. I think the Xavier is a great option. However, with the glorious pathway set up with the dive capability of Kenji, it would look like game number 1. And yes, that's why I think the Roar is a great option. Does well in lane against the Zushin, has that anti-dive capability. And Rosa is that type of dude that has the hero pool. He can play the Vex, he can play the Aurora. He's done well in many different heroes. Now Team Falcoms, they have a choice. Do they flex the Hylos in the XP position? They don't even know where the Gato Kacha is going, right? They could pick up the Hilda themselves that had an impact in game number 2. They also have the ability to pick up the marksman. You see the Moskov being taken out. I think Arithel is pretty much the only choice available here.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain things. I mean, I've seen them. We've been using the Bruno's come out a few times as well. Yeah, you're absolutely right on the money. Irithel comes out there. It's really interesting to bring that up about Rosa and the flexibility that we have with a lot of these picks, because sometimes you can see, especially people who like to use the Farja, can have a lot of problems when it comes to mages that need to be just a little bit closer to really be effective for some of these like Lilia players who eventually have to take on that role to be a ranged mage as well, when Lilia needs you to be right up and in their face. So it's going to be very interesting, especially with the glorious pathway. You're gonna have to be very careful about how you use it, and then how your team responds, or like how your team responds if you're given the glorious pathway to go. And it's like, do we really want to run into this just yet? Have we used that frigid glacier, or have they used that frigid glacier yet? So it'll be very interesting. And gonna go ahead, lean on to this Hilda pick again.
Yeah, Hilda being taken off the board in pretty much majority of the games that Incendio has played themselves. They picked themselves with the last pick. They had an advantage early on, a very high impact on this Hilda in game number 1. You saw they were able to, invade some of the jungles early on. They put a lot of pressure, and even in the invades that Team Falcons putting on themselves, the Hilda was that first in, last out guy. Has the capability to tank and soak up so much damage early on. Can get onto a single target and dish out tons of damage, even just building tank. So I think, again, Incendio is quite happy. I keep saying this. I feel like Incendio is just quite happy with their draft, but I think Falcom also has set themselves up with a great amount of CC, a great amount of front lines. They have the Hylos this time around and the Lucas. I want to see what they're going to be coming out with in game number 3.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, tied at 1-1 apiece. It is Team Falcons taking on Incendio Supremacy. The winner of this series will be moving on to the challenge finals. And already a huge fight. Alien might be taken down. He's going to have to use that vengeance right away. Trying to get the health back. Is it going to be Hilda down for the count in the opening 30 seconds? Looking at another possible death as Detective's going to have to disengage. One on the boards. Rosa in trouble. That's going to be a proc of that passive for them. The rest of the team looking for an escape. 1 kill already. That first blood going to Team Falcons.
One thing is clear, and it is that Hylos will reign supremacy in this series. Hylos being picked up already 3 times, 1 MVP, and this time around Detective Super is the one that picks up the first blood. A great opening from the side of Team Falcons here. We can take a look at some of the replays. And, you know, look at the damage that's being dished out. Although there's so much sustain, so much utilities coming out from the side of Incendio, Team Falcon is able to pick that one up, and it is due to their mid combination. Hylos and Zushin. I have never heard a harder matchup than those two at mid.
Oh yeah, the amount of CC and then tanking ability that you have, you see them already trying to be a little bit of a nuisance up at some of the top minions there for TNZ. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how some of these, I want to say turtle fights go, because TNZ is not gonna actually be able to kind of hang in a lot of these fights throughout. You got just an amazing amount of AoE coming out from Team Falcons. First turtle has been started. I don't see too much coming from Incendio if they want to go for it. Doesn't look like TNZ's in a position to actually contest this, and that's going to be a clean first turtle for the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, this combination at mid with the Hylos and also the Zushin is what I kind of call the guaranteed win combination, right? You win out in most of the trades. You have the damage early on, whether it's kill pressure coming out from the Hylos or also the CC coming out from Zushin. It's hard to deal with either way. They have the ability to take a lot of zoning in terms of the very first objective. They could rotate into the gold. They could rotate into the enemy jungle. It's not going to be that easy to deal with, and Falcon, I think, is playing that perfectly. However, Incendio, right? They are used to compositions like this. They have seen this in the international stage, and they know how to deal with it. They're okay with giving the Hylos. And oh, Apex chunked quite low here. I don't know if he's going to be coming out alive.
Yeah, that was actually very risky. Actually gets out of it away. Detective, they're going to be a flicker expended for the time of the side of Incendio, but what a play there. I was actually kind of questioning that myself too. I'm like, why would you go back in? You were safe. He just wanted to get some pot shots out there. We do have the electrifying beats is out there. TNZ in trouble. No. He's going to try to dash himself to safety. Smile was gunning for another kill for the side of Team Falcons. Does not find it.
And you know, the aggressiveness just comes out from both of these teams. The Joy looking to go onto the backside, and you know, he gets chunked out. He was looking for a kill, but unfortunately the side Team Falcon is just quite defensive. But the dive coming out on bot side.
Yeah, big pick up there, and does put down a Sunshine. Apex 47 was just a few moments too late to be able to help his gold laner, and now the pressure beginning to mount for Incendio Supremacy. 2 unanswered deaths on their side here. Not the greatest start for them.
Yeah, and a little bit more damage coming out from Rosa here. He gets chunked out quite a bit. He does not have the passive, so he doesn't have that safety net that he had earlier on. Team Falcon here, again, with the guaranteed win comp, he should be able to zone out the objective with no problem. But Incendio is putting a lot of resources down. They also have this Hilda, which is traditionally so good early on, especially in the jungle area.
Oh, yeah, Glorious Pathway comes down, allows Kenzie the ability to pick that up, and Sunshine gets shut down quickly. Smiling, just, you're talking about it, man. This combination of the Hylos and the Zuxin is just way too much for Incendio Supremacy to deal with at this point. Speaking of which, actually, Detective takes a heap of damage, still able to get away because you've got, oh god, coming into the back line, electrifying beats, flicker from Smiling, but TNZ doesn't want to dive under the tower. A smart move to disengage from that, but that is just showing how well the Zuxin is being played into this right now. It's just it's so formidable.
Yeah, pops the flicker on Zushin, but Zushin also has a built-in flicker herself. So yes, they got the flicker off Smiles. Can they get another fight that they're looking for? That's gonna be the big question here. Team Falcon's quite happy with the lead, 2.7k. The gold lane is winning himself 1.4k in lead. All the members are quite happy. Glorious Pathway on bot side. That's going to be a dead Granger.
Ooh, yeah, they're going in for the fight. Big pop-up lands, and down goes Sunshine again. If you were looking for a class on how to defeat that Granger, this is it. Detective under the tower gets taken down. Kobaway does find the tower, and the rest of Incendio Supremacy have to disengage here. 4-1, and man, this does not speak well, just because I don't know what kind of assurances Incendio Supremacy has for the late game. They have a very early game composition, and they're still having trouble putting it to use here.
Yeah, and I think Team Falcom is really using the Hylos well, right? 2, 1, and 2, but Koba actually gets taken off the board. A little bit of over-aggression coming out where Team Falcons was really looking to retreat and defend some of these lanes. Koba gets taken off the board. This might just be the lead that they're looking for.
Ooh, Alpha checks the wrong bush and gets his eyes shut there as the whole of Incendio Supremacy waiting in tow to put him down. Now, seeing Sunshine kind of off in the lanes, still looking for an opportunity to come in here. The rest of Incendio Supremacy looking for maybe, possibly their first objective. In comes Kenji. Glorious Pathway is out. AOG comes out, but is it going to be enough? It misses everyone.
Oh,
kind of the problem. They're starting to chase him down. Alien goes down. Kobaway with the kill onto 2 members. A double for him. TNZ goes in, does not find the electrifying beats. He doesn't want any of that CC that's coming out from Smile. And man, just right now, the combination, ooh, it says latch onto Sunshine. Alpha and Kobaway putting the damage onto that mid tower. Smile with the finishing touches, and it is just all Team Falcons here. 6-3. Incendio Supremacy can't even protect their towers at this point. They're not crazily well. I mean, they're about 3K behind here at the 7-minute mark. They're starting to I mean, every single thing that they do, it's just a composition problem here for the side. And looking coming from behind Incendio, Detective comes in there, is going to be able to get this tower, and Kobaway is going to find themselves a smooth escape. Alien comes in, decides against it. Had the opportunity, but I mean, these fights have just not been going in their way, and the last thing you want to do is start costing your team a lot of deaths on this. Oh, just like that, they do find Detective, though, so a great opportunity there. Kobaway might want to be a little careful.
Oh, no, what?
Members here, they miss the Frigid Glacier from the backside. Smile comes in, laying down the damage. Crimson Beacon is out, finds the kill onto Sunshine, and Avatar the Guardian used defensively. Apex 47 got the heck out of dodge. TNZ finds a kill onto Alpha. And Kenji looking to try to get away. Alien chasing him down, looking for the kill. Can he find it? Oh, just not able to, and not, actually might be in a bad way here. Sandwich finds him, and that's gonna be it. Lantern Flare puts down Hilda.
You know, Incendio here quite smartly. They took out the Lucas 1 versus 1 with TNZ. Right? And then they get a pick off onto the bot side. They're just looking for some of these, you know, pickoffs where the Glorious Pathway is not available, where Smiles has used some of his utility, and they're able to get a pick off here and there. They close the gap by a little bit, right? 3K, 9 minutes. It's just going to get less and less, and that's just good news from Incendio. But top side here, the Joy gets picked off. That's going to be a huge kill because the Lord is available here. Team Falcon is going to be quite happy with that trade. And again, it just always starts off with the Glorious Pathway, and it starts off with Smiling there. It's a CC, slow, stun, knock-up combination with the damage that is just damage over every single second. It's so hard to deal with. It's the golden combination.
Yeah, and it's just man, it's so useful too. You have Detective just manning the front with the Hylos. Even if they jump on Hylos, you've got Smile just over his shoulder in the back, just laying down the Lantern Flare, and you can't stay in that fight too long because then Smile's bringing you all the way back with some CC, and it's just it's not enough. And that's why I was kind of wondering how they were going to deal with it. Aurora needs to be too close to be effective for this, and I don't even know. I mean, this might be one of those combinations that you can't beat, that you're going to need to have an answer for and kind of ban out here.
You know, I'll be honest. I played this combination before that, though. The Glorious Pathway gets set onto the mid side. They're looking to siege onto the mid. They should be able to get it with absolutely no problem. Incendio here trying their best to defend, but it's a hard defense here.
Yeah, I mean, you're about a 4K gold deficit for the side of Incendio. Lord crashing in at the top. Now you're starting to see Apex and Rosa trying to put some damage on. Ooh, a little bit of a passive proc there. And unfortunate for Alien, tried to come in for the save. Ends up taking a death there. And Rosa no longer had... Ooh, Avatar the Guardian. Ooh, what was the plan? That's 5 members. And Smile with the kill there. I think the frustration is starting to show on Incendio Supremacy, looking for an answer and unfortunately unable to find one here at the 11-minute mark.
There's frustration in Incendio's plays, but I would say Team Falcom is just going above and beyond with their composition. They've done so well grouping up as 5, and they're continuing just abusing this Glorious Pathway.
Yeah, and that's going to be another. Oh, Rosa in trouble. A double for Kenji. No, looks like Alpha was able to sneak one in, taking down the Aurora. Apex 47 and Alien alone here trying to defend this, but that's going to be a quick game for Team Falcons at the 12-minute mark. Game, 2 games under their belt against Incendio Supremacy.
You know, Team Falcons like, put some respect onto my name. Another great game coming out. This time around, Team Falcon was able to take the lead and push the pedal all the way to the end. This is going to be such a huge confidence booster from the side of Team Falcon. Game number 1, they barely won towards the end of the match. Game number 2, right? The side of Incendio was able to stomp their way through a clean victory, and Falcom was able to turn the tables. A 12-minute masterpiece, a complete one-sided smash, leading from, I feel like it's the mid and the roam duo once again. This is a combination that we've seen have success in many different international events. If Incendio was going to open the draft, they cannot afford to give both of those heroes on the same side.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree here as you take a look at that. I mean, with that last game there, to 86% and 93% kill participation. That was basically, that was just a Zuxin riding on the back of Hylos there the entire time and just causing chaos. There wasn't a single tower down on the side of Team Falcons because Incendio Supremacy just could not withstand the amount of just offense coming out from Team Falcons. There's nothing you can do against that, and unless you have some type of backline dive, but then you're still dealing with the Hylos that can kind of come in for a little bit of peel right from the opening seconds here. You saw the lethality of this composition.
Yeah, I mean, if we were talking about like those like medieval times, right? Typically, there's like armies that have different roles. You got kind of like the tank, you got the cavalry, which is kind of like that light horse unit, and Hylos is a combination of both. And then you got this Zushin, right? She has the range ability. It's kind of like those like healers slash mages in the back. But when the Glorious Pathway is being put onto set, it's like a combination of the whole entire army. It's a guaranteed win. Look at this team fight, 4 versus 5. The side of Team Falcons not scared to look for some of these engagement, wins out, gets a 2-for-0 trade on a 4 versus 5. This is the type of composition that you just cannot afford to give to the side of Team Falcom, especially as a team so strong in grouping up, so strong in getting these early timings over and over. You saw the Glorious Pathway cast onto the bot side, getting advantages there. Glorious Pathway cast onto some of these inner inhibitor towers, guaranteeing their path to the victory.
I think this is going to be the Avatar of the Guardian to the back line.
Bye. Yep. Frustration.
Yeah, it's just it's unfortunate, and I mean, at that point in the game, it's almost kind of like, yeah, just try to make something happen. Let's try. There's like, because you're not going to be able to turtle. There's not much that can be done here. Try to make something happen. Unfortunately, I mean, it was academic at that point. Smile again. There needs to be an answer. I think a ban needs to be adjusted here for the Zuxin.
There is the answer for the Zushin. they've done, especially, you know, Rosa has done a pretty good job finding good matchups. Eve, Farsa, and Aurora all do pretty decent in lane against the Zushin. The problem came where there was no answer for the Zushin and the Hylos combination. They won every single mid fight. They cleared faster. Even in the early game aggression, they couldn't deal with the damage. And every time the Hylos gank bot, the Granger died. There's no answer, right? Team Falcon here got away with the composition. I don't think Incendio is going to make that same mistake again. Again, Hylos' second pick, I felt like that was the best option available. They went for the Granger, which was decent, which they also had a counter for. Harith was available, and they took the Harith and won game 2 with it. However, they took the Joy. I think that was greedy on their part. They wanted the Assassin, but they got to stick with what they're good at. The Hylos on Incendio is something to be scared of.
I think that was kind of the more amazing point to me was that was how they prioritized that too. They didn't even when they saw the combination of the Hylos and the Zooks, and they're like, a Harith be damned. So we already know we're going to be able to close the distance on Granger. There's not going to be much that can stop us. And they were absolutely right. I mean, Granger had one of the roughest. There was nothing he could do, especially once you see that coming. You can start trying to distance yourself from your tower, but Hylos was immediately diving for the behind the tower too. So I mean, a great game plan there, especially to shut down the Granger, and that is exactly what needs to be done against a Granger. There's very few matchups that he can that he can't dominate, and there's just going to need to be that pressure that you mount on there. And the Zuxin and Hylos pressure is a huge thing. Is something I'm going to need to take note of. I haven't seen it a lot. So, and maybe that's just because most teams are wary of it and try not to let that combination slip through. Here, Incendio Supremacy possibly learning the hard way about that, as we're going to be moving into game 4 and see what kind of adjustments we make, either picking up the Hylos ourselves, which they were able to do and be successful with in the second game. And I want to say this series that we've been watching here, Hylos has just been the money maker for these teams. He just provides so much in the terms of offensive capability, that glorious pathway, even when it comes to chasing down the enemy who's trying to disengage, separating them with that glorious pathway, or even zoning them out from objectives. He is just something that needs to be answered for. Zuxin taken off the table there for Team Falcons.
You know, Hylos is one of those heroes that, as a roamer myself, it's a one-button easy hero. Not much skill involved. It's very boring. It's just in your face. You press revitalize, you run away, you run forward. There's no dashing involved. There's no timing involved, right? You just have to stun the right targets. It's a very big ultimate, but a very big amount of impact. It's one of those heroes that is very hard to deal with. However, a lot of the top teams already know how to deal with it. You can see, especially in the M series, Hylos was played almost every single game and had a very high impact, had a very high pick and ban rate. However, the win rate was quite low. I think it was near like 30 or 40%, maybe pick or ban at like 50, 60, 70%. And you could see other heroes like the Khalid, the Chow dominate in terms of this matchup. And I would like to see both of these teams look to give away the Hylos to find a counter for it. 100% win rate in this matchup is great, but it doesn't tell the full story. There's bad matchups that a lot of these teams need to be looking out for. Same thing with the Matilda. Banning this out is one thing, but allowing it to be open and finding the counter to it, I think, is so important for these teams to be able to get onto that next level. Incendio, though, do take out some of the same bans that they struggled with. The Phoveus in game number 1, they don't want to deal with that. The Badang that has not been open, along with the Matilda.
All right, so we got some primes out there right now. Granger's out there. Suyu still out there as well. Hayabusa been banned out, so that's going to be one thing off of there. Joy's still left open, and I don't see them really...
Hylos first pick. I'm closing my eyes.
You said Hylos first pick.
It's 100%, right? Win game 1, win game 2. win game 3, high impact plays, very easy. It sets them up with something that is like, just deal with it. But nope. Woo. Interesting.
So for me then, it's like if you pick up if you allow Team Falcons to pick this up, are we going to go with the Cho to be able to kind of counter that out? Are they, especially because you have the Harith on your team now too? So Cho would actually be a big problem if it's on the opposite team itself. I'm assuming. Go ahead.
Maybe, you know, since they have the first pick for the jungler, they could pick, I think, the Soyu and Hylos, which worked out well in game number 3, should be the option here. The Harith tossed me off in a different segment. I didn't really understand it because it wasn't getting prioritized in any of these games. It did its job. However, the Granger's still available. The Rithos still available. Okay. I forgot the Fanny was even here, man. There's too much on the table, bro.
This is why we're not pro drafters for these teams. Like, 'cause stuff like that gets through. It's like, oh yeah, well.
Well, yeah, just everything I said out the window. The Fanny is gonna be hard to deal with. Whatever, yada yada. And an Eve slipped through that has been banned out numerous times. And this is the first time we see Rosa kind of on more of a traditional role, something that's extremely meta heavy versus kind of that like the Farsa and also the Aurora.
So it's going to be very interesting here. I mean, we saw it the first game and it was dominant, but it just, there was, I want to say I favored Incendio's composition, but Team Falcon's play style was just so crisp in that first game to really offset the Fanny. Here, possibly a different story. They've still got the same answers. Moskov does very well into a Fanny. I mean, he doesn't exactly counter her, but he can create that distance that can kind of offset a Fanny. And then if you're going to be diving into a pack of them, you're going to be diving into a pack that has a Hylos, that has that stun, that can potentially lead you. And you even have a stun coming from Suyu as well. So it'll be interesting. I do like having the real world manipulation because you cut off the escape of these guys, especially now that you're going to have a Fanny. You're going to have a Harley in that as well that can lay down that Zaman force that can really help with trying to cut off an escape there as well. And now we've got some pickoffs coming off here. The Jawhead taken out on the side of Team Falcons and Hilda taken off from Incendio.
You know, I really like how both these teams are drafting. It's just, dude, I said it in game 1. I said it in game 2. Both are quite happy. Maybe I'm the one that's happy, and both of these teams are just like drafted normally because, you know, you have the Hylos, Soyu, and Moskov. That's 3 stuns against the Fanny, right? Soyu is a fighter. He's gonna have priority over the objectives. Same thing with the Hylos. It's a very high early game winning rotation type of hero. He's gonna have the first rotation, he's gonna have the zoning capability, he's gonna have the sustain that's hard to deal with early on. Incendio, however, they have the mid-game, early to mid-game advantage with the Harith. That means it's a winning matchup in the gold lane. Team Falcons did not opt to go for the Rithel, did not opt to go for the Granger. So Harith is just open. Paired up with the advantages that Fanny has early on, it's going to be a very kill-heavy game on the gold side. However, Team Falcon has paired it up with the early game advantage in the objective, early game advantage in the roam position, and now they put in another front line. These guys are literally playing chess against each other, and that's not even mentioning the Eve, which does well against the fighters, things that are immobile. However, the Hylos is there to just dash around. There's just so much action going on from both of these teams. I'm super happy with the draft. The Gato Kacha, super tanky, super hard to deal with. Another stun taunt lock that's extremely underrated going against Fanny.
Yeah, I was about to say this. You're going to have to make a huge impact during the laning phase when you're catching people out and getting some of those rotations, because once we lose the laning phase, once we're death balling together on Team Falcons, Fanny dives in there, Fanny gets stunned. It's going to be Bellaric out there as well. Dairoth Something we haven't seen in a while. Very dominant when it comes to that XP lane. I don't favor it in a lot of these team fights just because CC is like the anti-Dairoth when it comes. He's so squishy. He's got a ton of regen, which makes you think that he's very tanky, and he's got a ton of damage. It's just he's a very squishy when you're going to be kind of nailing him down. Though I like the Beleric. If you get that Wrath of Dryad out there, that those few seconds that will allow the Fanny to get in there, get some damage, and then hopefully get out before they shake out of it will be very interesting.
Now, the Dairoth is something we've seen before by Incendio Supremacy. It's game number 1 against Elevate. They did get the victory off of the glue. And this time around, Dairoth is going to be facing up against the Gato or the Hylos. It's looking like it's going to be the Gato. And he's going to have a pretty decent time against majority of the tanks. So expect him to win that matchup. Now, this Beleric, normally see it paired up against the Joy, but Incendio Supremacy is a team that likes to use the Beleric. So does Team Falcon. Both of the teams have used it quite well. The advantage that the Beleric has is that any of the units that require a melee distance of diving, the Gato Kacha, the Hylos, and also, more importantly, the Suyo, that's going to be the priority target that the Beleric is going to catch. However, the Beleric is not extremely meta. Doesn't have a super high win rate, doesn't have a super high pick rate. It's quite niche on its ability. We've seen it dominate games, but will it dominate this one, Private?
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing here. It is game point for Team Falcons. Incendio Supremacy need this win or they risk being dropped into the lower bracket. We're going to find out if this Beleric can make the changes and adjustments needed for this incoming glorious pathway. I mean, I feel like it could prove something, especially if the glorious pathway comes out. You immediately drop down the Wrath of Dryad. If you're in between the Hylos, the damage coming out from the, oh my god, and the Fright! Ooh, that's just a lot of CC.
Yeah, I mean, Smile is definitely showing that he is not as scared of Rosa. And, you know, Rosa being such a dominant mid laner, oh my god, so much damage.
Yeah, it comes and finds the kill onto Detective. First blood for Tienzi. Kenji, I don't even think he knows what hit him. He just saw blurs flying past him, and down goes his teammates.
I mean, they call him Tienzi, but maybe we gotta call him Spidey here. There's like 4 cables being thrown around the whole entire map. We were expecting early aggression, early kills off of a Fanny. Tienzi proved it in game 1 that he has the ability to do so. He continues to go for it in game number 2. A small advantage for the side of Incendio, a very strong beginning for them here. This is exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, and Tienzi biding his time, waiting. I guess not seeing them low enough to where he wants to kind of swoop in. But this is what I was talking about. Like, you need to have a great early game with this Fanny, because I don't like how this Fanny can potentially be dealt with once the team gets away from their lanes, once they start grouping up really nice and tight, where we saw in game 1 that Tienzi was having a lot of problems, even with the crazy amount of skill that Tienzi has. I mean, you can't just dive into 5 people at once and not expect to get CC'd down.
Now, I will have to say this though. I am scared for Incendio. But before that, though, they're looking to fight on the turtle.
Yeah, do have a real world manipulation now. Tienzi swooping through them with some cables. Alien finds a kill onto Kenji. Smile tries to get away, has the IMU, but gets caught up. A Terrify, though, with that great Wrath of the Dryad, finds 4 kills there. Team Falcons down 6 kills for Incendio Supremacy and a free turtle.
Here's the thing. 6-1, 3 minutes in, 1.3k lead. This is exactly what Incendio needs with the comp that they're drafting. You draft a Dairoth. That's a guaranteed winning matchup in that XP position almost against anyone. However, the impact that he has in the late game is not going to be there. Same thing, Harith versus the Moskov. Moskov has that late game ability. Before that, Kenji almost gets taken off the board. Same thing with the Fanny. These are all early game dominant, kill heavy, lane winning matchups. They're great 1 versus 1. But when it comes down to grouping as 5, I think Team Falcom has something that is going to be so hard to deal with. The amount of stuns and the amount of CC, the amount of sustain that the Hylos and the Gato provides. Paired up with the Suyo, with the stuns, it's hard to deal with. Incendio has a lead. Can they snowball this into the mid and possibly end the game early? Or is Team Falcon going to be able to prolong the game and have a result just like game number 1?
Well, and that's the problem that we've seen here is a lot of teams can potentially... Ooh, actually coming in onto Smile. Smile's going to dodge out of the way. Avatar the Guardian is out. 2 real-world manipulations down on the ground. Detective finds a kill on there. Swooping in is Tienzi, not able to find a kill just yet. Apex 47 going to have to get out of there. Detective in trouble. Are we going to see a cutthroat? Oh, and Tienzi is down, and a Spear of Vengeance just goes wide. Though if it had connected, I don't really think that Koba would have wanted that fight, especially with them already disengaging there. It's unfortunate. You were talking about it. They really need to make an impact and kind of keep that lead here at the beginning. Those 2 deaths for Incendio Supremacy do not bode well for them moving into the mid and late game, because they really need to keep this advantage, or they're gonna have a very rough game for these team fights in the late.
Yeah, I think it's too early for the side of Incendio to be dropping kills here and there. They need to hold the winning matchups. They need to hold for the winning kills. And Alien already being dropped in that earlier team fight, it's going to be hard. Now Team Falcom has grouped up. They have the defense. They have the zoning. I feel like this is the moment where Incendio needs to be able to find the pickoffs. And if they don't get advantage either in the lanes or in the objective, it's going to smell a lot of trouble here.
Oh, what a launch onto Rosa. They missed the Avatar of the Guardian. Down comes the real-world manipulation. Spear of Vengeance is out as well. They do find a kill. Alien finds one, but gets taken down himself. Tienzi comes in, cannot find the killing mark there. 7-5, and the Turtle just up there watching as all this unfolds and before him, and nobody in a position to be able to take that objective.
You know, again, Incendio, they're great at laning, especially with the comp that they have, right? A 1 versus 1 Dairoth versus any tank with a Fanny coming out from the backside, that's a win, right? A Harith versus Moskov with a Fanny coming out from the backside, that also is a win. But Team Falcoms, they're able to group up and chain these skills. You saw the stun coming out from Hylos, pop with the AOG. Rosa had to flicker out, and this time around, they're trying to go for it again.
Yeah, and the Glorious Pathway is out there, definitely latching.
Again?
Rosa gets popped up and might be it. Rosa is down. Alpha with the kill there. Alien finds one onto Alpha. Tienzi finds the Turtle. Are they going to be able to find some matching kills here? No, they're going to disengage here very quickly to get away, and now they're going to go ahead and go into enemy territory to pick up that purple buff. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get, might be a little bit more, a little greedy here. Smile comes in with the IMU. Now they're trying to put some damage on. Oh, Wrath of Dryad comes out from Smile, trying to put the damage on, and no retribution. Wait, I don't even know who got that. I think that was picked up by Kenji.
You know, whether or not who picked that up, that's not important. They're able to trade out both of the towers, right? So a trade coming out from both sides. A trade on the losing side, Team Falcon, means I think it's an advantage for the side of red. And again, the clock is ticking, Private. I'm scared, because I don't see where the team fight is going to look in favor of the side of Incendio. Maybe the Harriet's going to pick them up with that hybrid damage, but the Spidey comes through.
Tries to get the kill. Smiley, with just a hair of health, is going to be able to get away from that, and that is unfortunate. Tienzi doing everything right, but just not able to land just enough damage to make the difference there. And you do see that Sunshine up here trying to put some damage onto this tower. Zaman Force has been out. The rest of the team from the backside, this side against with the flank on the side there, and are going to disengage.
Yeah, both teams are looking to trade some of these towers, but it seems like Team Falcom is able to get a decent defend, right? And, you know, right here, they do pick up, I don't even know who picked up the blue, but once again, it was hard coming out from Team Falcons to be able to defend that. Incendio still has the lead early on, but it's still a 1.7k. The lead is pretty much essentially not there. Now it's up to the fact on how do they rotate as a team. I feel like Incendio has to look to split apart Team Falcon, while Team Falcon's looking to find a very good group. If they have their front lines in the front and Moskov in the back, they're going to have a great time.
Ooh, speaking of split apart, TNZ finds a great kill onto Kenji. Rosa on the side there, and we do have an Avatar of the Guardian. Alien's going to get caught with that. Rosa still in a great position there, laying down the damage. Zaman Force laid onto the ground. In comes TNZ looking for a kill. Not able to find one just yet. Zooming back and forth.
Oh my.
Through the tower. Coming in. Smile. Koboe finds the kill. Smile lives to fight another day once again. Smile and Detective thanking their lucky stars. They were not taken out there. Man, TNZ was so close to finding himself a triple.
Yeah, I mean, that was a team fight that could have ended extremely bad for Team Falcons. Incendio could have got away 4-man with 4 kills, and that would have completely snowballed at their sides. But this time around, they get away with some HP, and they're the ones actually starting this objective. This might be a throw here. This might be a hard team fight.
Ooh, yeah, it comes down to the Avatar of the Guardian. Zaman Force has been laid out, followed by the real world manipulation. Alpha finds a kill onto Apex. And Sunshine able to find a kill of his own. Lord very low. TNZ finds the kill there. Koboe in trouble, gets taken out by Sunshine. They both trade each other's lives there. Double kill for Sunshine. 14-10 and a Lord on the side of Incendio supremacy.
Yeah, this is pretty much what Incendio really needs, right? They don't have the CC available to really lock down people. However, they're getting these kills off of the front line. Alpha died 5 times, Super Detective 4 times. These are units that are always in the front from the side of Team Falcons, and they're getting melted. It could be by Alien, it could be by Rosa. There's just so much damage being outputted by the side of Incendio.
Right now, I want to say the big hitters right now, both gold laners. Sunshine right now sitting at 3-1-3 on that Harith. Koboe 2-1-2 on the Moskov. So both of these guys, I mean, both of these teams still have answers on the side of their gold lanes, who are both doing pretty well in these games. Apex 47, we do have the glorious pathway laid down mid-while at mid. TNZ needs to find himself. Just dodges an evil queller coming from Sunyu. Koboe finds a kill onto Rose. This is not what Incendio wants. They need to get away. And, ooh, Sunshine finds himself a kill of his own onto their Kenji from the side. Looking to latch on, is not going to be able to find the kill onto Sunshine. In comes TNZ. Gets stunned for his efforts. Down comes the Zaman Force. Down goes Alpha and Kenji. And a great answer from Incendio Supremacy off the back of that retreat.
Yeah, I mean, I was scared for Incendio Supremacy's comp, right? I didn't think the Dairoth had enough CC, especially when it came down to that mid and late game. I didn't think the Harith is going to outscale the Moskov, but so far, 12 minutes in, Incendio is really pushing that lead. They're playing quite good. And, you know, the Dairoth died twice in the beginning in every single one of those team fights, but now he's actually living in majority of these. This is a trouble situation for the side of Team Falcon.
Ooh, Rosa finds the kill on the Smile. Sunshine finds one of his own as they're going to go ahead, put the boots onto that mid tower. Kenji and Alpha trying to defend there. Ooh, a little bit of a push coming up from top. It does seem like Alien has seen it, and they're going to be a little bit too late to catch him.
Yeah, 3K lead, 12 minutes in. It's still a close game coming out from both of these teams. Once again, I feel like Incendio has to look to make big plays right now. You have to look to be able to end it here. And TNZ, take it off.
A well-placed spear from Koboe is going to be able to take down Fanny, shove him against the wall, and that's going to be it for TNZ. And that's just why Moskov does have such a great time, and why he was dealt with here, or kind of picked up here, is just because he does so well against the Fanny. You find the right angle, you stun Fanny. Pathway is out, looking to put the damage down. Zaman Force has been laid out, and a defensive real-world manipulation is out there as well. Alien might not live to tell the story. Kenji from the backside finds the flank. 2 kills under his belt. The Apex 47 not able to find the defense there.
2-4-0, a clean team fight coming out from Team Falcons. It was, you know, and again, it started from the glorious pathway. Gets the units slowed into a Spirit Destruction. They were able to get that chase down, and that's the mobility that Team Falcon has set themselves up with. And with 2 kills being in their favor, they should be able to get this Lord uncontested.
Ooh, Alien came in with a little bit of damage. Wow. Is not going to be able to find the kill on that die route. He already had the Abyssal Strike down, lays the glorious pathway. Koboe finds himself a kill, or is able to take down a tower. Meanwhile, TNZ in here cleaning up shop, looking for the damage. And Kenji and Alpha. Meanwhile, here comes Sunshine. Zaman Force has been laid down. He wants the damage. Can he find it? He does it. Alpha here on the side as well. Oh, and finds the trigger there. Sunshine with a kill under his belt. Koboe comes in just a little bit too late. I'm not sure if Sunshine sees him. Rosa poking some damage into that bush. Koboe and Kenji looking for an angle. In comes TNZ, finding the damage. Takes down Kenji. Koboe still biding his time. Is he going to be able to find it? Comes in, and he's going to be tricked into that real-world manipulation. Sunshine very low, but that is going to be a clean Lord for the side of Incendio Supremacy. 25-17 right now.
Okay, well, Incendio picks up the objective, also picks up a few kills along the way, able to shut down a lot of the key units, right? And Team Falcon, I felt like it wasn't that disciplined, right? You know, the Suyu got picked off, no problem here. Apex actually getting pushed away here. Side of Falcons actually should back off as soon as possible because the siege, the horde is coming.
Oh, and the Zaman Force was laid down. Down goes Detective Alpha. Gonna have to use that Avatar of the Guardian. Does find a mark. Apex actually takes a heap of damage. And Sunshine able to find the kill onto Alpha. Spear of Vengeance is out, and TNZ moves out of the way strategically there. That's gonna be one high ground tower up at the top is down. Kenji comes in for some damage. Is able to find the kill onto Apex 47. Meanwhile, mid and bottom high ground towers. Ooh, Kenji actually having a decent time there. Gets taken out by TNZ, and this looks like the final wrap up of this game. Some damage going to go onto there, and things are tied up at 2. Incendio Supremacy with this victory.
And we're going into game number 5, everyone. This is 2-2, game number 4. Incendio Supremacy able to take care of business here. And again, their composition was built for that early and mid game, and they never had a chance to like throw the game. Falcons, they just kept losing team fights over and over and over. And here, Sunshine with a great performance. 10-3-9, dealing tons of damage. It might be due to the fact that it was mixed damage, right? It's a magic carry, also paired up with the Fanny and Daira. That's heavy physical, heavy magic. So hard for Team Falcon to deal with.
Yeah, and I want to say when it came to a lot of those team fights, Incendio Supremacy wasn't exactly winning them in the mid game because they had to disengage. The problem is that TNZ would kind of swoop in at the end there along with Sunshine to be able to kind of clean up certain parts of those matchup, even when they were trying to disengage. So, I mean, great strategy coming through, even though the compositions didn't spell it out, the play style, and that's just something that has been written over and over again from these two teams here. A great games there. MVP going to Sunshine, 66 kill participation there, 69% from TNZ, and Rosa just doing a great job there. I believe it was around 70% there as well when it came to laying down that damage, especially with the real world manipulations.
Yeah, I mean, I would say a perfect game coming out from Incendio. It ended where they really needed the game to end, right? They didn't give Koba any chance to, find a very good opportunity, especially to snowball. And it came from the early game, right? TNZ here being like Spider-Man, tossing 17 cables back and forth consistently throughout the whole entire game. And also the real the RWMs coming out from both of the mid laners were so impactful early on, but Rosa just had the edge in terms of that late game.
those cables there, the cable walk back out of the tower range there is just so much. And then here you can see some of those great fights, and Alien doing a great job, especially in team fights where Dairoth doesn't usually shine. So hats off to him as well in that XP lane. He did very well on that Dairoth to be able to kind of still have that great effect even through some of the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Alien is the man in this SPS region where Dairoth has 100% win rate now. It's 2 picks out of 2 by Alien, able to win out in both of those picks. It really just shows the depth of Incendio Supremacy's draft, right? They could take any of these heroes, any of these matchups, and they have a response, they have a counter to it, even if it's a high risk, high reward, something like a Fanny, right? Where it's really hard to really get some wins sometimes, and there's a confidence issue, and they're able to take their loss from their game 1 and show it up in game number 4. Now we are on the 5th game of the series. Hylos has finally taken the loss here. You know, I thought the Hylos didn't have a response for any of these teams, but Incendio picks it up and throws it away.
Yeah, and maybe due to having that Belleric out there, which really kind of stopped the ability of them to kind of chase down the enemy team there and be as successful as they were. I was thinking maybe Cho might be a better pick out there, but I liked the Belleric. It especially kind of having that wall with the Wrath of Dryad out there. So Sunshine here, 10, 3, and 9. A great game for him out there, but we are going to that sudden death here. It's one more game left in this series as they both managed to tie this up.
Yeah, no, this is a hard one coming out from both of these teams. Again, one of the best teams coming out from Saudi Arabia, Team Falcons, right? Representing their region, going far in international tournaments. And you also have Incendio Supremacy, which also is pretty much top rank in terms of the team coming out from Turkey. Both of these teams, big fan base. Coming into game number 5, you know, in the beginning of today, I was kind of like, wow, Incendio has a very good history, has dominated their performance. And it seems like in terms of the hero pools, like they should have the experience coming out. But Team Falcon, with the way that they've been performing, with the way that they've been fighting, they're a very, very strong 5-man team. They have standard rotations onto the gold lane, especially with the Hylos, and they're able to take care of some of these businesses. So I don't know how this game number 5 is going to go. It's going to be quite hard.
I'm actually kind of curious. Do you believe the Fanny was intentionally let out there and Team Falcons felt like they were going to be able to handle it? Or maybe do you think that they were like us and they were focusing on these things, and when they picked Fanny, they were like, oh, okay, let's we can do this? Because I mean, that
it's very interesting to me that I know for a fact Incendio Supremacy sets their draft up on purpose. They are not scared to let open the Granger, the Zushin, and also the Fanny, which is 100% pick or ban in numerous regions, right? And Team Falcon also is one of those teams that are not scared to open up those 3 picks. However, Team Falcon against Besiktas, they banned out Fanny all 3 times. I think this time around, they just wanted to play around the draft, wanted to see if TNZ was open to that Fanny pick, and TNZ did perform on it. In game number 1, it was like 8-0. In game number 4, he also dominated from the start. You say, is it accidental? It might just be that Incendio has so much strong pocket picks throughout their whole entire draft that it opens up 1 or 2 that maybe Falcon is willing to take the risk on.
Yeah, it's interesting to me just because that first game, I don't care how bad or what you want to say about Incendio Supremacy losing that game. There is no way any of that blame was put on TNZ with that Fanny because of how well he played there, even getting a Lord through an entire team of Team Falcons. Yeah. So to me, that just kind of, that would have been like, all right, Fanny just number 1 always needs to be banned out no matter what, just because like it's just too strong. TNC just plays it so well here. We're gonna go ahead, prioritize. Granger's still out there. I want to say what other picks. We still got the Hylos, of course, out there as well. A lot of the prioritized jungle picks. Joy, Suyu still available. Hylos taken off the, or Hylos, Hayabusa taken off the board. Phoveus is an interesting first pick, I'm assuming, to counter the possible Lucas.
Yeah, it's a great blind pick. However, Hylos is one of those picks that are good against the Phoveus. Whether it's flex into the roam position or even taken in the XP, it does wonders. And the Harith being picked up quite early here, an instant lock in. Okay, I expected the Suyo. I just didn't know which team was going to pick it up. I thought that pick was quite good. The Granger gets taken from Team Falcom. This sets Team Falcom up with a very heavy physical front, very physical draft, which they didn't really find the performance that they were looking for. This kind of looks like game number 2, where the side of Incendio kind of just steamrolled, just due to the fact that they had these heroes that were so physical skill based. It means one antique and all 3 are protected. So Incendio, I think they're not going to be scared of building these antiques on some of these heroes. They could go for an alpha, which brings that physical with a very magic dominant heavy draft. I feel like Incendio bans out some physical here, bans out some mage heavy heroes, and Falcom looking to take out some of the physical ones.
I was about to say, I'm assuming Alpha is going to be the first ban from Team Falcons and Mages on Incendio here, especially with the
give the joy.
I feel like Eve, they were kind of like messing around with the different pocket picks there, with Farja not really having the effect that they want. Well, having an effect, but just too susceptible to those dives. So, I mean, and Eve, not terrible. I mean, you can dive on Eve as well, but she just has a little bit, she's a little bit more sustained. You get that added shield when it comes to the real world manipulation to kind of fend off a little bit of that. And then not to mention that when you're diving on her, you're going to be hitting into that root that's gonna really kind of keep you in place. That allows Harith to be able to come in and swoop in with a ton of damage. A chip taken off the board. A very interesting for the side of the Incendio supremacy. Chip hasn't been a huge priority for a lot of teams here. They were successful in, was it game 3 that Team Falcons were successful with it? So I mean,
no, they lost. They lost with it. However, Falcom is a team that has done well with the chip. It's interesting. I want to see where Team Falcom goes with this. They have played a Kadita against the Eve, which is a great counter. However, do they have enough with the Harith? That's going to be an issue. And they take out the Alpha, the physical damage dealer jungler. Yeah, I mean, Incendio can also set up for a Ling, which they have played in the past here. So still a lot of options are open.
Yeah, and I'm also kind of wondering Tigreal or something else, even Belleric on the side of Team Falcons. There's still a lot of options out there when it comes to roams, things that can possibly shut down, especially if Harith tries to come in with the Zaman Force. I feel like there's a lot of CC picks that we're kind of ignoring for the bans for Incendio Supremacy that can really bring Team Falcons, really round out this composition for them. You talked a little bit about that physical prominence aspect on their side right now that they have here. So yeah, I mean, we're going to be looking for a decent amount of damage. Vexana's still out there, I guess. Though I don't like it into such a heavy engage type of with the Hylos. So Vexana, I mean, you're going to be using that flicker all the time, just as soon as that glorious pathway comes down there. Oh, and Nolan taken off the board from Team Falcon. So I want to say Team Falcons, both of these teams are looking at things, and they've got like this deeper understanding of both teams that even I am kind of surprised with when it comes to some of these pickups.
Yeah, Team Falcon's really looking to deny away the physical damage dealers, right? The damage carries in the jungle. This doesn't leave that many options, maybe besides something like a Ling, which I've kind of said is something that Incendio has picked up themselves. They pick up this Lucas that adds to the physical damage that they were kind of lacking. However, the Lucas versus Phoveus matchup, maybe you understand this a little bit more. you know, Lucas has some abilities with the transformation, has some damage, but I feel like Phoveus just does a little bit better at level 4.
He does, and the problem here is like those old matchups in the XP lane where you kind of suffered when it came to the laning phase, but you really shined when it came to those team fights, and that's where Lucas does really well. Is like you really kind of, especially here, like picking him into the Phoveus, you have to be understanding that, yeah, Phoveus is going to lead me in the lane, but when it comes to those team fights and the sustain that I have and the damage that I can put off, I'm going to be shining there. So we'll see how well, because I mean, Phoveus isn't exactly a slouch in team fights. It's just that he's got that all-in mentality that once he goes in, it's like, all right, boys, everybody else needs to follow or he's dead, because there's not going to be much to be able to get him out.
And I know you mentioned the Sicilian, right? In some of the previous games, the Sicilian was an option that didn't really get picked up. Now, being picked up here as the magic damage carry with so many cores of fail.
That's going to be a Lucas jungle.
In a game number 5? Bro, I've not seen enough Lucas in the jungle to be able to say yes. I haven't even seen enough Lucas winning in the XP to be like, yes, I like this. Now, Alien on the CC, you know that matchup, CC is gonna win. CC is gonna dominate. CC is going to be able to chunk out Phoveus early on in the level 4 turtle and even go into the backline and kill the jungler of Team Falcon. It's almost a cheese pick, always gets picked up later on in the draft, something that a lot of teams hate to deal with because it's so good. But this Lucas in the jungle in game number 5, I don't know what more surprise they could give us.
It's interesting to me, but ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final game. The winner of this game moving on to the challenge finals. The loser, unfortunately, dropping to the lower bracket. Their road not quite ended yet. I'm excited to see this Lucas in the jungle just because I've wondered. I've seen a lot of it through ranked games, and it can be very dominant with that steamroll, but it for some reason it lacks when I've seen it in pro play. So I'm wondering what the exact counter is, maybe what the falters are that a lot of these pro players have found with a Lucas in the jungle. Because I'm not gonna lie, Lucas, like especially something like a Lucas that you're talking about, the dominance he gets in the XP lane fast forwarded because of how fast he can roam and get those levels up through the jungle.
Well, you know, Lucas is a fighter and has some iframes. I don't know how good it is to hit those like retry and a skill, but having the ability to not get CC'd means that he has a degree of great retry abilities. However, Soyu is one of the most popular jungler, has a great win rate in this region for the Snapdragon, and that compared to Lucas, which is at a measly 16%. 1 game won out of 6 matches. This is not something that I recommend myself, and it's on an XP. We're taking him into a jungle. It's a complete different spin. It might be what Incendio needs to surprise Team Falcon, but against Suyo, the chances are he's not going to be able to get these objectives down.
I feel like the plan is that because we kind of pulled the wool over Team Falcon's eyes and we got that we got the CC into the XP lane to be able to dominate Phoveus, all we need is for Lucas to not suck. You know what I mean? And as long as he doesn't feed, we're gonna have the elements of surprise from that draft, from that XP lane that will be able to dominate. So I mean, I think that's what we're kind of gunning on. And God forbid that Lucas actually does super well here, then it's gonna be something that's gonna be super overwhelming for Team Falcons.
Like, it's kind of like a game number 4 where they drafted the Dairoth. They just needed the Dairoth to win and have that slight edge in terms of the rotation, have a slight edge in some of the team fights for him to burst down to the front lines, right? The CC is kind of the same thing here. You know, you said CC just gives that extra oomph on that XP lane, making sure that they get that winning matchup. But couldn't they just draft the CC first and pick up a jungler that's used? Again, I thought Ling, which is something that actually both of these teams have been using, is a great physical damage dealer. They could go for that, like, I don't care if it's physical or magic. I'm going to go for a strong jungler like the Joy, or even something like the Julian that we've seen before. That could have been interesting. But for game number 5, Private, I'm still unsure about this. This is too much for me.
Well, I mean, when you talk about stats, Ling has been chosen twice and has 50% win rate. I've actually been curious about that too since I've been casting here, of like why Ling hasn't been prioritized. And I thought maybe lag is an issue or something, or MS. They don't like to use Ling even with the littlest bit, but we've seen Fanny out here, so we know they have the mechanical know-how of it as we get right back into this game.
I mean, I guess we just have to give even more props to Team Falcon to be able to set up their draft like this. Bot side here, Alien gets taken off the board early on. We expected this pick to dominate his lane, and it's getting taken off the board so early on here.
Well, yeah, and I was actually kind of wondering where that came from. Was that just a 1v1 that they lost on there, especially for something that's supposed to dominate against the Phoveus there? That's very interesting to me because they just rotated down there and immediately CC was down. I don't even think there was an engagement from Team Falcons on that. It was just an outplay coming. And speaking of outplay, in comes down to put some more damage, and down goes Alien again.
The wall crumbles as Team Falcon's able to take a 2-0 2 minutes in. It doesn't really show that much in terms of the gold lead. However, there's going to be a huge level difference. This means that there's going to be a completely free objective, and Team Falcon knows that they have the retribution advantage. They're even sending the Gato to defend against the blue buff.
Yeah, they do know that their purple buff is being taken. Is he going to be able to get away? Got a Kacha there trying to man it up. The rest of the team coming in from the side. He does get that purple buff. Kobaway on the side, putting some damage on the Rosa. Going to have to use that flicker with the real world is out, but they are right there behind him. Avatar the guy down, catches 3 members, and the demonic force is out. Zaman force laid down on the ground so that Sunshine can find himself an escape. Apex goes down. That is a 4-kill lead for Team Falcons.
Team Falcons coming with the 4-0 sweep. I may say early on, they're looking to even get onto TNZ right here. They're dominating across the map, whether it's pick-offs from side to side or even a small group team fight. Incendio, they have to play a little bit slower now. They don't have that early advantage that a Hylos is supposed to give, right? An early guaranteed matchup. And even a boss side here, take it off once again.
Oh man, I feel like Alien is just having a rough go of it. Maybe just the frustration starting to set in, getting a little bit too far ahead, and they're just not finding it. This is the reason, I mean, it's all right to go outside the box of the meta, but you have to respect that the meta is the meta for a reason. There's certain picks that just don't shine certain places. I can't even say, I mean, I don't even feel like TNZ's doing a bad job. TNZ just hasn't had any type of effect just yet. He hasn't done great. He hasn't done bad. The biggest problem is Aliens getting outplayed by Alpha here. TNZ does find a kill on the Kobaway there at the bottom. There's 2 members on him, and we do have the health there spell for Detective trying to chase down TNZ. Meanwhile, Apex 47 getting taken down. Sunshine finds the security of the tower. Alpha and Kenji, 3 members looking possibly for a dive under the tower. TNZ on the side looking for the kill on the Smiley. Is not going to be able to find it. Has to turn tail as under tower decides to go all in, does not make use of it, and gets killed. That is an 8-1 lead for Team Falcons.
I mean, look at the priority that Team Falcons has set themselves with, right? Alpha with a great Phoveus pick, almost 100% kill participation. Same thing with Kenji, right? These are 2 picks that Team Falcon have set themselves up with success early on in the draft. The cards were shown, right? And they actually, you know,
cornered.
In trouble here. It got trapped and sandwiched in between two members of Team Falcons there, but go on with what you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, Incendio literally got cornered in the draft. They're forced to pick up something like a Lucas here that doesn't perform as well as the Soyu. Added injury on top of that, Alpha is winning the matchup that CC was supposed to be winning in the late. Team Falcon showed their cards and it paid off. But Incendio, they still have a slight hope, right? Kenji is still doing quite good. Look at the level department. He's farmed up so extremely well here.
Ooh, they're going to go ahead. TNZ going to go ahead and lock down on the Kobaway. Actually, as looking for a disengage, is not going to be able to get away. Does get away there from the side. Alien putting on some damage with those yo-yos. Nobody gets taken down, thankfully, from that engagement. As we take a look at the item builds here, we're looking at almost a 1K gold. Big Avatar, the Guardian, lands on 2 members, and that's going to be 2 down for Team Falcons. Just as I said, nobody got taken out there. They continue on the fight. TNZ in trouble, gets pulled back, and this might be it. Kenji finds the kill, 11-1 lead. And just like you said, that game 5 maybe not the place for some of these experimental drafts.
I mean, yes, a dominating fight coming out from the side of Team Falcons here, but that was a 1.1k shutdown for the side of Incendio. They're able to get Kenji onto Rosa. That's huge, because if you look at some of the previous fights, the RWM was so good, but here,
ooh, Kobaway actually in trouble here. Sunshine does find a kill, but taken down by Smile. Apex 47 looking for a disengaged Rosa on the backside, providing some of that suppressive fire. Alpha on the side there, matching up against Alien. TNZ coming for the flank, looking for the possibility. Kenji on the side. Is he going to be able to find it? He locks onto Kenji. Is he going to be able to put enough damage onto him? He's not barely 10% taken down there. Now they go after Alpha. Big Avatar does not land onto anybody. The rest of the team comes in for the clash. Apex 47 low. Alien taken down, and TNZ finds a kill onto Kenji. Now turning it around. Detective very low as well. Apex 47 next on the docket as Smile finds the kill there. TNZ gets taken down by Smiles. That is 4 down for Team Falcons, 3 down for Incendio Supremacy. A double kill for Smile.
it's a 4 for 3, but the main thing is they shut down Alpha. They shut down Kenji earlier, and Rosa got a 1k bonus. And then you got TNZ shutting down Alpha. That's another bonus paycheck, completely cutting the lead down. 15-7, it doesn't even tell the full story. It's a 1.7k lead from the side of Team Falcon. I would say a disastrous team fight for the Eagles here. Incendio finding some hope leading up to this objective. This is good news. However, it's still even. Can the side of Falcon bounce back and push the small lead that they had, or Incendio going to be able to trample through the team fights here?
Yeah, and it's not like Incendio Supremacy has a composition that's only early game. They scale very well into the mid and late game. So as long as they can kind of keep it even, it's not going to be like so far out of bounds for them here. You can see Alpha and Detective doing a good job trying to hold that front line. Apex 47 is going to go ahead, dive onto him. Oh, Flicker has been used out there. Avatar the Guardian slams down. Now they're going to go ahead and engage with that real world manipulation. Out Detective goes down. TNZ finds a kill onto Alpha. Alien finds a double onto the team. That is a full team wipe on Team Falcons. And just when they thought they could relax, Incendio Supremacy answer back, taking the lead.
You know, I was watching that team fight and I was like, when is Incendio gonna be popping their ultimates? Every single member held onto the ultimates, and then the second Rosa puts the RWM, Glorious Pathway comes through. You got the Venom Force coming through, and they're able to take that team fight 5-0. They do get a shutdown here. They get a reversal on the pickup. The Lord is marching down, but is the damage already dealt? They lost 5 members in that Lord fight, and Incendio still pounding onto some of their jungle objectives here.
Yeah, they do need to be a little bit careful. They don't have this in the bag just yet. Maybe a little overconfidence from getting a team wipe there. But we've seen this before. I mean, when it comes to EU, MENA, and Turkey, you need to be very careful in that late game. For some reason, I feel like they just get so overconfident. Alien gets chunked down to about 50%. Apex takes a little bit of a pop-up, and down goes the Lord. Things firmly in the, or I mean, at least a decent advantage in favor of Incendio supremacy here, but they're not completely out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Smiles on this ceiling. We've seen him scale well into the late game. On a pick that is just like this, it's going to be hard to deal with. And Alpha definitely going to be building up a lot of defense, a lot of resist. And as long as he keeps those ultimates going, he's going to be dealing tons of damage here.
Ooh, Rosa in trouble, has to use that flicker avatar. The Guardian slams down. TNZ finds a kill onto Alpha. Real world manipulation on the ground. TNZ finds a kill onto Smile. Rosa able to take down Detective Koboe, running for the hills. Oh, TNZ very close there. Almost dove a little too far on that to Lucas. But man, what a fight there. 3 down for Team Falcons. Incendio supremacy, see victory in their window. Kenji dives in there, takes some damage. Dominant Force laid on the ground. Sunshine with the kill, but gets taken down by Koboe.
I mean, you could see the skill layering coming out from Incendio, right? Glorious Pathway, RWM, and the Team Falcon just melts in these team fights. Falcons need to make sure that Incendio is not able to stack up these. Else, conceal play coming out from the bot side here. Alien should be able to get away.
Oh, we'll see, Alien. That's a lot of members that you can have
probably not.
4 members with that, and that's the unfortunate thing when you're kind of clearing lane. Little small mistakes here, Incendio supremacy needs to be wary of, because those little mistakes kind of lead to bigger ones, especially once an objective pops up and you don't have your XP laner who's dishing out a real decent amount of damage.
I feel like it's now or never. 5 man available for Team Falcon. They killed Alien, yet they can't even touch the Lord. You can see the pressure coming out from Incendio. It might just be the Hylas once again, right? When the Glorious Pathway comes through, paired up with the RWM, again, that combination just melts. And there's nothing Team Falcon can do to protect themselves from it. And another pickoff.
The flank onto Detective there. Apex 47 is going to be able to get a Glorious Pathway laid down. All 3 members as Lucas dives in. TNZ finds himself a double. Is he going to be able to get out of this as Smile sits in the back? It's TNZ with the kill there. Alpha finally able to take him down, but this might be game. Oh, maybe not just yet. They do have to clear that lane, but man, what an engagement. How quickly TNZ is able to run forward. The Glorious Pathway underneath him. He dives in. Nowhere is safe for Smiles.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just watching Rosa. Like, what are they gonna do underneath this tower? But they have the minions coming down. They're gonna safely be able to retreat here, and Herod is able to take down the Lord quickly.
I mean, they got the Lord. Wait, they haven't got the Lord yet. What are they doing? They might be, maybe need to focus on one thing here. Lord. Sunshine by putting the damage on. Rosa finally gets the Lord there. Apex in trouble there. Lays down the Glorious Pathway. Is able to find himself an escape. Alpha does find a pop-up onto TNZ, who maybe bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Laying down the real world manipulation. They got the Lord, but they need to kind of regroup here, as they're not going to have 2 or at least 1 member for this Lord push.
Yeah, a very interesting sequence, right? A little bit of a throw coming out from Incendio. You know, the CC didn't have to stay at mid for that long and get picked off. That's number 1. And number 2, Kenzie dies in this team fight due to the fact that the RWN did not have the Glorious Pathway combination. So it was a little bit weaker in terms of the CC, in terms of the damage. Team Falcon comes out ahead in that small skirmish, and that means a lot, right? The Sicilian needs more time to scale. Granger needs more stacks to scale. So this is great for the side of Team Falcon. Is it going to be enough? There will be a turning point in this match where the damage from the Sicilian, the stacks coming out from the Granger is too much to handle. But how long is that going to take? That's the real question here.
Well, yeah, and that's the interesting thing. And I was talking about how many times do these small mistakes happen on the side of Incendio supremacy until you've given your enemy enough time to start scaling. So, especially when it comes to Alien, who's been getting caught a lot, honestly. These little things, especially TNZ kind of diving in a little bit more when you don't have your full members. Alien is going to have to back away from that fight there. And I mean, right now, I wouldn't even call this a lead right now. It's basically a tie game. It's just coming down to some of these team fights.
You know, I will say this though, 3 antiques coming out from the side of Incendio. It's definitely going to be a lot of work that Koba and Kenji has to put to be able to dish out the damage that they're looking for. However, this just gives the opening that the Sicilian needs, right? And Smiles will be able to scale into infinite here.
Ooh, Glorious Pathway lays out. Rosa does not find the angle that he wants for that real-world manipulation just yet. So, but I want to say an omen of things to come for that team as they go ahead and get started onto that purple buff. Both teams grouping up. I want to say there's relative death balls on both teams as they're staying grouped on each side of the map, kind of trying to push out the other one. 22 seconds left on the Lord, and I want to say a little bit better, almost the high ground for Team Falcons as they have a better position on that Lord.
Yeah, you know, I think it's quite beautiful. Team Falcons able to group up on the opposite side of the objective to be able to get that fast clear. Right now, CC is going to be on that bot side. You know, Team Falcons have an advantage if they're able to just group up as 5 on this objective, but Incendio looking like they still have the lead, still have the advantage. If Incendio is able to skill layer correctly, I think they're going to have a great time in their team fights. But if Team Falcon is able to bait out some mistakes, prolong, even just get a pick off or a mistake that Incendio Supremacy has overcommitted, it might turn into their favor. So this team fight is going to be important coming out from both of these teams.
Ooh, you see Alien kind of being very patient here. Lord, they're kind of baiting this out here, slow playing at Alpha, continuing to get that information to his team, just waiting for that initial. Oh, there it is. Rosa gets caught, has to use the flicker to get away. Real manipulation comes out. Koba able to find the target down there. We do have Ice Crowns out on the field. Alpha finds a kill onto Apex 47. Koba way finds a kill onto TNZ. Incendio running for the hills. That is 4 players down. Team Falcons might be able to wrap this up, and you were exactly right. They were just waiting for an opportunity, waiting for one person to get caught, and unfortunately that was Rosa. Sunshine here alone to try to defend against this and gets eaten up, shredded down. That is going to be a clean game 5 for Team Falcons, who are going to the challenge finals.
28 to 23. I mean, that was what, like a 16-7? That was like a 20-minute game? I don't even know. That was a game number 5. Team Falcon able to take this series. And it all comes down to, you know, how they were able to group up and find those pickoffs. In that last team fight, it was the Sicilian second. It wasn't even the scaling. It wasn't even the damage. They found the pickoff that they were looking for on Rosa. 18-minute match here, and they were able to find the pickoff, which led them into a complete sweep in the team fight. Well done by the Eagles here. Team Falcon able to push forward in this challenge season.
I mean, hats off to Incendio too for that composition that was a little awkward and took a heck of a beating in that super early game and able to mount it right back. That's one thing from these teams that I've noticed, is that it doesn't matter how bad they're getting beaten in the early, they're always just so great when it comes to their composure. Unfortunately, Team Falcons here just a little bit more patient, a little bit more disciplined when it came to not getting them and putting themselves into harm's way. We talked about it before too. We saw a few opportunities there. Alien got caught, TNZ got caught. A little bit of a discipline problem on the side of Incendio when it came to kind of getting just a little bit too close for comfort and getting caught.
Yeah, I mean, you said it correctly. Incendio had a very big moment of comeback, right? In early game, it was all about Team Falcons. They kept getting pickoffs after pickoffs, winning fights after winning fights, and it was led by Alpha and also led by Kenji. They were dominating the whole entire game, high kill participation, winning matchup, the combination of that XP and that jungle gank. However, you know, the side of Incendio was able to turn the boards in their favor with the combination of Apex and Rosa. Glorious Pathway with the RWM, boom, the setup, the melts, they were able to take care of business there. However, that last fight, like, I couldn't even have predicted it. They got Rosa and they were able to clean up that team fight with that pickoff.
Yeah, and this is that combination, that glorious pathway with the RWM, which they were so successful in. That was so hard for Team Falcons to kind of get through. They knew they needed to find the pickoff. They needed to at least be able to shut down one of those abilities before this team fight got too deep. There, Tianzi is going to go ahead and dive into the back lane. He takes down Smiles and then gets taken down himself. I'm pretty sure we're about to see that last fight there. Unfortunate for Rosa. Got caught there, had the flicker away, and then bursted down by Kobaway on that Granger. That pretty much set the tone for that fight, and unfortunately for the side of Incendio, led to that final push by Team Falcon.
I mean, the beautiful skill layering from the side of Team Falcons, right? They had the Sicilian second displacing Rosa, and then they had some follow-up stuns onto it, but the Gato Kacha AOG stopped and forced that awkward flicker onto the top side where the side of Team Falcons was ready to catch the ball. They succeeded in that micro play, which led them into a great victory. Again, this was a game where Team Falcons had the early game advantage. Kenji, 79 KP. I also know Alpha had quite a high KP, but they had the early game, and in terms of that mid game, late game, it was very, very shaky, but they were able to take the victory here, Private.
Yeah, amazing gameplay by both of these guys, and man, there's so much back and forth between both of these guys that I never knew which one was going to come out on top. But like we talked about, it's just I think a big problem with letting those little mistakes kind of start adding up until eventually one of them led to an unfortunate team fight.
That is right, guys. I mean, a little bit of confidence gets a team wipe out. A lot of confidence, overconfidence, in fact, gets you an upset and gets you a throw. So at the end of the day, Insidious was a little bit too confident that they shouldn't have been, and ultimately, Team Falcons, congratulations, will be the victor of this series. They are qualified for the challenge finals now, and drop down to lower bracket will be Insidio, and they will face up against Elevate for Group B match to determine the last spot for the challenge finals.
Yeah, this is exciting for me, especially because when it comes to us, this last series, both teams so even. It could have gone either way, so I'm definitely excited to see how Incendio performs against Elevate, who've had a decent amount of great games themselves.
Yeah, and you know, up for tomorrow, we got a lot of great games coming through. Papaya Supermassive against S2G and Incendio against Elevate. These are going to be extremely important once again because these are elimination matches.
Yeah, of course. And for all of these teams, they have to come back tonight and do a little bit of studying of their mistakes, because there were a lot of small, silly mistakes but each team made that cost them the game, and they have to reflect on that and see what is it going to take for them to become the victors tomorrow. But while you guys are watching at home, make sure to follow us on all our social medias. That's going to be X, Facebook, and on Instagram at ESL Mobile. And make sure to join us on our Discord channel, Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, catch all the information you may have missed, favorite bios, and information about your favorite players and teams through those socials as well.
Yeah, I mean, another great day of MLBB here. Best of 5 series to close out the day. And even more exciting is that we got more matches coming in tomorrow.
Yeah, we definitely got more matches coming in tomorrow. We have more matches coming in for this season. We have the Masters coming in for this season as well. But for these teams, or the remaining teams especially, they need to make it through and make it out of the challenge season. But all in all, a great way to close the day. 5 full game series. How do you guys feel after that? What are some closing thoughts?
Man, it's the big thing has been on how much these guys can withstand that end and late game and be able to turn things around. But those small mistakes, definitely looking for these teams to clean up those little details because they matter so much.
And, you know, for me, I'm just looking to see more Badong plays because that hero is great. And it seems like it's 100% picker ban here.
I don't know. We'll might see more Badan, and hopefully we won't see Lucas in the jungle tomorrow from Incendio. But we'll have to see. I mean, they like to put some of these interesting combinations, a lot that we've seen so far from MENA, EU, and Turkey. So I'm super excited for tomorrow, and I hope you guys are as well. Make sure to watch the stream tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first put.
gonna stop me now. Cause I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing. But they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I came to win cause I know it's my time. Giving too much, now I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing. But they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. I came to win cause I know it's my time. Giving too much, now I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. 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 I will stand and give me the green light.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so